In the early autumn, a chill wind carried a feather across the vast expanse of Hulu Island, finally settling in the village of Straw Hat in Zhao Kingdom. Ermazai, you appear to be a person capable of committing heinous acts. M.R.Mu. I have never harmed even a chicken. How could I be so ruthless? Ermazai, do you think that widow has long legs and a substantial figure? Not. Not particularly. Eyes averted. Eyes averted. Ha ha. Beneath a still lively phoenix tree, the most refined teacher in Straw Hat Village, Mr. Moo, chuckled heartily, teasing the young boy who was massaging his back. Ermazai, somewhat bashful, had a delicate face and bright, innocent eyes, blushing deeply after a glance at the widow's figure. Are you feeling numb? Not yet, sir. Ermazai shook his hand, though he was indeed beginning to feel some numbness. With an hour of massaging, who wouldn't feel it? Wouldn't you? Ermazai, take a break. This large steam bun is your reward for massaging my back. The teacher produced a bun. Ermazai took it, broke it into two, and began to chew one piece eagerly. M.R.M. watched the frail boy squatting there, munching on his bun, and sighed. Ermazai, is this how you intend to live your life? Do you have no aspirations? Though quite hungry, Ermazai paused to respond politely. I don't have many wishes. My greatest desire is for peace in a world free from slaughter. Why is that? Mr. Moo asked in surprise. Because if the world is at peace and there is no slaughter, my parents would not have died. They devoted their lives to kindness, always the first to pay their taxes, yet they never enjoyed a moment of happiness. Their lives were so hard. Ermazai lifted his head, his small face filled with longing. He often gazed up at the sky, for he had heard that good people ascend to heaven and become stars. His parents, having never committed wrongs, were surely good people and deserved to ascend. At the very least, they would not descend into hell, would they? Do you not have any personal wishes? Grandfather Wong said, I am possessed by demons and must not leave the village, or I would not only perish but bring disaster to others. Grandfather Wong helped suppress the demons, and simply living is a great happiness for me. Young Ermazai smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped. Yet M.R.Mu, with his head bowed, was not as cheerful. His face darkened. Damn it, this treacherous fate. How could you subject such a kind child to this torment? It's abominable. Sir, why do you curse? Did you not say that scholars should be refined? Curse? What nonsense! Refinement is all a facade. Everyone is pretending. I am pretending. You are pretending. M.R.Mu spat out curses, taking a few deep drags from his pipe. In truth, Ermazai did not share this sentiment. He believed he was genuine. He thought everyone was pure, like the kind elders in the village, but he dared not voice this belief, as he was reprimanded every time he did. Have you considered that there are no demons in you? Have you thought of seeing the outside world? Little Ermazai pondered, then shook his head. Grandfather Wong is a sage from the Astronomical Bureau. We have witnessed his abilities can transform a green blade with a flick and pluck golden pills from the air. How could he lie? Rest assured, sir, I am quite well. I do not contemplate ending my life. I eat little. Merely a handful of grass root powder lasts me 3 days. The frail Ermazai finished his food, picked up a weathered brick, and began to pound a small pile of grass roots and tree bark. When mixed with water, this became his sustenance. M.R.Mu, cursing at the heavens, stormed off, leaving Ermazai alone under the tree, continuing to pound the bark and roots. Each day, Mr. Moo would share trivial tales with Ermazai, who understood that the teacher aimed to lift his spirits, to sprinkle a bit of joy into his dreary existence. As he pounded, Ermazai unexpectedly burst into tears. Father, mother, I wish to be a normal person, not looked down upon, and I yearn to see the world. But why am I possessed by demons when I have done no wrong? After a moment, Ermazai halted, tears welling in his eyes. He was merely 11 years old. Other children still reveled in the affection of their parents, while he had to ponder what to eat each day, striving desperately to survive, bearing burdens far beyond his years. He was right. Everyone was pretending. Ermazai, too, was pretending to be strong. Ermazai was his childhood name. His given name was Wang Yang, aged 11. He was called Ermazai because his father, Wang Liamatzi, was a craftsman who sharpened knives, and thus his elder brother was known as Wang Dama, making Wang Yang naturally become Wang Ermazai. Behind Straw Hat Village lay a small observatory, where a plaque bore the characters Yin and Yang. Wang Yang's parents named their sons after these concepts. The elder brother was Wang Yin, and the younger was Wang Yang. This was a tumultuous era, rife with warfare and death. When he was 3, Wang Yang's parents vanished in the city while selling firewood, reportedly killed by bandits. The following year, a Taoist priest from the observatory claimed that Wang Yang was possessed by demons, having inadvertently caused the death of his parents. Upon his consent, the priest took the lonely little Wang Yang into the observatory to help expel the demons. "Father, mother, do not worry about me. I will strive to live well and work to expel the demons. Then venture beyond the village to find my brother. Stay close to me, so you do not get lost. I will show you this world." Ermazai wiped his tears and clenched his small fist in determination, then pounded the grass roots with renewed vigor. "Ouch! That hurts!" Suddenly, Wang Yang cried out, clutching his foot, leaping in pain as tears streamed down his face. Upon inspection, he realized he had struck his big toe. Blood began to flow as he pounded too forcefully. At that moment, as his blood dripped onto the brick suddenly emanated a blinding light. "What is this?" Wang Yang noticed the radiance, but then a black hole appeared on the brick, drawing him in with a powerful force. When he regained his senses, he found himself in another real man, endless grassland, where amidst the flora stood numerous stone statues. He counted 100 statues, each towering hundreds of feet high, resembling colossal pillars reaching for the heavens. The statues were intricately carved, each bearing his own likeness. Stunned, Wang Yang realized that this brick was one he had found 3 years prior, heavier and more suitable for pounding the grassroots. "Child, you have finally arrived. I have waited 3 years for you." At that moment, Wang Yang heard a voice. He followed the sound and beheld a figure slowly materializing before him. It was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Little Wang Yang, having rarely ventured beyond the village, had only seen women like aunts or neighbors, who, though lovely, paled in comparison to the enchanting figure before him. The woman wore a flowing white veil, her long hair cascading down to her waist, and her ethereal features were naturally mesmerizing. Especially striking was her figure in the small village. Robustness was deemed beautiful, as only the strong could toil in the fields. Little Wang Yang couldn't help but ponder the woman's waist was not much thicker than his own head. Her body was as delicate as if it were devoid of bones. How could she possibly plow the fields? If she couldn't plow, how could crops be sown? And if crops couldn't be cultivated, what would they eat? Who are you? Wang Yang's heart raced with trepidation. Why had he suddenly appeared here? What was this place? And who was this woman? "Child, it has been 3 years since you discovered this brick. For 3 years, I have awaited your awakening of its power. Yet you have been too foolish, merely using it to strike at the weeds. I fear that even should I vanish, you would remain unable to unlock its potential." Her voice was soft, her tone gentle, akin to the tender breeze of early spring. "Who are you, truly?" Wang Yang still could not comprehend. "There is no time to explain, my moments are few. That Wang Daju is a nefarious villain. You bear no demons, yet he has imprisoned you here to seize your lineage. I shall now burn my essence to help you break the village's restrictions. You must flee. Remember, you carry great fortune. This brick holds immense significance. You must safeguard it. Once you escape, harness its power diligently to cultivate your abilities, striving to become a true immortal." Chapter 2. Accelerating refinement. Before the woman could finish her sentence, her form became translucent and vanished. Little Wang Yang was filled with anxiety at her disappearance, as he had numerous questions for her. He was puzzled by the concepts of bloodlines, restrictions, primordial spirits, cultivation, and the very essence of immortality. Uncle Zhang from his village often cautioned against crying at night, lest ghosts appear. He also preached the importance of benevolence, believing that deities would protect the virtuous. Could these immortals be the same deities Uncle Zhang spoke of? Little Wang Yang pondered, his young mind grappling with another puzzling statement. Was he not burdened by demonic forces? Was Grandfather Wang, also known as Wang Dezhu, a villain? But Grandfather Wang had always been so kind to him. Wang Yang searched tirelessly, but found no trace of the woman. He gazed at the sky, dejected. Picking up a stick, he swung it at a patch of grass. Beheading grass was a favorite pastime from his childhood, for which his father had even carved him a wooden sword, with a stick in hand. The flora within miles would lose their heads. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. When Wang Yang looked again, he saw that the stone statues had come to life. Mimicking his actions with a fierce chop, the sight petrified the boy. How could stone statues move? Were they alive? But how could statues be alive? A myriad of questions flooded his mind. Could these statues mimic my movements? I wonder if they could. A bold idea struck Wang Yang. He retrieved a small booklet titled Evergreen Skill, a method for strengthening the body. Grandfather Wang had given it to him, claiming it could help him ward off demonic forces. Wang Yang had been practicing it for 2.5 years, hoping to banish the demons and leave the village. He had never been lazy, but the skill remained elusive. His progress stalled. Wang Yang sat down and began practicing the Evergreen Skill incantations. To his astonishment, the stone statues also sat down, following along with him. Whenever Wang Yang cultivated, he would feel a wisp of warmth within his body. He would guide this warmth in a cyclical pattern, believing that completing one cycle would signify success. However, the warmth would always dissipate within 10 breaths, causing him to fail repeatedly. Once again, Wang Yang guided the wisp of warmth, but it grew weaker and was about to vanish. But then, he noticed beams of light emanating from each stone statue, entering his body. Instantly, 100 streams of warmth coursed through him. As one stream faded, another took its place. Unknowingly, half a day passed. As he cultivated deeper, Wang Yang completed a full cycle. The warmth circulated through his body, leaving him feeling invigorated and full of power. Suddenly, Wang Yang opened his eyes, incredulous. He had actually mastered the Evergreen Skill. He had reached the first level in just half a day, leaving him speechless with astonishment. He had practiced for 2.5 years without success, but with the aid of these stone figures, he had succeeded in a single day. Leaving the space, Wang Yang eagerly headed towards the village entrance, eager to see if he could leave the village. Wang Yang arrived at a moss-covered, worn-smooth bluestone bridge at the village entrance. Since Grandfather Wang had brought him to Little Temple, Wang Yang had been wandering around the bluestone bridge for nearly a decade. For 10 years, he had tried to leave, but to no avail. Whenever he left the village, he would immediately reappear in Little Temple. This was why Wang Yang deeply believed in Grandfather Wang's words. Wang Yang cautiously took a step, bracing himself to return to Little Temple. But when he opened his eyes, he found that he had truly left the village. Wang Yang turned to look at Straw Hat Village behind him, and tears of joy streamed down his face. After 10 years, he had finally left Straw Hat Village. He was finally free. Half a day later, could what the woman said be true? Wang Yang wondered with doubt. Grandfather Wang said that he was burdened by demonic forces and could not leave the village, lest he bring calamity to others and die instantly. But now, little Wang Yang had been away from the village for half a day, and he felt no discomfort. Did that sister say that Grandfather Wang was a bad person? Was he stealing his bloodline? What was a bloodline? Negative emotions welled up in little Wang Yang's heart. Confusion, doubt, and even anger. If what the woman said was true, then he had been deceived for 10 years. 10 years, a decade of agonizing days, a decade of trepidation. If not for this, he might have been as happy as other boys, or perhaps he would have learned a craft in the county town like his brother. The people in the small village were simple and honest, and stealing from others was considered the most shameful thing. He had to find Grandfather Wang. No, Wang Dezhu. No, the man surnamed Wang, and ask him for an explanation. He had never done anything bad, and had always helped others for more than 10 years. Why would he deceive him? Having made up his mind, Wang Yang decided to leave the village. He did not leave directly, but returned to Little Temple to pack up. For Wang Yang, there was not much to pack. His luggage was simple, a straw mat and a wide cotton coat he had found. Most importantly, he had to bring the memorial tablets of his parents. Carefully wrapping the tablets layer by layer, he carried them on his small back and walked out of Little Temple. Little Temple had long been dilapidated, with no one but Sun Dezhu and Wang Yang, and no pilgrims. He left as he had come. 10 years. He had lived here for 10 years. Wang Yang stood in front of Little Temple, looking at the grass-covered roof, the bluestone slabs on the ground, and the plaque hanging on the wall, feeling many emotions. He was leaving, and he felt a little reluctant. This was the first time he had left this place. Like a fledgling bird staying comfortably in its nest, only seeing the tree that supports the nest, never seeing the outside world. Today, he was going to fly out and see the world. Carrying his baggage, he walked out of the village in the moonlight, his small figure growing longer and longer in the moonlight. 3 days later, after traveling continuously, Wang Yang was about to reach the county town. He planned to find his brother Wang Yin first. When Wang Yin was 7 years old, he secretly went to the county town to be an apprentice to supplement the family's income. Over the years, Wang Yin would come back every now and then to bring Wang Yang some food, but since 3 years ago, Wang Yin had completely disappeared. The villagers said that Wang Yin was dead, otherwise he would not have been gone for 3 years. But Wang Yang did not believe it. Perhaps his brother was very busy now? This was the first time he had gone out, and Wang Yang was still a little excited. There were many refugees on the road, and their faces almost had one expression: numbness. Wang Yang deeply understood this. In this chaotic world, everyone was saving energy. Not even willing to use energy to change an expression. Why save energy? To wait for death. Wang Yang also entered the refugee ranks. The chaotic world was complex and full of wild beasts, and there was strength in numbers. After walking for about an hour, a group of people entered a mountain valley path. Suddenly, a cannon sounded. What's going on? The sound of the cannon startled Wang Yang. Subsequently, a cadaverous countenance. accompanied by a cohort of brigands, descended from the valley's flanks. Chapter 3. The bullying take the small ones away. Cut down the big ones. With a command from the burly bandit, the group of marauders began to seize the children. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yang was bewildered. Had the bandits become so audacious as to abduct children in broad daylight? Yet, as memories of his parents, who had fallen victim to bandits, flooded his mind, a surge of rage ignited within him. How could they have slain his mother and father? Young Wang Yang longed to eliminate a couple of these ruffians to avenge his parents. However, he was painfully aware that his slight frame would be no match for their brute strength, which could easily send him tumbling. At that moment, chaos ensued as everyone began to scatter in a frantic escape. Wang Yang furrowed his brow, making a decisive choice to flee in a particular direction. Alas, a subsequent development left him utterly dumbfounded. His toe had been crushed the previous day, causing him excruciating pain, rendering him incapable of exerting any force. Thus, he hopped forward like an awkward crane, but no matter how swiftly he leaped, he could not outpace the two legs of the bandits. In mere moments, the marauders spotted the flailing Wang Yang, who appeared foolishly desperate in his flight. One of the thugs approached and, with a sweeping kick, sent Wang Yang sprawling to the ground. Subsequently, he was bound and captured by the bandits. They tied together 11 children and set off on their journey. After traversing for a considerable part of the day, the group finally arrived at a remote mountain area. Upon entering the depths of the mountains, Wang Yang discovered a hidden world. Numerous ancient structures lay concealed within the mountains, their age evident. The burly bandit led Wang Yang and the others to a designated area, where over 60 children awaited them. Next, you shall undergo a talent assessment. Those who do not meet the criteria will be executed. The bandit then summoned an elderly man, who approached and began to examine each child in turn. The burly bandit explained that this process, known as bone probing, could determine the innate abilities of each child. Upon completing the examination of the first child, the old man shook his head, and the burly bandit swiftly executed the child, causing the others to scream in terror. Soon, after the deaths of 7 or 8 children, it was Wang Yang's turn. The elderly man's examination of him lasted longer than that of any other child. Yet he too ultimately shook his head. Am I to perish? The sight of the old man shaking his head plunged Wang Yang into despair. Such a signal meant his talents were lacking. Yet, he was unwilling to embrace death. He writhed and struggled to free himself, but to no avail. The burly bandit raised his knife once more, poised to strike down. Ah! Young Wang Yang shrieked in fright. However, after a prolonged moment, the anticipated pain never arrived. He cautiously opened his eyes to find that the old man had grasped the blade, halting its descent mere inches from his neck. He possesses talent, albeit weak. Yet, we are in need of numbers. Let him try cultivating. If he fails, we shall dispose of him, the old man stated to the burly bandit, who nodded and released Wang Yang, directing him to stand aside. Being but a child, Wang Yang stood in shock for a while before finally moving to the side. Still trembling, the testing concluded swiftly. The other children appeared nearly paralyzed with fear, while Wang Yang remained lucid. He counted the fallen. A total of 15 children had perished. He feared neither the demons nor these bandits. Quickly, drop your belongings and assemble. We shall commence training immediately. With these words, the burly bandit prompted the children to scatter in a flurry. There were designated individuals responsible for overseeing the children. After setting down their possessions, they were herded back to the square. Your next year shall be devoted to training. Should you fail to cultivate true energy within the year, you will meet your end. Power emanates from the legs, is transmitted through the waist, and is unleashed through the fists. External practice and internal refinement. The burly bandit began explaining the fundamental methods of martial arts to the group of children. He instructed them to utilize a special breathing technique, supplemented by the calf stance, to stimulate their inherent energy. Subsequently, amidst the crack of whips and the threat of clubs, the children commenced their training. The burly bandit warned them that any sign of laziness would result in being thrown off a cliff. The children, already like frightened birds, dared not show even a hint of negligence. As the day came to an end, despite the simplicity of the movements, Wang Yang felt an unprecedented fatigue, especially with the calf stance, which required him to mimic the posture of a calf charging, all his strength converging to a single point. Though the movements seemed straightforward, they drained his energy significantly. Some children required assistance to return to their quarters. Could it be due to having practiced the evergreen technique? Observing others crying out for their parents, Wang Yang's mind raced. In a bid to protect his treasured brick and conceal his secret, he pretended to wail, "Father, I am so tired. Mother, it hurts so much." Upon returning to the communal dormitory, Wang Yang was taken aback. He discovered that the room had been ransacked. Belongings were strewn across the floor, clearly indicating that someone had intruded. Panic surged within him as he quickly scanned for his bed. To his dismay, his satchel was missing, along with his treasured brick and the memorial tablets of his parents. Where is my brick? Where is it? Disregarding his exhaustion, Wang Yang became acutely aware of his surroundings, searching the room with keen eyes and attentive ears. Fortunately, he spotted the familiar brick in a corner behind the door. Relieved, He hesitated to retrieve it immediately to avoid drawing suspicion and continued searching for his mat and cotton clothes. The woman had emphasized the importance of safeguarding the brick, given its significant origin. After a thorough search, Wang Yang discovered his mat and clothes beneath another boy, Zhao Ji, who was notably robust and appeared to have some martial training. He was among the first to return to the dormitory, seemingly unaffected by the rigors of training. These mat and clothes are mine. Get lost. Zhao Ji snapped impatiently. How can inanimate objects speak? My mat and clothes bear my mark. Wang Yang attempted to reason, recalling the proverb from his village. Reason prevails in the world. Without reason, one cannot move an inch. Since they do not respond to your claim, they must be mine. And why have you marked my belongings? Zhao Ji remained obstinate, his demeanor brazenly unreasonable. Wang Yang felt a surge of frustration, nearly brought to tears. He had never encountered such shamelessness. Chapter 4. Exposure. His face trembled with rage. Was this person not utterly shameless? Wang Yang observed Zhao Ji's unreasonable behavior and contemplated reaching out to seize what was his. However, Zhao Ji delivered a kick, sending Wang Yang sprawling like a tumbleweed, revealing the vast chasm between their strengths. Wang Yang restrained himself, fully aware that any attempt to forcibly reclaim his belongings would only lead to a beating from Zhao Ji, potentially even fatal consequences. He swallowed his indignation and laid down on the communal bedding. Wang Yang, cover yourself with this garment, a youth named Huzi offered, placing his own clothing over Wang Yang. Huzi, you should keep it for yourself. I possess the fire dragon pill within me, so I shan't feel the cold. Wang Yang replied through clenched teeth, glancing at Huzi, who was also dressed rather lightly. Despite Huzi's stubbornness, they eventually lay close together, each taking half of the garment to shield themselves from the autumn chill. The night air had grown quite frigid. In the dead of night, Wang Yang awoke, shivering. He surveyed his surroundings. The exhaustion from the day had rendered all the children fast asleep. He felt a strong urge to kick Zhao Ji awake, to reclaim his straw mat and quilt. Yet, he understood that even if he succeeded, it would merely be a matter of time before it was wrested from him again. The only way to ensure he would not be robbed again was to subdue Zhao Ji. At that moment, he grasped the meaning behind the words of the one they called Donkey Face. The most frequently uttered phrase from Donkey Face was that in this world, one's strength of fist spoke volumes. If one's fists were weak, one would only be subjected to bullying. With this thought in mind, Wang Yang made a silent vow to diligently practice martial arts, to cultivate his true energy, and reclaim his mat and quilt. The bricks could assist me in honing my evergreen technique. Could they also aid in cultivating my true energy? Wang Yang recalled that the statues embedded within the bricks could accelerate his training in the evergreen technique, and he surmised they could similarly hasten his cultivation of true energy. With that, he hastened towards the nearby woods. Though Wang Yang appeared honest, he was in fact an exceptionally astute and clever child. To conceal the secret of the bricks from others, he devised a plan, binding numerous bricks to his limbs, thus allowing him to strengthen his physique while keeping the bricks hidden. After ensuring the area was clear, he skillfully entered the space within the bricks once more. Upon entering, Wang Yang sat cross-legged, following the breathing method taught by Donkey Face, striving to connect with the heavens and earth. As he settled into his meditation, the statues mirrored his posture, beginning their own cultivation. On that first night, with the statue's assistance, Wang Yang gained a profound new understanding of the breathing technique. Thus, a month passed. During this time, every midnight, Wang Yang would stealthily emerge to practice. One day, after practicing for 2 full hours, he suddenly stopped and opened his eyes. What is this? Could it be a vortex of true energy? After 2 hours of cultivation, he felt an intense heat radiating from his lower abdomen, and with this sensation, he could perceive the workings within his body. Donkey Face had once conveyed that if a vortex appeared in the Dantian, it signified the emergence of true energy. Had he truly cultivated true energy so swiftly? Astonished, Wang Yang recalled Donkey Face's words. If one could cultivate true energy within a year, one would become an official disciple of the Carp Gang. Yet here he was, having achieved this milestone in merely half a month. The efficacy of the bricks was astonishing. He pondered the reason behind his rapid progress. The assistance of the bricks was invaluable, with 100 statues contained within. It felt as if 100 versions of himself were aiding in his cultivation, accelerating his progress 100-fold. Wang Yang calculated that having practiced for approximately 30 days, the support of the statues equated to a staggering 3,000 days of training. Dividing 3,000 by 365 resulted in. Wang Yang felt his calculations falter. 1 + 1 = 2. He recalibrated his figures, yet the conclusion remained unchanged. This was equivalent to 8 years. While others might cultivate true energy in 1 year, he had achieved the same in 8. What an abysmal talent. Wang Yang felt lost, unable to comprehend that his aptitude for martial arts was so woefully inadequate. Without the bricks, would he not be inferior to an ordinary individual? Just as Donkey Face had said, even tethering a dog here for a year would yield true energy. Was he to be compared to a mere dog? Before he could ruminate further, the crowing of a rooster startled him. Oh no, I have lingered too long. Dawn is approaching. I must hurry out. Wang Yang exited the space, discovering that the sun had indeed just risen. Upon returning to the dwelling, he found Donkey Face standing there, with all the children neatly arranged. What have you been doing? Donkey Face reprimanded Wang Yang. Terrified, Wang Yang's mind raced. My stomach ached. I went to the latrine, he muttered, lowering his gaze as he concocted a lie, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Lazy fool. You waste time. Fortunately, Donkey Face did not seem suspicious after a few scoldings. He instructed Wang Yang to stand in line for the platform. All the children wailed and lamented. A night's rest had not alleviated their fatigue. Yet Wang Yang felt different. Having cultivated true energy, he did not sense any discomfort. Instead, he felt invigorated, brimming with vitality. This anomaly was astounding to him. During this period, Wang Yang also uncovered another secret about the bricks. When he bore them upon his person, Donkey Face remained oblivious to his cultivation of true energy. This revelation spared him a significant hassle. Though Wang Yang felt no fatigue, he occasionally feigned exhaustion to avoid raising suspicion, groaning and lamenting. Oh, it pains me. I am so tired. 5 months passed. Throughout this time, Wang Yang had toiled endlessly, rising early and retiring late, often neglecting meals, dedicating all his time to training. His obsession became apparent, even to the other children, who marveled at his fervor. Donkey Face himself praised Wang Yang, claiming he had never witnessed such dedication. Wang Yang now sensed considerable change within his body. Not only had he grown taller, but he also felt lighter and sturdier, his muscles having significantly developed. That evening, he once again sought a secluded corner, concealing the bricks among the underbrush, preparing to enter the space for further cultivation. With a mere thought, he stepped into the realm. As he entered, a casual glance sent a jolt through him. Behind a tree, a pair of eyes were watching him. Chapter 5. First Bloodshed, a chilling truth. Fear can indeed be fatal. Those eyes bore into Wang Yang, instantly drenching him in a cold sweat. Someone had glimpsed his secret. He swiftly retreated from the spatial realm. That brick of yours. It must be something celestial, wouldn't you say? Zhao Ji remarked. His gaze fixed on the brick in Wang Yang's hand with undisguised interest. What nonsense are you spouting? Celestial? What are you talking about? Wang Yang stammered, his composure faltering, his unease palpable despite his attempts to feign nonchalance. Anyone else might miss your secret, but you've run into me, and that's just your bad luck. I can sense spiritual energy, Zhao Ji said, his expression predatory, like a hawk eyeing its prey. Celestial? Spiritual energy? I have no idea what you're talking about. Wang Yang insisted, his denial persistent. Yet, inwardly, a tempest raged. The woman's final word had been celestial. Could it be that these celestials were the legendary immortals? Did such beings truly exist? Wang Yang wondered. Tales of ghosts, deities, and immortals had always been whispered in the villages, beings capable of traversing the heavens and earth, possessing limitless power. Hand over that brick, Zhao Ji demanded, his demeanor turning menacing. Wang Yang would never relinquish the brick. Now that he understood its miraculous properties, he wouldn't part with it for any sum, let alone surrender it to a thief. In your dreams, you're courting death. Seeing Wang Yang's defiance, Zhao Ji lunged forward, striking at Wang Yang with a swift punch. Wang Yang had long suspected that Zhao Ji had martial arts training. Among all the children, Zhao Ji had progressed the fastest. His techniques were precise, earning him frequent praise from Donkey Face. Zhao Ji's punch was swift and powerful, carrying a formidable force. An ordinary person might panic. But Wang Yang's training had reached new heights. He had only been training for 5 months, but with the 100 stone figures in the brick space, he had effectively practiced for nearly 500 months, 40 years. Zhao Ji's punch seemed like a mere reflection in a mirror, an illusion on the water. Wang Yang sidestepped it with ease. Zhao Ji's expression shifted to one of amusement. He had expected to kill Wang Yang with a single blow, never imagining that the boy could react. He had always been confident in his martial prowess, honed through years of training and combat. Lucky for you this time. Zhao Ji smirked, pivoting on his left foot and lashing out with his right leg. The sudden attack caught Wang Yang off guard. He raised his arms to defend himself, but was still sent flying. Zhao Ji was triumphant. His years of martial arts and combat experience gave him a decisive edge over a simple village boy. With a series of swift moves, Zhao Ji forced Wang Yang back, leaving him defenseless and spitting blood. I'll give it to you, but you must spare my life, Wang Yang pleaded, his face etched with fear as Zhao Ji cornered him at the edge of the cliff. Hand it over first. Whether I spare you or not depends on my mood. Wang Yang reluctantly retrieved the brick and approached Zhao Ji. As he neared, he suddenly surged forward, charging directly at Zhao Ji, employing the calf piling stance. Using its sole offensive maneuver, the calf charge. Seeing Wang Yang's desperate attempt, especially with such a crude technique, Zhao Ji sneered. He had never bothered with the calf piling stance, deeming it beneath him. I knew you'd try that. Descended from greatness, Zhao Ji had anticipated Wang Yang's most basic trick. His palm was already poised to strike, aiming to shatter Wang Yang's shoulder. But then, Zhao Ji's eyes narrowed, his face hardening as he detected a faint blue glow emanating from Wang Yang's shoulder. Bang! In an instant, Wang Yang shattered Zhao Ji's arm with the collision. The impact snapped his arm off and broke his chest, sending ribs jutting out. Cough! A torrent of blood erupted from Zhao Ji's mouth, and he collapsed. Horror, confusion, anger, and regret flashed across his face. Spiritual energy? Qi refining first layer? When did you reach the Qi refining first layer? Why didn't you use spiritual energy from the start? Had I known, I would have used my spiritual energy too. You're only at the first layer, but I'm far beyond that. I could have killed you. Why did you deceive me? Why? Zhao Ji cried out, ignoring the excruciating pain, because the impact had shattered his life force. He lamented, consumed by regret. He was stronger than Wang Yang, but his arrogance had led him to underestimate the village boy. If he had used his spiritual energy, Wang Yang would be the one lying defeated. He wouldn't be dying. The sole criterion for measuring the strength of cultivators was their spiritual energy cultivation level. He had begun cultivating only 6 months ago, sensing spiritual energy in 3 days and reaching the Qi refining first layer in a month. Now at the second layer, he was far superior to Wang Yang. The others recruited by the Carp Gang were mediocre, lacking any significant techniques beyond the calf piling stance. This had lulled Zhao Ji into complacency. But the village boy had reached the first layer after only 5 months of cultivation. Mastering the calf piling stance to such an extraordinary degree, it defied Zhao Ji's comprehension. How had he done it? Wang Yang's previous movements suggested he had never cultivated before. Yet now, he had not only reached the Qi refining first layer, but also displayed a greater mastery of spiritual energy than Zhao Ji himself. Why? Wang Yang's rapid progress must be due to the brick. It must be a treasure beyond compare. He could have obtained this treasure. With his exceptional talent, his future would have been limitless. But now, everything was ruined. Zhao Ji was consumed by hatred. Wang Yang watched Zhao Ji with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand the terms spiritual energy or Qi refining first layer. Hadn't Donkey Face taught them to cultivate true Qi, calling it the true Qi first layer? You're mistaken. I'm not at the Qi refining first layer. I reached it in less than half a month. I'm at the second layer now. He removed the brick, revealing his full strength. Second layer? The realization solidified Zhao Ji's conviction that the brick was a priceless treasure. Cough. Zhao Ji spat out another mouthful of blood. Overwhelmed by rage and despair. The more miraculous the brick, the greater his regret. Had he not been so arrogant, he could have killed Wang Yang and claimed the brick. But now, everything was lost. How did you discover my secret? Wang Yang asked, still shaken. He had believed he had concealed it well. But Zhao Ji had seen through him. Zhao Ji wanted to ignore Wang Yang, his mind consumed by regret. He was a prodigy from a family of cultivators. Yet this prodigy had fallen to a village bumpkin, a mere youth. You informed me that I might be able to release you. Wang Yang remarked with an air of earnestness, seemingly harmless. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Ji felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Although Zhao Ji initially hesitated to speak, he was unwilling to succumb to a fate of silent despair. You have been practicing with such fervor, and I have been closely observing you. There was a moment when I felt an impulse to vent my frustrations upon you, yet I searched the entire stronghold in vain. Since then, I have kept a vigilant eye on you. Every time you claim to visit the restroom, you vanish without a trace. Thus, I concluded that you must harbor a secret. Zhao Ji revealed the reason behind his suspicions. Having his secret exposed caused a ripple of anxiety within Wang Yang, as he chastised himself for being overly careless. However, what troubled him most at that moment was how to deal with Zhao Ji. Do not kill me. I swear. I shall never divulge the secret. Zhao Ji pleaded with Wang Yang. The notion of murder was foreign to Wang Yang. He had never even harmed a chicken, let alone dared to take a life. If you dare to speak of this, I will show you no mercy, Wang Yang declared through gritted teeth, attempting to feign a fierce demeanor. After uttering these words, he intended to turn and walk away, yet his peripheral vision remained fixed upon Zhao Ji. In truth, Wang Yang was not particularly cunning. He had merely learned to remain vigilant, a lesson imparted by Zhao Ji himself. Suddenly, as he pivoted, Wang Yang noticed Zhao Ji's mouth abruptly open, expelling an object that gleamed ominously. Realizing it was an explosive, he swiftly leaped aside. Bang! At that instant, the ground where he had stood was shattered by a massive stone. Hiss! Witnessing this spectacle sent a chill of fear coursing through Wang Yang. Had that beam of light struck him, he would have been obliterated. Scoundrel! A surge of rage ignited within Wang Yang. He had been prepared to let Zhao Ji go. Yet Zhao Ji had sought to end his life. With another furious exclamation, he leaped forward and delivered a powerful kick. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed as he created a gaping wound in Zhao Ji's heart. He cannot remain here. A struggle would surely attract unwanted attention. Wang Yang then kicked Zhao Ji's lifeless body over the precipice. According to the members of the Carp Gang, the fall was so steep that survival was impossible. Wang Yang, where are you? Just then, Wang Yang heard the sound of Donkey Face drawing nearer. Chapter 6. The 100 Slays Must Not Be Discovered. In a moment of desperation, Wang Yang swiftly darted to the shelter of a large tree. I'm here, he stammered, feigning embarrassment as he addressed the scrutinizing gaze of the donkey-faced man. What have you been up to? The man's eyes glinted with suspicion. I had an urgent matter. Wang Yang lowered his head, pretending to be bashful. If you needed to relieve yourself, why not use the latrine? The donkey-faced man retorted. You're making a mess of the mountain. You've practically soiled every corner. He scolded, then ordered Wang Yang to return to meditation. Upon his return, Zhao Ji had yet to appear. as one of the more talented youths among them. Zhao Ji was of particular importance to the donkey-faced man. Following his disappearance, the man led a search, ultimately discovering faint traces near the cliff's edge. With a skeptical glance at Wang Yang, the donkey-faced man shook his head. Zhao Ji had already attained the first layer of true energy, while this individual, so full of excrement, had yet to cultivate any. How could a mere mortal slay a warrior? Accidental falls from the cliff were not uncommon. The donkey-faced man cautioned against approaching the area, and soon, the incident faded from memory. Wang Yang reflected on the chaos of this era, where a life lost was akin to a fire sweeping through, leaving no trace behind. Human life was indeed valueless. A year later, unbeknownst to him, Wang Yang had spent an entire year with the Carp Gang. Throughout this time, the gang had suffered countless casualties in their struggle for territory against the Wolf Gang, severely depleting their strength and desperately needing combat prowess. Typically, those with average talent could cultivate true energy within a year. Successful cultivation would elevate one to full membership. Failure would render them mere cannon fodder, destined to perish in battle. Unsurprisingly, the vast majority of the children had cultivated true energy, with only 6 remaining who had not. The donkey-faced man dispatched these 6, splitting them into groups of 6 to assault the 6 branches of the Wolf Gang. Tragically, they met their end on the way, reduced to mere pulp by chaotic blades. This outcome left Wang Yang feeling despondent once more. Human life truly held no worth. These ordinary disciples could cultivate true energy in just a year, yet he had taken 8. Was he truly unfit for martial arts? Wang Yang questioned his own aptitude for combat again. Without the brick, he would surely be one with the remains. Deep within the Carp Gang, in a dark and damp room, when the group of children was brought in, Wang Yang, standing at the back, noticed an elderly man seated before them. Was this old man benevolent? His mind raced as he pondered. Wang Yang had come to understand the treachery of this world. To survive, one must remain ever vigilant. Leader. These are this year's recruits. They have all cultivated true energy, the donkey-faced youth respectfully reported to the old man. Wang Yang was no longer the naive boy who had just left his village. He had witnessed the slaughter by bandits, nearly met his end due to his lack of talent, and faced Zhao Ji's threats. In merely stepping out of the village, he had encountered 3 life-threatening situations. He was uncertain of the old man's intentions in this foreboding space. Particularly, he had been questioning why Zhao Ji referred to true energy as spiritual power, and the first layer of true energy as the refining layer. What was the distinction? Wang Yang clenched his fist. The jade piece Zhao Ji had given him gripped tightly in his hand. Should the old man make any sudden movements, he would not hesitate to unleash a flying kick and attack with the mysterious jade piece. Wang Yang had gathered that the Carp Gang's leader possessed the strength of the 4th layer of true energy. True energy must be wielded through formidable martial arts. Aside from the Ox Fist, Wang Yang currently knew no other techniques, while the leader's capabilities remained unfathomable. He had to be prepared. To live, one must avoid death. To evade death, one must eliminate others. This was the realization Wang Yang had come to after slaying Zhao Ji. Fortunately, nothing went awry. The Carp Gang leader summoned these children merely to instill loyalty to the gang, embellishing the misdeeds of the Wolf Gang and inciting them to eliminate any members they encountered. Wang Yang dismissed these assertions, recognizing that the Carp Gang was no paragon of virtue. Were all turtles not the same, differentiated only by good and bad? In the ensuing 6 months, the Carp Gang and the Wolf Gang engaged in fierce battles over territory, resulting in rivers of blood. Among the newly recruited children, 7 or 8 out of 10 lost their lives in these skirmishes, becoming wandering spirits. As for Wang Yang, he transformed into a figure that instilled dread. He had never wished to kill, but when thrust into the battlefield, the choice was clear: kill or be killed. Wang Yang, determined to survive, chose to slay. He now held a new comprehension of his mentoress words. He had indeed been feigning innocence. He hoped for an absence of bloodshed. Yet he found himself amidst a tide of slaughter. The members of both gangs were primarily at the first layer of true energy. Those who ascended to the second layer would be promoted to fragrance masters, engaging in combat against one another. As a peak practitioner of the second layer, Wang Yang found himself effortlessly overpowering those with only the first layer of true energy, able to dispatch them with a single blow. For half a year, Wang Yang had slain at least 100 members of the Wolf Gang, earning him the title of 100 Slays. Ultimately, through these achievements, Wang Yang was promoted to the position of fragrance master. Deep within the Carp Gang, the elder Qianli addressed them. Do you too wish to become my disciples? At this moment, Wang Yang stood before the Carp Gang leader, Qianli, alongside another youth named Zhang Bao. Like Wang Yang, Zhang Bao had also achieved the status of 100 Slays. The atmosphere was strange, particularly as they gazed upon the frail old man. Yet, with no other options, they could only agree to Qianli's proposal. Disciple pays respects to the master. Zhang Bao, evidently more worldly than Wang Yang, was the first to kneel and bow. Wang Yang followed suit without hesitation. Wang Yang became a direct disciple of Qianli, receiving a set of teachings titled Carp Technique, a method designed to accelerate the cultivation of true energy. As a fragrance master, Wang Yang's circumstances changed dramatically. He was granted his own quarters, a monthly stipend, luxurious garments, and an abundance of food. Most importantly, core disciples enjoyed unrestricted freedom, able to come and go from the carp gang at will. This was precisely what Wang Yang needed. After taking a few days off, he set out for the county town, eager to see his brother, convinced that he could not be dead. Riding a fine steed, he galloped swiftly to the county town. Upon arrival, Wang Yang made his way directly to the Chong Wei woodworking shop. At the entrance, he immediately spotted Chong Wei engaged in a violent altercation. Chapter 7. Nine Springs Town. How could you be so inept? Do you have any idea how precious this material is? I am deeply sorry, sir. I momentarily lost focus. I'll compensate for it. I truly will. Does an apology suffice? A single piece of this fabric is worth 10 taels of silver. You couldn't afford to pay for it even if you were sold into servitude. Witnessing the figure being assaulted, Wang Yang was immediately consumed by fury. Stop this instant. Wang Yang bellowed, leaping from his mount and swiftly approaching Chong Wei. Wang Yang seized Chong Wei, hoisted him effortlessly, and tossed him aside. Oh, you little rascal, Wang Yin, hiding for a month, and finally daring to return. You good for nothing. When did you become so strong? Chong Wei sputtered, lifting his head to berate Wang Yang. Wang Yin? Wang Yang paused, scrutinizing the apprentice who had been beaten. This apprentice was not his brother, Wang Yin. Wang Yin is my elder brother. My name is Wang Yang. Upon hearing this, Chong Wei examined Wang Yang more closely. While Wang Yin and Wang Yang bore an uncanny resemblance, their builds differed. Wang Yin was swarthy and robust, while Wang Yang was fair and slender. You little. Chong Wei suddenly recalled that Wang Yin indeed had a twin brother. Wang Yin often proclaimed that his brother was the most adorable person in the world. He even once spirited Wang Yang away to the county town, proudly presenting him to everyone, exclaiming, "Behold, is my brother not the most endearing?" Of course. Wang's parents soon arrived, subjecting Wang Yin to a thorough scolding, but Wang Yin merely chuckled, and this anecdote became a local legend. Chong Wei's animosity towards Wang Yin stemmed from his month-long disappearance, leading Chong Wei to believe that the eccentric Wang Yin was deliberately hiding. Chong Wei was already incensed by Wang Yin's month-long absence, and now Wang Yang had assaulted him, prompting Chong Wei to unleash a torrent of abuse. However, he abruptly ceased his tirade. Wang Yang's attire was far more opulent than his own, exuding an air of newfound affluence. More importantly, Wang Yang had effortlessly lifted and thrown him to the ground with a single hand. Considering Chong Wei's considerable girth, exceeding 200 pounds, this feat was astonishing. Realization dawned upon Chong Wei, and a chilling word formed in his mind: martial artist. Esteemed Wang, how may I be of service? Chong Wei inquired. Adopting a servile and obsequious demeanor, Wang Yang explained his purpose, and Chong Wei recounted Wang Yin's disappearance. As Wang Yang departed Chong Wei's carpentry shop, his brow was furrowed with worry. Chong Wei had informed Wang Yang that Wang Yin had left for work a month prior and had not returned since. Missing for a month? Wang Yang was immediately concerned. In this era of turmoil, rife with bandits and war, a month-long disappearance could only imply the worst. However, this news also brought Wang Yang a measure of relief, as it indicated that his brother, Wang Yin, was still alive. Wang Yin had not returned home in 3 years, and Wang Yang had harbored a nagging premonition, which he had refused to acknowledge. As long as one is alive, there is hope. Wang Yang hastened towards Straw Hat Village. Wang Yang surmised that his brother, having been away for many years, might have returned home. A day later, Wang Yang bypassed the village, taking a shortcut directly to the small shrine. Wang Yang fervently hoped to find his brother at the shrine. Arriving at the shrine, Wang Yang discovered a pile of recently extinguished ashes. Upon seeing these ashes, Wang Yang's heart soared with joy. The presence of ashes indicated that someone had been there. The shrine had long since fallen into disuse, and the villagers no longer visited it. Sun Daju rarely returned, leaving only himself and his brother as potential visitors. My brother has indeed returned. Brother, brother, Wang Yang exclaimed, dismounting and rushing towards the shrine. Wang Yang flung open the door and found a figure inside. But it was not his brother, Wang Yin, but rather Lungzi, the village watchman. Lungzi was also an orphan. His father had succumbed to illness when he was 11, and his mother had hanged herself, leaving Lungzi traumatized and mute. Lungzi held a small green bottle, reclined with his legs crossed, and poured roasted beans into his mouth, munching on them contentedly. Upon seeing Wang Yang, he offered a vacant smile. Wang Yang ignored Lungzi and promptly exited the shrine. A profound sense of despondency washed over Wang Yang. His brother had not returned. Where could he have gone? Recalling the harrowing scenes of cannibalism and banditry he had witnessed along the way, a sense of foreboding crept into his mind. The bond between elder brothers is akin to that of a father, an emotion incomprehensible to those without siblings. Wang Yang swiftly mounted his horse and rode towards the village below. Upon entering the village, Wang Yang inquired of numerous villagers, all of whom claimed to have not seen Wang Yin. However, the villagers informed Wang Yang that Sun Daju had returned and had been searching for him. Wang Yang was no longer the naive individual he once was, readily believing Sun Daju's words. Now, he harbored suspicions about Sun Daju's motives. Wang Yang was not possessed by any demon, Sun Deju's claims and confinement served a purpose. He had to leave immediately, distancing himself from Sun Deju. Until the truth was revealed, he would not meet with Sun Deju again. Leaving Straw Hat Village, Wang Yang headed directly to Nine Springs Town. According to Chang Wei, Wang Yin had gone to Nine Springs Town to craft furniture for a wealthy landowner named Lu before his disappearance. Lu was renowned as a prominent local figure, possessing vast tracts of fertile land and numerous mines. This year marked Lu's 80th birthday, and he had commissioned a dozen carpenters to construct a pagoda for him. Chang Wei's carpentry shop had initially declined to participate, as Nine Springs Town was situated far from the county town and was dangerously close to the battlefield, where violence was rampant. However, Wang Yin, enticed by the 20 taels of silver offered as remuneration, had secretly accepted the commission. Wang Yang was aware that his brother had made this decision to improve their living conditions and earn more money. 3 days later, Wang Yang arrived at Nine Springs Town. As the most prominent figure in Nine Springs Town, Lu's residence was not difficult to locate. Upon reaching the gates of Lu's residence, Wang Yang was met with disappointment. The gates were tightly shut, adorned with white silk streamers, which appeared to have been hanging for an extended period. Intermittent, chilling sobs emanated from within the residence. Under the cloak of midnight, Wang Yang infiltrated the Lu residence. Now possessing the pinnacle of the second realm of true qi, Wang Yang surpassed 70% of the mundane populace. Save for a few select locales, he could traverse freely. With the agility of a nimble swallow, Wang Yang effortlessly covered 2 lengths with each stride, flitting across the rooftops. Upon entering the Lu estate, he encountered nary a soul. Yet an unsettling chorus of lamentations echoed through the air, evoking an eerie sensation within Wang Yang. He even entertained the notion that only those versed in martial arts could perceive such mournful cries, for those outside appeared oblivious to the spectral symphony. He scoured the Lu manor with meticulous care, yet failed to unearth a single living being. The sprawling estate stood as an empty sepulchre. Initially, Wang Yang had intended to glean some semblance of a clue, but alas, it seemed devoid of any revelation. Just as Wang Yang was poised to depart, he was suddenly seized by an intangible connection, an inexplicable force that tugged at his very essence. Guided by this ethereal sensation, Wang Yang found himself before a stone wall. It was an unremarkable feature of the Lu estate, nestled in a secluded corner. Even before drawing near, Wang Yang was assailed by an icy chill, a mere wisp of which sent shivers down his spine. Wang Yang was certain that this frigidity emanated from within the stone wall. What could possibly lie within? The very thought sent tremors through his soul, compelling Wang Yang to flee the Lu estate. Yet, he hesitated, wondering if it held the key to his brother's whereabouts. After an exhaustive search, Wang Yang discovered a crevice and, with a surge of strength, pried open the stone wall. As the barrier yielded, a gust of spectral wind rushed forth. Within lay only darkness, obscuring all forms. However, Wang Yang's senses were exquisitely attuned, allowing him to discern the faintest of movements and even perceive something pulsating in the gloom. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the stone door slammed shut behind him. This unforeseen anomaly sent a jolt of fear through Wang Yang. He swiftly retrieved a fire starter, ignited it, and cast his gaze upward. What he beheld nearly caused his heart to cease its beating. Mere inches from his face, almost touching his nose, was a ghastly visage with a gaping maw. It was the face of a grinning woman, devoid of pupils, with only the whites of her eyes visible. Trails of sanguine tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, and her fangs were sharp and menacing. By the heavens, Wang Yang exclaimed, his heart pounding in his chest. With a surge of adrenaline, he unleashed a punch, only to see his fist pass harmlessly through the spectral figure. While Wang Yang's blow failed to connect, the female specter lunged forward and sank her teeth into his neck. Wang Yang felt no pain, but sensed something within him draining away. A fog descended upon his mind, and his body grew rigid. Summoning his last reserves of strength, Wang Yang retrieved a jade amulet and directed it toward the female specter. With a resounding crack, the jade amulet emitted a beam of light. Aya! The female specter shrieked as the beam struck her, sending her flying backward in agony. Wang Yang gasped for breath, gradually regaining his composure. With the aid of the flickering light, Wang Yang surveyed his surroundings, and what he saw nearly caused his soul to depart his body. The tower was teeming with ghoulish figures, their limbs flailing wildly. Some were suspended from the ceiling, others were drenched in water, and still others possessed only a gaping maw for a face. The malevolent spirits howled incessantly, their forms writhing in torment. A chilling sight. There were at least 50 of them. Moreover, in the center of the tower, there was a coffin. This was indeed a haunted chamber. A wave of icy dread washed over him, causing gooseflesh to erupt on his skin. Wang Yang sought to flee the tower, but he discovered that each of the malevolent spirits was tethered to a wooden puppet. The spirits were bound by these effigies, restrained from advancing. However, one puppet lay in ruins. In that instant, Wang Yang understood. The damaged puppet had allowed the female specter to break free from her constraints. With only one mobile spirit, Wang Yang found a glimmer of hope. Clutching the jade talisman, he aimed it at the female specter. The talisman emitted a faint glow, yet it filled the female specter with dread, causing her to drift erratically through the air, as if repelled by its power. With a surge of determination, Wang Yang unleashed a beam of light. but this time it missed its mark. So you fear this? Wang Yang had often heard tales from the village elders of Taoist priests who possessed the power to exorcise spirits. This jade amulet was likely crafted by such a priest, and Zhao Ji was likely his disciple. With this realization, Wang Yang's countenance brightened, a smirk playing on his lips. He raised the jade talisman and began to fire away. I shoot. I shoot. I shoot. He unleashed 3 consecutive shots, but each one missed its mark, causing Wang Yang to grow frustrated. He was too far from the female specter. Now emboldened, Wang Yang advanced toward the female specter, gradually driving her into a corner. He reasoned that if he could not hit her from afar, surely he could not miss at close range. Soon, Wang Yang stood before the female specter. At this proximity, even a child could not miss. With a surge of force, Wang Yang intensified the light emanating from the jade talisman. But in the next instant, Wang Yang was dumbfounded. The light from the jade talisman flickered momentarily and then extinguished completely. Wang Yang was unaware that the jade talisman could only be used 5 times. It's out of power? Wang Yang's lips twitched in disbelief, and he recoiled in horror. Upon witnessing this, the female specter's malevolence surged. With a blood-curdling shriek, she lunged toward Wang Yang. Summoning all his strength, Wang Yang retreated, covering 3 lengths in a single bound, bringing him to the center of the tower. Surrounded by malevolent spirits and with the female specter closing in, Wang Yang had nowhere left to run. Blasted. Having spent too much time with the uncouth bandits, Wang Yang's temperament had undergone a transformation. With a roar of defiance, he kicked open the coffin lid, seeking refuge within. But as Wang Yang prepared to enter the coffin, he froze in his tracks. Within lay a corpse. The corpse was covered in horrifying crimson hair. The crimson hair resembled moldy food, inducing nausea. Moreover, the corpse possessed only 1 leg, 1 eye, and 1 ear. The corpse's face was crisscrossed with grotesque green veins. Upon beholding this sight, Wang Yang's heart pounded like a drum, its rhythm accelerating rapidly. Compared to the female specter, this corpse was far more terrifying. Wang Yang struggled to suppress his fear, for death was far more frightening than any terror. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the crimson-haired corpse and hurled it out of the coffin. Then, Wang Yang dove into the coffin and swiftly closed the lid. The stench within the coffin filled his nostrils, threatening to induce vomiting. Lying in the coffin, Wang Yang listened intently to the sounds outside. The female specter seemed powerless against the coffin, unleashing a series of roars accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. The coffin shook violently, threatening to dislodge the lid, and the roars grew louder and more frenzied, like an enraged beast losing control. What manner of hellish place is this? Wang Yang cursed under his breath. After an unknown period of time, the female specter's roars gradually subsided, eventually fading into silence. Wang Yang hesitated to open the coffin immediately. Perhaps the female specter was attempting to deceive him. After another indeterminate period of time, Wang Yang decided to peek out of the coffin. He cracked open the lid, just enough to peer through. What he saw nearly caused him to die of fright. He saw that the crimson-haired monster, through the crack in the coffin lid, was also peering at him with its singular eye. Their gazes met. No, 3 eyes met. Chapter 9. Plunging from the precipice. This is not a corpse. This person is still alive. Despite it being a mere glimpse, Wang Yang not only discerned the crimson-haired monstrosity's eyes snapping open, but also perceived the rise and fall of its chest, indicative of respiration. By the heavens! Wang Yang's heart ascended into his throat. The crimson-haired aberration, standing on a solitary leg, contorted its form into a bow-like posture, cocking its head as it fixed its singular eye upon Wang Yang. Instantly, Wang Yang slammed the coffin lid shut, striving to compose his wildly palpitating heart. While the female specter was indeed terrifying, the crimson-haired abomination was far more chilling. Wang Yang momentarily questioned whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. He paused, regained his composure, and surreptitiously shifted the coffin, peering once more. The crimson-haired monstrosity remained outside the coffin, its gaze unwavering. What is to be done? Wang Yang, still but a youth, was utterly bewildered by the sheer horror of the situation. He felt like a headless fly, completely at a loss. The roars of the vengeful spirit echoed incessantly outside, while the crimson-haired abomination fixed him with a menacing stare. Thus, Wang Yang remained confined within the coffin for 10 days. However, these 10 days were not spent idly. Instead, Wang Yang incessantly cultivated his skills, for the coffin possessed an exceptionally dense concentration of spiritual energy. Aided by this spiritual energy, Wang Yang successfully ascended to the 3rd level of True Qi. Upon reaching the 3rd level of True Qi, Wang Yang underwent another profound transformation, feeling capable of obliterating the crimson-haired monstrosity. Once more, Wang Yang cautiously displaced the coffin lid, casting another glance. Yet, after a thorough search, he discovered that the crimson-haired abomination had vanished without a trace, as had the female specter. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the crimson-haired monstrosity, Wang Yang's immediate impulse was to flee. He kicked open the coffin lid and bolted out, not daring to look back. The more Wang Yang pondered, the more fear gripped him, compelling him to depart the ghastly Lu Manor. Wang Yang inquired among the locals and learned that the Liu family had been apprehended by the imperial court several days prior. Wang Yang then inquired as to who had made the arrest, and they only knew that the soldiers' uniforms bore the inscription, Qintian. The Imperial Observatory again. Wang Yang's brow furrowed once more. How is this also connected to the Imperial Observatory? What exactly is this Imperial Observatory? Suddenly, Wang Yang began to suspect that the Imperial Observatory was not a benevolent entity and that Wang Dazhu was not as simple as he appeared. 3 days later, Wang Yang was en route to the Carp Gang. He had received a summons, urging his swift return, having failed to uncover any clues at the Liu Manor. Wang Yang had no choice but to return to the Carp Gang. As one of the Zhao Kingdom's largest gangs, the Carp Gang possessed numerous branch strongholds, including one in Nine Springs Town. The summons had been issued 3 days prior, marked as the most urgent of notifications. The notification directed all branch leaders to return to the main headquarters. After much deliberation, Wang Yang resolved to make the journey. With his brother missing and no leads to pursue, he intended to consult with gang leader Qian Li at the main headquarters. As Qian Li was a seasoned veteran of the pugilistic world and possessed a more extensive network of information, as soon as he entered the mountain pass where the Carp Gang was located, Wang Yang halted, sensing an anomaly. Previously, the Carp Gang had only 4 guards stationed at the mountain entrance, but today there were 8. The former guards merely stood their posts, but today, Wang Yang detected a distinct aura of murderous intent in their eyes. Most importantly, he did not recognize any of them. When things are abnormal, there must be a demon. Could it be that the Wild Wolf Gang has invaded? Has the Carp Gang been completely annihilated? Wang Yang instinctively thought, his eyes narrowing. Branch leader Wang has returned? Just as he was about to flee, a gang member noticed Wang Yang and quickly approached to take his horse. Have branch leader Chun and the others returned? Wang Yang dismounted, hesitating at the entrance as he inquired. Reporting to branch leader Wang, branch leader Chun returned early this morning, the gang member replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang's heart instantly soared. Their branch leader's surname was not Chun, but Duan. Furthermore, Wang Yang's deliberate steps were not without purpose. He intentionally walked a greater distance to observe any anomalies in the surroundings. Indeed, he discovered dozens of powerful auras concealed nearby. These martial artists were all at the 3rd level of True Qi. Had he not reached the 3rd level of True Qi, he would never have detected these hidden martial artists. Wang Yang was grateful that he had not immediately turned and fled, for if he had, these ambushers would have annihilated him in an instant. Now, these martial artists had completely surrounded him, leaving him no choice but to proceed cautiously. At this point, Wang Yang was certain that something significant had transpired within the Carp Gang. With each step, Wang Yang felt a chill run down his spine. The number of ambushes exceeded his wildest expectations. Most importantly, they were all at the 3rd level of True Qi. Where did so many martial artists come from? Despite the trepidation in his heart, Wang Yang feigned ignorance. At this moment, he had to devise a plan quickly, or his days were numbered. When Wang Yang reached the training grounds, he knew that he could no longer delay. Suddenly, he shattered the skull of a gang member with a palm strike, then abruptly leaped out, sprinting in a single direction. Wang Yang raced along the path, heading straight for the precipice. After Wang Yang killed the gang member, hundreds of martial artists suddenly emerged, all rushing towards him. Seeing the number of martial artists, Wang Yang gasped. If these people attacked him, he would definitely die without a burial place. With that, Wang Yang jumped into the void without hesitation, leaping directly off the cliff. When it came to choosing between life and death, Wang Yang had always been very clear. If he jumped off the cliff, he might die, or he might live. But if he was caught by these people, he would definitely live a life worse than death. More than 100 martial artists at the 3rd level of True Qi could easily capture him, and the reason they didn't was because they had other conspiracies. The unknown is the most terrible. The cliff was very deep, and after falling for a long time, Wang Yang finally fell to the ground. Didn't die? Wang Yang was very clear-headed. He didn't fall to his death, because he felt something under him. He reached out and touched it, and found that his hands were a little wet and sticky. Wang Yang took out the fire starter and looked at it, and it turned out to be blood. Using the firelight, he looked at what was under him and found that it was a corpse. Then he looked around and found that they were all corpses. These corpses were piled up into a mountain of corpses. Seeing so many corpses, Wang Yang's breathing suddenly became rapid. These people were wearing the same clothes. They were the Carp Gang members who had been slaughtered. Wang Yang's heart ached. Among these people, there were people he knew, especially a few children who had been captured with him and had a good relationship with him, who had also died here. These people died tragically. Their heads were cut off with a single knife. These beasts. Wang Yang clenched his fists tightly and his teeth were about to be crushed. Afterwards, Wang Yang found a place where he had to cultivate to the 4th level of Qi refining as soon as possible in order to have a chance to get out. Wang Yang firmly believed that with the brick in his hand, as long as he persevered, he would definitely succeed. But as the cultivation deepened, Wang Yang discovered a problem. Wang Yang had been cultivating very hard, but the speed of his realm improvement was very slow. Previous events had proven that his talent was not good. Did he have to rely on True Qi pills? Wang Yang had learned a lot about martial arts, and he had heard Qian Li say that after the 3rd level, If you want to quickly improve your realm, you must use true chi pills to assist you, in addition to cultivating in some special places. True chi pills are a very expensive kind of medicine. This kind of elixir is refined with some herbs that are more than 10 years old, and one is worth 1,000 gold, which is not something that a poor person like him can have. After cultivating for 10 days, Wang Yang's realm did not improve at all. What is this? Suddenly, Wang Yang saw that in the pile of corpses in front of him, a line of blood was floating up out of nowhere and floating out. Chapter 10. Twice slain. Wang Yang had once heard from a source that some malevolent entities practiced their dark arts in the eerie, damp grounds where corpses lay or in desolate graveyards. According to Qian Li, the headquarters of the Carp Gang was not originally established by them. It had existed long before, serving as a base for numerous factions. Could it be that some cultivators were still utilizing these burial grounds for their practices? With this thought, Wang Yang felt as though he had just escaped the dragon's den only to enter the tiger's lair. His mind raced as he contemplated his next steps. Following the customs of the Qintian Bureau, they would likely remain vigilant until they confirmed their own demise. Thus, the leader at the 4th level of Qi refinement was an opponent he could never hope to defeat. After some deliberation, he realized he had been down here for 3 days without being discovered, indicating that whatever lay within was likely not overly powerful. At least not a greater threat than the leader of the Qintian Bureau. Hence, he resolved to venture deeper to discern the identity of those within. He rose and cautiously followed the flow of blood. The chasm was vast, and after walking several dozen meters, he still had not reached its end. The dim light allowed only the faintest glimpse of countless skeletal remains strewn about. After traversing another stretch of distance, his brow furrowed as he discerned a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground, seemingly engrossed in some form of cultivation. The blood flowed into this figure, and upon closer inspection, Wang Yang realized there was not merely one bloodline, but nearly 100, all converging upon this individual. These bloodlines coalesced into a sanguine sphere, enveloping the person within. As the blood circulated, he could even see bubbles bursting, resembling frothy effervescence. Through the crimson sphere, Wang Yang suddenly beheld a horrific sight, a gaping hole in the figure's chest where the heart should be. Could one truly survive without a heart? In utter astonishment, Wang Yang whispered, "Is it possible?" Immediately regretting his words, he swiftly covered his mouth, but it was too late. His utterance had already roused the figure. Who dares? The figure sprang to its feet and hurled a bloodline in Wang Yang's direction. Boom! Wang Yang leaped aside just in time, as the bloodline struck a massive stone, shattering it to pieces. How could this be? As he steadied himself, his expression turned to one of disbelief. The figure was none other than Zhao Ji, the very person he had thought dead. Despite the grotesque bloodstreaks marring Zhao Ji's visage, Wang Yang recognized him instantly. After all, he was the first life Wang Yang had taken. Zhao Ji, too, recognized Wang Yang. "Didn't he expect to see you here, did you? I'm still alive. Now I shall flay your skin and extract your bones, making you suffer beyond endurance." Zhao Ji cackled madly, a frenzied joy erupting as if he had bottled up rage for a lifetime. Wang Yang was taken aback. He had crushed Zhao Ji's chest and obliterated his heart. Yet here he stood, inexplicably alive. "If you're not dead, then I shall slay you once more." In this world, only Zhao Ji knew the secret of the brick. And he had to die? Without hesitation, Wang Yang launched a punch at Zhao Ji. He was no longer the inexperienced Wang Yang who had first entered the Carp Gang, nor the one who had been flustered in Zhao Ji's presence. With a powerful strike, the wind from his fist howled. Zhao Ji's heart lay on the right side, allowing him to narrowly evade Wang Yang's lethal blow, but he was left with only a breath of life. Though he had been in despair, fortune smiled upon him unexpectedly. He possessed a secret technique that, with ample blood, could gradually heal all his wounds and restore him to full strength. The blood of the Carp Gang members was precisely what he needed to cultivate this art. After half a month of recovery, he was nearing restoration. Just one more day, no, half a day, and he would be whole again. However, that half day had become an unattainable fantasy. Boom! Wang Yang's fist collided with Zhao Ji once more, creating a new gaping wound in his freshly mended body. This time, Wang Yang would not grant Zhao Ji any chances. He unleashed a flurry of punches, determined to obliterate him entirely. "Wang Yang, why are you here?" Suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears. He turned to see Huzi. Huzi Yu. Upon seeing Huzi's spirit flickering like a candle in the wind, Wang Yang's heart tightened. "Wang Yang, Zhang Bao has drugged us and had us slaughtered." Huzi's spirit had become ethereal, on the verge of vanishing. Legend held that after death, one would reincarnate. But if one's attachments and grievances were immense, they might linger briefly in the mortal realm. Wang Yang knew Huzi's attachment was profound. He thought daily of returning home to see his mother. Huzi had once confided in Wang Yang that he hailed from a destitute family. His father had disappeared when he was very young, and shortly after, his mother fell gravely ill. Huzi was a cheerful child, but it was during a trip to gather herbs for his mother that he had been captured by the Carp Gang. In their time together, they had shared everything. Huzi was Wang Yang's closest friend. In such a brief separation, who could have foreseen their reunion would be in such tragic circumstances? "Huzi, I cannot save you. Wang Yang shared Huzi's sorrow, his heart aching for his friend's plight. He wished to rescue him, but felt utterly powerless. Now more than ever, Wang Yang craved strength. He yearned to cultivate, to become the mightiest immortal. He longed for power to protect those he cherished. He could not bear the thought of his loved one suffering while he remained helpless. Wang Yang, my time is short. Could you do me a favor? Huzi implored. Huzi had endured hardship since birth. Speak freely. I would traverse mountains and seas for you. Wang Yang's eyes brimmed with tears. My mother is still waiting for me. If you escape from here, could you visit her? Tell her I have gone to work for a wealthy family and may not return for a long time. I fear she would worry if she knew I had perished. This pendant is a gift from my father. Please deliver it to her. Huzi wept silently. Though no tears fell, Wang Yang's heart ached. He took a deep breath, striving to contain his emotions. Rest assured, Huzi, I will treat your mother as my own. I swear upon my honor. Should I fail, may heaven strike me down. Tears streamed down Wang Yang's face as he raised his hand in solemn oath. Thank you, Wang Yang. I must go now. If there is a next life, I hope we can still be friends and share the same bed in a dormitory. Do you wish to save him? Wang Yang glanced at Zhao Ji, his lips twitching with disbelief. You're still alive? Chapter 11. Kill, kill, kill. He never anticipated that he had reduced Zhao Ji to such a state, yet this wretch still clung to life. What manner of cultivation technique had he mastered to possess such tenacity? Recalling the seething blood that had surrounded Zhao Ji moments ago, Wang Yang could not help but question the nature of this sinister art, which could mend such grievous wounds. Wang Yang observed Zhao Ji, whose breath had grown faint and tenuous, teetering on the brink of death. Wang Yang's gaze was as frigid as ice, instilling a sense of dread in Zhao Ji. How do I save Huzi? Huzi was Wang Yang's first true friend, and at this moment, the sole thought occupying Wang Yang's mind was to ensure Huzi's survival, no matter the cost. I have a condition. If you agree, I will reveal it to you immediately. Zhao Ji uttered in a voice barely above a whisper, fragmented and fragile. Wang Yang had initially perceived Zhao Ji as an ordinary cultivator, yet it was evident that such extraordinary abilities suggested a remarkable origin. Perhaps he truly possessed knowledge of how to save Huzi. You wish for Wang to save you? Wang Yang scoffed, his demeanor as frigid as frost. In this dire moment, Zhao Ji's only condition was to survive. As anticipated, Zhao Ji nodded slightly. However, Wang Yang was resolute. Zhao Ji must die today, and he needed to extract information from him first. Speak of your plan, and I shall consider it. Otherwise, how can I trust you? Wang Yang stated with a cold expression. Zhao Ji, equally doubtful of Wang Yang, found himself with no other recourse but to divulge a fragment of information. If my grandfather were here, he could gather his soul fragments, nurture them with secret methods, and then seize a new body to be resurrected. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang was instantly consumed by fury. In this isolated place, where could they possibly find his grandfather? Moreover, if his grandfather were present, it would have been Wang Yang who lay dead. Since you speak such nonsense, you have no need to live. Wait, there is another way to save him. Zhao Ji interjected, his survival instinct kicking in as he saw Wang Yang preparing to strike. Wang Yang gestured for Zhao Ji to elaborate. Zhao Ji described that if they possessed a soul-melting pill, combined with Huzi's blood, they could reconstruct his soul. However, the soul-melting pill was exceedingly rare and unattainable for Wang Yang alone. It was his grandfather who possessed it, and only by reviving Huzi could they procure the pill. You may die. Immediately after Zhao Ji finished speaking, Wang Yang seized Zhao Ji by the throat. Thus far, Zhao Ji was the only one aware of the existence of the brick, and Wang Yang could not allow such a person to live. The last time he had spared Zhao Ji, he now felt a pang of regret. Should Zhao Ji recover and escape to find his grandfather, his fate would be dire. In a relentless effort to obliterate Zhao Ji, Wang Yang pummeled him into a pitiful state. If Zhao Ji still did not perish, it would not be due to Wang Yang's lack of ferocity, but rather fate conspiring against him. Huzi, can you escape? I know of a place that may save you. I am but a soul now and cannot endure much longer. There is a hidden river at the base of the cliff, but the entrance is quite small. Huzi, I will draw a map for you. Go to the Lu residence in Jiuquan town. Behind a wall, there is a secret chamber containing a coffin. Perhaps that coffin can provide a means for revival. Wang Yang recalled the haunted house in Jiuquan town, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Although the house appeared ominous, it was also quite mysterious. Perhaps Huzi could find salvation there. Wang Yang, the Qintian Bureau is formidable. Allow me to assist you. You cannot help me here. Besides, if you do not leave, you will vanish into nothingness. Depart now. I will seek you out once I am free. Wang Yang, you must be cautious. With those words, Huzi's spirit drifted away. Once Huzi had left, Wang Yang picked up the sinister text Zhao Ji had been studying. Upon glancing at the first page, his brow furrowed. And as he continued, he became increasingly alarmed, his scalp prickling. Wang Yang set the book down, his eyes vacant and lost in thought. He found himself in a perilous predicament. The agents of the Qintian Bureau could descend upon him at any moment. Wang Yang now comprehended deeply that this world was not the one he had known in Straw Hat Village. It was a realm governed by the survival of the fittest. To endure, one must tread upon the corpses of others. With unwavering resolve, Wang Yang's gaze sparkled with determination. Suddenly, a stream of blood inexplicably rose from the ground. 5 days later, Wang Yang was immersed in his cultivation, his body enveloped in a thick shroud of blood energy when he heard a rustling sound from above. He looked up to see the officials descending. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he rose to his feet. On the cliff, a soldier leaned against a rock, feigning sleep. Suddenly, an object plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on his head. The soldier, about to curse, halted abruptly, for he realized that the object was a bloodied human head. This head belonged to one of the men dispatched to locate Wang Yang. A sense of foreboding washed over him, chills racing down his spine. Soon after, 6 or 7 more heads soared upwards. The soldier's lips twitched as he prepared to scream. His mouth opened, yet no sound escaped. Looking down, he found his neck empty. His head had been severed without any prior indication of pain. Wang Yang held the soldier's head aloft, striding toward the gathering crowd, who were feasting on meat and drinking wine. Shortly thereafter, a wide-eyed, terrified head plummeted from above, plunging the scene into silence. This is bad. Wang Yang, cloaked in blood, transformed into a crimson specter, charging into the throng. Instantly, chaos erupted, flesh and blood flying in all directions, accompanied by anguished screams. The piercing wails echoed, and finally, the soldiers perceived the danger. They spotted Wang Yang and began to charge at him. Now, Wang Yang faced those cultivators as if he were slicing vegetables. In mere moments, the soldiers lay sprawled in pools of blood. Employing the most primal combat methods, he relied solely on speed and brute force. Each strike that landed on the soldiers resulted in an explosion of blood mist and shattered flesh. Wang Yang unleashed his fury, and those who remained alive were paralyzed with terror. They scattered like sheep, while Wang Yang prowled like a ravenous wolf, mercilessly hunting them down. Eventually, someone fled into the main hall of the carp fish gang to alert Zhang Bao and the commander. When the two emerged to witness the scene resembling a hellish battlefield, even the most seasoned among them felt a shiver of fear. Wang Yang, surrender yourself, Zhang Bao shouted, charging at Wang Yang, who was drenched in blood and gore. Come back, Zhang Bao. The supervisor called out, but it was too late. Wang Yang leaped forth, charging toward Zhang Bao. As Wang Yang moved, Zhang Bao was momentarily stunned, realizing that Wang Yang's speed had surpassed that of a third-tier qi refining cultivator, nearly matching that of a fourth tier. How could he? This thought flickered through Zhang Bao's mind, halting his reasoning, for in the next instant, his head exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Drip, drip. Wang Yang shook the blood from his hands, standing before the supervisor, his eyes glinting like a serpent's. In that moment, Wang Yang had succumbed to a bloodlust. He was intent on annihilating the Qintian Bureau. With that, Wang Yang swung his fist once more, charging at the commander. The commander smirked disdainfully. Even in the face of a fully powered Wang Yang, he felt no fear, especially since Wang Yang's spiritual energy had been significantly depleted after the brutal conflict. No wonder Zhang Bao remarked that you harbor secrets within you. In such a brief span, your speed and strength have surged remarkably. I am eager to uncover the mystery behind your transformation. With that, the commander lunged forward, throwing a punch in response. Although Wang Yang's speed had indeed increased significantly and his strength had grown considerably, the martial techniques he had acquired were woefully insufficient and rudimentary. In the heat of battle, he found himself at a disadvantage. Regardless of how Wang Yang attacked, the commander's techniques always seemed to preempt his moves. Before long, Wang Yang found himself in a precarious position. Chapter 12. Mastering spells. The techniques you have acquired are merely superficial. To think you could vanquish me with such rudimentary skills is nothing short of delusional. The commander taunted as he sent Wang Yang sprawling with a kick. How have you trained? Reveal your secrets. After a fierce exchange, Wang Yang found himself increasingly fatigued. His greatest shortcoming laid bare, a lack of diverse martial arts and spells, compounded by his meager combat experience. In stark contrast, the commander approached Wang Yang as a teacher would a wayward child, leaving behind a tapestry of injuries wrought by fists, claws, and palms. Before long, Wang Yang's attire was reduced to tatters, and beneath it, wounds oozed blood, rendering him a veritable figure of crimson. Finally, the commander darted behind the weakened Wang Yang and delivered a powerful kick to his back, sending him tumbling to the ground, unable to rise again. With his hands clasped behind his back, the commander regarded Wang Yang as one would a hunted prey. Lying on the ground, Wang Yang ignored the commander, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying ferocity. The commander, observing him, felt a flicker of hesitation in his gaze. The sudden surge of power from Wang Yang took him by surprise. Despite the boy's mastery of only basic techniques, Wang Yang had honed them to an extraordinary level, surpassing even those who had practiced for decades. Coupled with his newfound strength and speed, the commander realized that subduing Wang Yang would not be as straightforward as he had anticipated. Prepare to perish. The commander leaped once more, aiming to crush Wang Yang's skull beneath his foot. This strike would undoubtedly shatter Wang Yang's head. Boiling blood sorcery. Wang Yang scoffed, as if making a crucial decision. Suddenly, his dantian trembled, and he quickly formed a complex series of hand seals. With a mighty roar, his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, as if blood were poised to drip from them at any moment. Instantly, the blood energy within him surged violently, akin to a boiling cauldron. In the next heartbeat, a torrent of immense blood energy erupted from his body, coalescing into a massive sphere approximately 10 zhang in diameter, swirling around him like a tempest. Within this sanguine aura, myriad arcane bloodlights flickered, revealing the visages of demons. As the blood energy circled around him, a bizarre scene unfolded. Wang Yang's injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. A cold smile crept across his lips. Upon witnessing this, the commander was struck with terror. Unaware of the dark sorcery Wang Yang had unleashed, recognizing the gravity of the situation, the commander launched a full frontal assault. However, as he closed in on Wang Yang, he found him inexplicably vanished. How could this be? He is merely at the 3rd level of Qi training. How could he possess such swiftness? It must be that dark sorcery he employed. What manner of trickery is this? The commander swung a fist through empty air, preparing to retreat. Yet, at that moment, a fist suddenly crashed into his back. The impact felt as though a colossal hammer had struck him, causing his internal organs to churn violently, and he spat blood. In the ensuing moments, the commander was utterly overwhelmed, the tide of battle turning decisively against him. A powerful blow landed squarely on the commander's dantian, shattering it completely. The dantian is the most vulnerable aspect of a cultivator. Its damage renders one no different from an ordinary person. Subsequently, Wang Yang unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving the commander a bloodied mess. Why did you slaughter the members of the Carp Gang? Wang Yang pondered, unable to fathom why the Qintian monitor would ruthlessly eradicate them. Was it for the sake of suppressing celestial beings? Half a month later, in a valley 50 li from the Carp Gang's former lair, Wang Yang's figure flickered like a great wild goose skimming the snow. It became evident that the Zhao Kingdom's prohibition against celestial beings extended beyond the common folk. Even the Qintian monitor was barred from practicing spells. Currently, Wang Yang's most pressing need was martial techniques. He originally sought to glean knowledge from the commander, but found only a single method called falling wild goose treading snow. Though he did not acquire any martial arts from the commander, he stumbled upon another astonishing revelation. He understood why Zhao Ji had referred to the 1st level of true energy as the 1st level of Qi training. And that true energy at the 9th level was essentially the 9th level of Qi training. True energy was more accurately termed spiritual energy. It turned out that the Zhao Kingdom had long imposed a ban on celestial cultivation. Eons ago, Zhao had been a realm of ascension, but the Qintian monitor had begun to suppress cultivators, forbidding anyone from pursuing the path of immortality, incinerating all related artifacts, thereby severing the lineage of cultivation. Only a scant few, like Qian Li, practiced in secrecy, a fact that contributed to the annihilation of the Carp Gang. As for the reason behind the prohibition, the commander had remained silent. Recalling the words of a woman, Wang Yang now believed that the Qintian monitor harbored a sinister plot, not merely against him but against the entirety of the Zhao Kingdom. He must hasten to elevate his own strength. Although he had gleaned little from the commander, he had made an unexpected discovery from Zhao Ji. The first item was a manual titled Boiling Blood Sorcery, which, according to its description, was akin to a body-refining technique. Practicing this sorcery would significantly enhance one's physical attributes. It was through the mastery of this art that Wang Yang was able to vanquish the commander. Should he employ this technique during battle, it would not only bolster his physical strength but also facilitate the continuous healing of his wounds. After mastering the Boiling Blood Sorcery, Wang Yang recognized why Zhao Ji had managed to survive. It seemed that Zhao Ji had clung to life long enough to gradually recover, thanks to this very technique. The creator of this sorcery was indeed formidable. Only through personal practice could one truly appreciate its might, Wang Yang marveled. In addition to the Boiling Blood Sorcery, Wang Yang acquired another spell, the Art of Object Manipulation. This spell, a hallmark of celestial magic, was essential for any cultivator, as it enabled the control of magical artifacts. Given that Wang Yang lacked celestial instruments, he prioritized the mastery of the Boiling Blood Sorcery. Wang Yang practiced in the valley for 5 days, which equated to 500 days, roughly a year and a half. He considered the effects of the Art of Object Manipulation. Wang Yang began his training, and he increasingly felt the power of the enchanted brick. Were anyone else to obtain the Boiling Blood Sorcery, they would find it nearly impossible to master it in such a brief period. A day of practice equated to 100 days of toil. This was a divine object created solely for the sake of cultivation. With it, Wang Yang could disregard the constraints of time, no matter how challenging the spell. He could succeed in mastering it. Half a day later, Wang Yang found an open area, extended his hand toward a withered tree, and silently recited the incantation. To his astonishment, the tree began to levitate inexplicably. Is this the magic of the celestial beings? According to the Art of Object Manipulation, one could cease their training upon mastering the ability to control objects, as it was a spell with rewards disproportionate to the effort expended. A year spent mastering it would only increase the weight one could manipulate by 10 jin, an amount negligible to cultivators. However, at this moment, Wang Yang had only just begun to explore this spell. especially since it was the only one he could practice, and thus he found himself intrigued. Nightfall. Wang Yang was now manipulating a stone. In the span of 3 days, equivalent to a year in the realm of brick moving. His proficiency with the art of object manipulation had grown to the point where he could manage a weight of 20 jin. Suddenly, figures appeared atop the mountain. How persistent they are. Ever since the demise of the commander, a multitude of Qintian monitor soldiers had arrived in search of Wang Yang. In the past fortnight, Wang Yang has been bustling about, yet these soldiers cling to him like a stubborn adhesive, remaining ever present in his vicinity. Chapter 13. The Edge of the Blade. A year later. Urmatsi. I fear there is little more I can teach you. Your talent for learning is the finest I have ever encountered in my lifetime. Mr. G, you flatter me. I merely possess a good memory. The first step in learning is recitation. As the saying goes, read a book 100 times, and its meaning will become apparent. You have now memorized the 4 books and 5 classics, and I am certain you will succeed in the imperial examination. I am grateful that I saved you back then. Otherwise, the literary world would have lost a great scholar. In a thatched cottage, Wang Yang had just exchanged insights on literature with a teacher, receiving abundant praise in return. Reflecting on the events of the past year, a look of incredulity crossed his face. 1 year prior, Wang Yang had slain a commander, inadvertently inviting calamity as the Imperial Astronomical Bureau launched a thorough search for the culprit. Most of the practitioners dispatched were of the 4th or even 5th level of qi refinement. It was only through the use of the blood-boiling demon technique that Wang Yang managed to escape the encirclement and save his own life. Now, Wang Yang trusted no one and sought refuge in a small library. This library had been recommended by the refined teacher from Straw Hat Village, who advised the village youth that, should they encounter difficulties, they could seek shelter there, as it was run by his mentor. The Zhao Kingdom valued culture over martial prowess, encouraging education and participation in the imperial examinations, even providing traveling expenses for scholars. Thus, the status of literati in libraries was quite elevated. There had been instances when ruffians vandalized a library, only for the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to respond with ruthless retribution, eradicating the offender's entire lineage. In Zhao, even the Bureau could not intrude upon a library without just cause. Wang Yang's exceptional aptitude for learning was not merely due to intelligence or memory, but also the result of diligent practice. He discovered that while practicing martial arts, if he read in that space, even the stone statues would accompany him in reading. One reading equated to 100, and by the end of the day, he would manage to read each text at least 100 times, amounting to 10,000 readings, making it nearly impossible for him to forget. Thus, each day, Wang Yang could memorize 1 or 2 books verbatim. As Mr. G stated, read a book 100 times, and its meaning will become apparent. Some truths buried within text cannot be grasped solely through intellect. Only through thorough familiarity can one achieve true understanding. Another 6 months passed. Under Mr. G's recommendation, Wang Yang participated in the Tongxing examination and, as expected, claimed the top position, becoming a Xiuzai. With a year remaining until the provincial examination, Mr. G penned a letter of recommendation for Wang Yang to study at the Grand Academy in the provincial capital alongside esteemed scholars. However, before departing, Wang Yang decided to address a pressing matter. A day later, Wang Yang arrived at the Lu residence in Juchuan town. Upon opening the secret chamber, he found it utterly empty. There was nothing in the coffin. Had Huzi not managed to reach this place? Wang Yang's heart sank instantly. At that time, Huzi was already quite weak, and given the distance to Juchuan town, an ominous premonition crept into Wang Yang's mind. A day later, in Huzi's hometown, Huzi's village, named Xiao Village, was flanked by the Xiao River. Even the idyllic Straw Hat Village had been affected by the ravages of war, let alone Xiao Village. In Xiao Village, those who were strong had already fled, leaving only the elderly and infirm. This was not merely a reflection of a few villages, but of the entire Zhao Kingdom. When there is prosperity, the common folk suffer. When there is decline, the common folk suffer. In both prosperity and decline, the common folk suffer even more. Wang Yang entered the village and inquired about Wang Hu's residence. Huzi's full name was Wang Hu. Sharing the same surname as Wang Yang, they were kin. Wang Yang first approached an elderly woman, but she hesitated and offered no response. He then inquired of an old man, who similarly spoke in vague terms. Wang Yang felt a foreboding sensation rising within him. He quickly followed his memory and began searching the village. Huzi was quite loquacious and had once told him that their home was located in the northeast corner of the village, featuring a flower bed he had built himself, filled with various plants, a reflection of his aspirations for a beautiful life. Wang Yang scoured the northeast corner, visiting house after house. After around 12 attempts with no success, he arrived at the last residence. The yard was meticulously maintained, the stone wall only a man's height, and the ground was paved with stones. Finally, he beheld a delicate flower bed adorned with numerous small bonsai. A smile crept onto Wang Yang's lips. Huzi had boasted of his craftsmanship, stating that, having lost his father early and with his mother frequently ill, he was responsible for maintaining the household. Initially, Wang Yang had doubted this, but upon seeing the yard, he believed it. A person capable of keeping their dwelling in such order must possess a profound understanding of life. Huzi had once expressed his desire to gather stones from the mountain to build a grand house, marry a robust woman, and have children. Satisfied if he could take them out to explore the world. Wang Hu and Wang Yang shared similar aspirations. Neither had grandiose demands, simply an appreciation for contentment. Suddenly, Wang Yang was struck by a vision of Huzi standing before him, laughing and pulling him toward his home, showing him this and that, culminating in a feast laid out on a table made of bluestone in the flower bed. What a splendid scene it would be if Huzi were alive. The gate was ajar. Wang Yang inhaled deeply, rubbed his stiff face, and revealed a long-lost smile as he walked inside. "Is Annie here?" he called softly as he stepped in. Huzi was his first friend, and he had promised to treat Huzi's mother as his own. The yard was quiet, with no response. The door to the house was also open, so Wang Yang entered without hesitation. Upon entering, his expression changed dramatically. Inside lay a wooden bed, upon which rested a woman whose skin clung tightly to her bones. She was indeed emaciated, almost skeletal. In some areas, bones protruded through the skin. Wang Yang rushed to the bedside, checking for breath. "Auntie, Auntie." He gently shook Huzi's mother. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her mouth moving weakly, though she seemed unable to form coherent words. By observing her lips, Wang Yang discerned she was uttering the words son and hungry. His eyes narrowed in immediate concern. Huzi had once told him of his relentless efforts to cultivate sustenance, storing ample provisions. This was why, even when captured by the Carp Gang, he had not worried about his mother's hunger. Their stores could sustain her for 5 years. Yet now, Huzi's mother was clearly famished. Wang Yang had noticed the soot-covered stove, indicating it had not been lit in months. Where were Huzi's provisions? He searched the house thoroughly, but found not a single grain. In a hurry, he retrieved some of his own rations, crushed them into powder, and began to prepare a thin porridge, as Huzi's mother was far too weak to consume anything substantial. Soon, the fire blazed, and the rice was added to the pot, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Wang Yang ladled the bowl and hurried to feed it to Huzi's mother. However, he soon realized that she had ceased to breathe. Huzi's mother had not eaten for an extended period, clinging to life by sheer will, waiting for one last glimpse of her son. In her final moments, she mistook Wang Yang for Huzi. Upon seeing her son, that lingering willpower vanished, and she departed from the world. Huzi's longing was for his mother. And Huzi's mother's final yearning was to see her son. As family came near, the obsession faded. "Auntie, forgive me, I have come too late." Wang Yang wept bitterly, tears streaming down like rain. He had originally intended to care for Huzi's mother as if she were his own, ensuring her comfort in her twilight years. Alas, reality proved to be so merciless. Just then, a clamor arose outside the courtyard, followed by a throng of elders rushing in. In an instant, the remaining porridge in the pot was plundered by the ravenous crowd. Witnessing this, Wang Yang was instantly enlightened. The provisions Huzi had prepared for his mother had been seized by these very elders. An inexplicable fury surged within Wang Yang's breast. These elders were nothing more than parasitic leeches. Wang Yang had always revered the elderly, but these individuals were unworthy of the title of human. His eyes blazing with wrath. Wang Yang's teeth seemed to grind to dust as his face contorted in a mask of rage. He kicked up the blade with his foot, brandishing it as he pursued them with a ferocious countenance. Thwack! With a single stroke, Wang Yang cleaved a senior's head, severing it halfway, the eyes still wide open. Wang Yang had employed the blunt side of the blade, rather than the edge. The elders, utterly terrified, scattered in all directions. But how could they possibly outrun him? Wang Yang, devoid of any spiritual energy and moving at a measured pace, watched as the brutes fled before him, slowly giving chase like a mere mortal. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. Wang Yang pursued them, hacking from one end of the village to the other, and then back again. In that moment, blood and mangled flesh flew in unison, while the alleyways mirrored the hues of the setting sun. That night, a fire erupted in Shower Village for no apparent reason. Within the conflagration, there were tormented spirits howling, and individuals struggling in vain. Wang Yang discovered a site of exceptional feng shui and interred Huzi's mother there. He erected a tombstone, inscribing it with the names Sun Wang Hu and Sun Wang Yang. This was the sole act Wang Yang could perform for Huzi and his mother. Wang Yang remained by the grave for a day and a night before departing from Shower Village. He, Wang Yang, had failed his dear brother. He, Wang Yang, had not fulfilled his promise. Upon leaving Shower Village, Wang Yang was bereft of his spirit, like a walking corpse. The tragedy of Huzi and his mother had dealt him a severe blow. Despite life's adversities, Huzi had remained optimistic. Huzi was eagerly anticipating his return home to care for his mother, while his mother awaited her son's homecoming. In the end, neither awaited the other. He had never imagined that humans could descend to such depths, becoming more depraved than beasts. Why is it that good people are not rewarded? The mortal realm is akin to a prison, haunted by demons. Wang Yang yearned to know who governed this realm. He wandered aimlessly until he entered a tavern. Ale, barkeep. This was Wang Yang's first experience with alcohol. He drank until the late hours of the night before departing. Leaving the tavern, Wang Yang continued to roam like a wandering ghost, eventually collapsing to the ground. Before long, a torrential downpour ensued. The rain roused Wang Yang, yet it seemed to have no effect on him. He rose to his feet once more, trudging through the rain, step by step. He reached the outskirts of the town and stumbled upon a dilapidated temple. Does anyone know the suffering of the human world? Gazing at the deities within the temple, who looked down upon all living beings, Wang Yang erupted in mad laughter. To hell with your bloodline. Wang Yang tore down the door panels and smashed the idols to smithereens. Chapter 14. The Way of Heaven. Did you hear? The river pirates were wiped out yesterday. The river pirates, mind you. Rumor has it they had 2 Chi refinement stage 2 martial artists. And yet, they were uprooted without a sound. I wonder who's responsible. Who cares who did it? As long as the river pirates are gone. Those thugs didn't just rob travelers. They also increased our protection fees by 30%. What we earned wasn't even enough to fill their coffers. This must be the magistrates doing. Who else would have such power? First the Wild Dog Gang 10 days ago, and now the River Pirates. Add to that the Serpent Gang from before, and all the major gangs in Gemstone County have been annihilated. Several merchants were conversing at a tea stall. The joy on their faces revealed their excellent mood. It turned out that many significant events had recently occurred in Gemstone County. The local bullies who oppressed the villagers were all killed, and the wicked gangs were eliminated. Gemstone County, once a place of constant anxiety, had suddenly become tranquil, returning to its state before the turmoil. People could go out without fear, and agricultural production had resumed. Gemstone Town was gradually recovering its vitality. Some people from other counties, having heard of the events in Gemstone County, had even begun to move in. The bustling Gemstone County showed signs of revival. Officer Lee, you've truly done a great service to Gemstone County. At that moment, a burly constable walked into the tea stall with 4 deputies. Seeing the constables, the merchants immediately stood up, showering them with praise. Mr. Chin, punishing the wicked and eradicating evil is our duty, and benefiting the community is our goal. We will increase patrols to make Gemstone County even more stable, said Officer Lee, whose name was Leon, the only constable in Gemstone County. These humble gifts are a token of our appreciation. This is from all of us to show our respect. Some merchants pooled some silver for Officer Lee. Officer Lee, with his head held high, resolutely refused the silver, as the court forbade accepting money from the people, while Officer Lee steadfastly declined. One of the deputies quickly reached out and took the money back. After chatting with the merchants for a while, Officer Lee led the 4 deputies into an alley. Nephew, hurry up and count how much money there is, Officer Lee said, his upright demeanor vanishing, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the money bag. Uncle, there are 10 taels of silver in total. The nephew replied, his face also filled with joy. 10 taels of silver was no small sum. A constable only earned 2 taels of silver a month. These 10 taels were equivalent to half a year's salary. Uncle, who do you think was ruthless enough to wipe out 3 major gangs in one fell swoop? Those gangs all had martial artists. This person must be incredibly strong, right? The nephew asked Officer Lee, his face full of doubt. Who cares who it is? Now that the people of Gemstone County believe that we eliminated the 3 evils, then we did it. Our prestige is soaring, and the people's tributes are increasing. Isn't that wonderful? Officer Lee picked up a silver ingot, bit it hard, and revealed a satisfied expression. Uncle is right. How did I not think of that? The nephew quickly flattered. Officer Lee then took out 15 copper coins and distributed them to the 3 deputies. Wang Yang, you're new here, so you won't get any this time. If you perform well, you'll get a share next time, Officer Lee said to the youngest deputy. Officer Lee, I will definitely perform well, the young deputy said expressionlessly. Afterward, the group resumed their patrol. The young deputy was Wang Yang. Wang Yang knew that if the Carp Gang hadn't captured Hu Zi, then the mother and son might not have died. Those bullies who oppressed the people were the most hateful. Therefore, Wang Yang, still burning with anger, had eliminated all the heinous villains in Gemstone County. When he was young, he had heard many stories. In those stories, knights always traveled the world with their swords, righting injustices. He wanted to be a knight too. So Wang Yang secured a position as a constable. In Wang Yang's view, there was no better way to punish the wicked and eradicate evil than to be a constable. In times of turmoil, being a constable had become a high-risk profession. And with the low salary, no one wanted to do it. Therefore, when Wang Yang applied, the magistrate immediately approved it. Wang Yang's life now consisted of patrolling once a day and spending the rest of his time reading and practicing martial arts. With the brick, Wang Yang's progress was rapid. He had read thousands of books and learned 7 or 8 martial arts. If there were no wars, if the people lived in peace and contentment, if there were no killings or fights, and if everyone had enough to eat, that would be a golden age. Since Wang Yang had eliminated the local thugs in Gemstone County, the county had become increasingly prosperous. More and more people came to Gemstone County. With the population increase, all industries recovered. In this chaotic world, Gemstone County had become a haven of tranquility. Your Honor, you must seek justice for me. One day, Wang Yang had just left the county government when a woman knelt on the ground, pleading. What happened? Wang Yang quickly helped the woman up and asked. The woman then recounted her grievances. It turned out that the stability of Gemstone County had only lasted for 2 months. From the 3rd month onward, a group of bandits had been stationed outside the county, engaging in arson and looting. These bandits were ruthless, slaughtering everyone they robbed, leaving no one alive. The woman's husband had not returned since leaving the city, so she had come to report it. There are bandits again? How did I not know? Wang Yang frowned. He had not heard any news about bandits recently. Your Honor, those bandits are ruthless. They threatened to slaughter the entire family of anyone who dared to report them. So everyone was afraid to speak out. But now, I'm the only one left in my family, and I'm not afraid of anything. Please, Your Honor, seek justice for me. The woman cried bitterly. Wang Yang helped the woman up, took her hand, and turned back into the county government. Arriving at the county government, Wang Yang found Officer Li and several deputies there. Wang Yang, you've come at the right time. There's something I need you to do. Wang Yang had intended to tell the magistrate about the bandits outside the city and inquire about it, but before he could speak, Officer Li stopped him. A group of bandits has appeared outside the city. They have kidnapped Mr. Wu and are demanding 5,000 taels. The money must be delivered to the land god temple outside the city before sunset, or they will kill him. They demand that the constable with the lowest cultivation deliver it. You haven't been here long, and your cultivation is the lowest, so go quickly. The magistrate handed the prepared silver notes to Wang Yang. Wang Yang had not expected that even after killing so many people, he had not deterred these bandits. They had become so brazen. It was truly outrageous. Wang Yang could only go there first and then eliminate the bandits that night. Taking the silver notes, Wang Yang quickly arrived at the land god temple. Chapter 15. Requiem in the Temple of the Land God. A burly masked bandit awaited. While Wu Yuanwei lay on the ground, Wang Yang checked Wu Yuanwei's breath and confirmed he was alive, albeit unconscious from the blows he had received. Wang Yang placed the banknotes down, and the bandit instructed him to hastily carry Wu Yuanwei away. The situation unfolded smoothly. Had it been another constable, they might have departed without a second thought. However, today it was Wang Yang who had come. Have you recently taken a life? Wang Yang's inquiry momentarily stunned the bandit. What concern is that of a mere constable? Now that the matter is settled, you should be on your way. Do you intend to remain here to face my wrath? The bandit was unreserved, brandishing his steel knife menacingly. Why must one resort to murder? Wang Yang stood resolutely, his expression devoid of emotion, only feeling an encroaching chill. Are you attempting to play the role of a chivalrous hero? Do you possess the capability? You are courting death. The bandit, incensed, leaped to his feet and swung his knife at Wang Yang. This bandit, merely at the first level of chi refinement, posed no challenge to Wang Yang, who could easily crush him like an ant. Wang Yang extended 2 fingers and effortlessly pinched the bandit's steel blade. This action utterly bewildered the bandit. Attempting to withdraw his blade for another strike, he found Wang Yang would not grant him the opportunity. With a light flick of his fingers, the steel knife shattered. Then, with a powerful kick, Wang Yang struck the bandit squarely in the abdomen. The force was tremendous, bending the bandit into a shrimp-like contortion, his eyes bulging in agony. The blow caused him to expel a mixture of blood and bile, shrieking in torment. Wang Yang harbored deep-seated hatred for these bandits, feeling no trace of compassion. He lifted his foot once more, aiming to stomp down on the bandit's neck. This strike would undoubtedly result in a broken neck. Brother Wang, hold on. I am also of the Yamen. At that moment, the bandit unexpectedly exclaimed. Initially, Wang Yang disregarded him, but upon hearing the bandit claim affiliation with the Yamen, he paused in surprise. The bandit removed the black cloth from his face, revealing a familiar visage. Zhang San, the personal bodyguard of the county magistrate. You consume the emperor's rations. Yet, as an official, you fail to protect the common folk. Why do you violate the law and commit acts of violence against the innocent? Wang Yang's gaze turned fierce, his eyes ablaze with wrath. To eat the emperor's food while engaging in robbery is unforgivable. The urge to kill surged within Wang Yang. Brother Wang, this is not of my own volition. It was the magistrate's command. Wang Yang, typically a man of few words and amiable disposition, had never displayed anger before Zhang San. Yet today, Zhang San witnessed a different Wang Yang, his murderous aura palpable, overpowering, and suffocating. Furrowing his brow, Wang Yang demanded, "Do not speak nonsense." The magistrate, as a father figure to the people, tirelessly attends to trivial matters. How could he possibly orchestrate such deeds? Wang Yang had always viewed the magistrate as a benevolent official, diligent and caring for the populace. In truth, the magistrate labored tirelessly, his face often etched with worry, a sentiment Wang Yang had keenly perceived. What you do not know, Brother Wang, is that the magistrate, to gain promotion, must navigate through a web of connections, which requires substantial funds. In these chaotic times, local gentry and wealthy families pay hefty sums for the protection of the Yamen. However, as the security of Baoshan County improved, these affluent individuals sought to minimize their contributions, some even refusing to pay. To intimidate them, the magistrate devised a plan for me to masquerade as a bandit, to kill a few and capture some wealthy individuals as a warning. Zhang San hastily revealed the truth to save his own life. Upon hearing Zhang San's confession, Wang Yang's perception was shattered. The seemingly harmless magistrate concealed such a sinister nature, even deceiving him. The protector of the county had extended his blade toward innocent citizens for personal gain. Such a man was far more despicable than any bandit. The face of man was less trustworthy than that of a tree. Wang Yang's anger escalated, and with a swift kick, he snapped Zhang San's neck. The head flew off, colliding with the wall before coming to a stop. After dispatching Zhang San, Wang Yang disposed of his body in a mass grave and carried Wu Yuanwei away from the temple, returning to the yamen. Wang Yang fabricated a tale for Captain Zhao, claiming the bandits had accepted the money and departed. In the dead of night, clad in dark attire, Wang Yang stealthily infiltrated the magistrate's residence. "Sir, do you think something has happened to Zhang San? What could possibly befall him? He is a martial artist of the second level of qi refinement. Could he have absconded with the funds?" The magistrate expressed concern. "Zhang San has served me for many years, having taken at least 20 lives without error. I have compensated him handsomely. He would not betray me. Perhaps he has encountered some delay?" As Wang Yang listened to the magistrate's dialogue, his heart grew colder than winter. He kicked open the door, charging in with ferocity, seizing the magistrate by the throat. With a forceful twist, a sickening crack echoed as the magistrate's head was wrenched from his body. The woman beside him, whom Wang Yang had initially intended to spare, fell victim to his rising fury. Without hesitation, he shattered her skull, blood and flesh exploding in a gruesome display. After eliminating the magistrate and his wife, Wang Yang swiftly retreated. The following day, news of the magistrate's sudden demise spread rapidly. The citizens of Baoshan County, upon learning of the tragedy, wept bitterly. Lamenting the fate of the good man, they cursed the slayer of the magistrate, wishing him a wretched end. Observing this, Wang Yang could only shake his head in resignation. Though the magistrate had perished, the resurgence of banditry served as a stark reminder to the people of Baoshan Town that peace was a fragile illusion. Even as one group of bandits was eradicated, another would inevitably rise. Merchants once again offered greater sums to Captain Zhao, their contributions increasing. 10 days later, the court dispatched a new magistrate. Rumor had it he was a young scholar. Upon assuming office, the youthful magistrate diligently engaged in administrative affairs, earning widespread acclaim from the populace. However, this golden era was short-lived, as the young magistrate soon imposed a plethora of oppressive taxes, provoking public outcry. One day, as the young magistrate concluded his inspection, he was struck down by a single blow from a young man. Subsequently, the court sent yet another magistrate. This new magistrate, an experienced elder, avoided the pitfalls of his predecessors, seemingly uninterested in wealth. However, he soon began conscripting soldiers. In the wake of years of warfare, the ranks had dwindled. Baoshan Town was not lacking in manpower. Within a month, the elder magistrate had gathered sufficient troops, but his methods were far from ordinary, resorting to violence. Consequently, several citizens lost their lives. Upon completion of his task, the elder magistrate was promoted, but on his journey to the provincial city, he too met his demise at the hands of a young assailant. Wang Yang had spent 3 years in this place, witnessing the deaths of 3 magistrates. 10 days later, he resigned from his position as constable, dedicating himself to martial arts and scholarly pursuits. This world was utterly corrupt. Wang Yang's spirit had dimmed. He understood that such a human realm could not be salvaged by a single individual. A year later, as he prepared to attend the provincial examination, he returned to Straw Hat Village. On this visit, he harbored 2 intentions. The first was to ascertain whether his elder brother had returned. Of course, Wang Yang held no great hope. It was merely a way to satisfy his lingering curiosity. Upon reaching Straw Hat Village, he found, as expected, that his brother Wang Yin was absent. Wang Yang understood in his heart that his brother might never return. Wang Yang retraced his steps to the familiar vista of Xiaoguan. He stood there, his gaze sweeping over the scene. A dwelling, it seemed, required habitation to sustain its vitality. After 2 years of desolation, Xiaoguan had deteriorated into a state of disrepair, scarcely resembling its former self, save for the plaque that clung precariously to the crumbling, yet stubbornly standing, earthen wall. Perched atop the mountain, Wang Yang's gaze extended into the distance. The plumes of smoke from Chaomao village had dwindled, a testament to the passage of time. In the intervening years, the village had suffered losses, with many succumbing to the throes of death, while others had sought refuge elsewhere. This mortal realm. Wang Yang sighed, a melancholic breath escaping his lips. Perhaps, he mused, he would never grace this place with his presence again. Mounting his steed, Wang Yang spurred it into a gallop, embarking on a journey towards the provincial capital, where the imperial examination awaited. Chapter 16. Seeking spiritual medicine after a 10-day journey. Wang Yang finally arrived in the provincial capital to participate in the provincial examination. In the examination hall, he completed his answer sheet in less than half an hour. The examiner, noticing Wang Yang deep in thought, questioned, "Have you really finished?" The examiner clearly did not believe him and picked up Wang Yang's paper to read it carefully. After reading a few lines, the examiner's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly left. Shortly thereafter, another person entered the examination hall. Wang Yang was taken aback upon recognizing him. It was the chief examiner of this imperial examination, the very teacher who had saved him before. As he entered, Wang Yang had overheard other candidates mention that the chief examiner was a first-rank grand scholar, Ji Lan. The teacher who had once instructed him was, indeed, Ji Lan. Before long, the provincial examination concluded, and after a wait of over 10 days, the results were announced. Wang Yang's name stood out prominently in first place, declared as the top scholar. This session of the imperial examination was a special one, exempting candidates from the usual 3-year wait. After completing the provincial examination, Wang Yang participated in the metropolitan examination the following year. Remarkably, Jilan was again the supervising examiner. As Jilan stated, he had come specifically to observe Wang Yang's performance. Predictably, Wang Yang finished his answers in less than half an hour once more. Jilan stood right beside him, never leaving his side, with the entire assembly focused on Wang Yang. What an exquisite piece of writing. Truly remarkable. The acclaim for Wang Yang's answers reverberated through the hall. When the results were announced, Wang Yang again secured first place, earning the title of the top candidate in the metropolitan examination. Achieving 2 top honors had already gained Wang Yang a modest reputation in the Zhao kingdom. In the history of Zhao, only 20 candidates had managed to achieve 2 top honors in the examinations. Many speculated whether Wang Yang might attain the highest honor of all. Securing 3 top honors was a remarkable occurrence, having only happened 10 times in Zhao's history. Among the literati, competition was fierce, with many candidates believing their talents could surpass Wang Yang's. In a bid to overshadow him, candidates across Zhao were diligently studying. They even concocted a rationale. The gentry should not associate with mere mountain folk. At this juncture, Wang Yang encountered a dilemma. He was confident in his ability to pass the Jinshi examination, which was 6 months away, and thus chose not to waste time studying further. Instead, he focused on his cultivation. Uncertain of his brother's whereabouts, he suspected it was related to the Astronomical Bureau. The Bureau exuded an aura of mystery. And should a conflict arise, his current level of cultivation would be insufficient to cope. Having spent over 2 years at the 3rd level of qi refining, he had diligently practiced yet reaped few rewards. According to the teachings of the carp skill, cultivating spiritual energy largely depended on absorbing external spiritual qi. Yet Wang Yang felt that the spiritual energy in this realm was exceedingly sparse. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the spiritual energy in Zhao was moving in a singular direction, toward the imperial city. Wang Yang marveled at the force capable of drawing the entire kingdom's spiritual energy. Under such a powerful pull, he found it nearly impossible to absorb enough energy. Absent this overwhelming force, he might have already advanced to the 4th level of qi refining with his innate talent. Faced with an impasse, Wang Yang resolved to seek alternative paths. Apart from the natural spiritual energy, there existed another method to enhance one's cultivation through the use of spiritual herbs or elixirs. The most fundamental among them was the vitality pill, also known as the spiritual qi pill. Although Zhao had prohibited immortality, there were always unregulated markets where such pills could be procured, with the most notable being the Return Wolf Valley. While this avenue presented a possibility, it remained exceedingly challenging for Wang Yang. A single spiritual qi pill was exorbitantly priced at no less than 3,000 taels of silver. Wang Yang possessed no wealth beyond what he had saved from a previous encounter with a certain Wu Yuan Wei, along with a modest sum gifted by dignitaries after his recent successes. After careful consideration, Wang Yang calculated that he had approximately 20,000 taels of silver. At first glance, this sum appeared substantial. However, in the context of purchasing spiritual qi pills, it was but a drop in the bucket. After setting aside essentials for living, Wang Yang cautiously ventured to Return Wolf Valley, spending over 10,000 taels to purchase a total of 6 spiritual qi pills. After consuming the pills, Wang Yang, who had initially felt elated, soon found himself in despair. His cultivation had barely increased by 1/10 or 1/12 after consuming all 6 pills. Could it be due to a lack of innate talent? Now devoid of funds, the prospect of further enhancing his cultivation through pills seemed bleak. With no other option, Wang Yang turned his attention to gathering spiritual herbs for self-consumption. Zhao's stringent prohibitions against immortality were formidable, according to some practitioners. Merely traveling within Zhao would soon attract the attention of the Astronomical Bureau. Consequently, most practitioners chose to hide away and cultivate, making the collection of wild herbs a rare endeavor. Due to his ability to conceal his cultivation with a broken bowl, Wang Yang found it easier to navigate compared to other practitioners. One day, he arrived at a mountain named Split Skin Mountain in the town of Boshanten. Spiritual herbs over 10 years old yielded diminishing effects for him. He sought to collect herbs of even greater age, and Split Skin Mountain was likely to harbor such treasures. Outside many mountains in Zhao, soldiers of the Astronomical Bureau were stationed, purportedly guarding the spiritual herbs and preventing outsiders from entering the mountains. Among these mountains, Split Skin Mountain had the weakest defenses. To minimize complications, Wang Yang donned a black robe. This robe had been obtained after defeating a captain of the Astronomical Bureau, and he also carried an insignia from the Bureau. As anticipated, upon seeing Wang Yang in the black robe, particularly the insignia, the soldiers immediately adopted a deferential demeanor, even daring not to meet his gaze. Thus, Wang Yang strode confidently into the mountains. Once inside, he discovered that the spiritual energy in this area was at least twice as dense as outside. Although this energy was still being drawn toward the imperial city, it replenished quickly, and Wang Yang noticed that it seemed to emanate from a specific direction. Could this be what they referred to as a spiritual spring? While purchasing herbs, he had heard tales of certain locations where spiritual energy gushed forth like spring water, known as spiritual springs. Following the source of the spiritual energy, Wang Yang ventured deeper into the mountains until he arrived at a pool of water. The pool bubbled with effervescence, and within those bubbles lay rich spiritual energy. Upon careful examination, he discerned that the energy within the bubbles was at least 3 times more concentrated than that found outside. Most importantly, in the pool, 10 red lotus flowers bloomed, each over 15 years old. Such a rarity, with the potency of a single flower equivalent to that of 20 10-year-old herbs. Wang Yang was exhilarated. With this herbal treasure and the spiritual spring, he would undoubtedly ascend to the 4th level of qi refining. Just as Wang Yang prepared to immerse himself in the spiritual spring, he suddenly halted. He extended his consciousness and sensed the surroundings carefully, although he detected no immediate presence. An instinct told him that someone might be nearby. This was a sensation, a kind of intuition. Since cultivating the blood-boiling demon technique, his senses had sharpened significantly. Wang Yang lay still, waiting in silence. He remained in this position for an entire month, during which nothing stirred in the vicinity. Had his intuition been mistaken? If someone were indeed present, they would not wait a month to confront him. Just as Wang Yang stood up and took a few steps, he suddenly felt a wave of murderous intent lock onto him, surging forth. Chapter 17. The Great Struggle. Sensing the malevolent aura, Wang Yang swiftly leapt away. Yet, the threat loomed perilously close. In the very moment he jumped, a dagger ominously materialized at his throat. In a desperate bid for survival, Wang Yang propelled himself backward, narrowly escaping a fatal cut to his throat, thus preserving his life by mere chance. Had the dagger been a fraction swifter, he would have met his end in that instant. With trepidation, Wang Yang scrutinized his surroundings. This assailant exhibited a patience that rivaled his own. Having waited a month for the perfect opportunity to strike, the assassin's skills were unparalleled, his movements so elusive that Wang Yang could scarcely perceive his entire form. Who was this person? A chill of dread coursed through Wang Yang's veins. Had he not possessed an acute sense of danger, he would surely have perished. Once more, he extended his awareness, yet he failed to detect any human presence nearby. The most terrifying aspect of peril is not the knowledge of its existence, but rather the uncertainty of its origin. Wang Yang had not even glimpsed what had grazed him. All he had seen was a dagger and a few fingers, too swift. He speculated that this might be a master of stealth, perhaps an assassin from the Qingtian Bureau had returned. Wang Yang concentrated, employing his ability to manipulate objects, summoning the surrounding grasses and shrubs to hover evenly in the air. He remained vigilant, attuned to every subtle movement around him. These plants became his ears. Any intruder attempting to approach would inevitably disturb them, alerting him. For the next incense stick's worth of time, the area remained eerily still. Wang Yang understood that the assailant was undoubtedly still nearby, biding his time. To ambush him was a grave error. Revenge would be his. Prolonging this stalemate was futile, and an idea sparked in Wang Yang's mind. The assassin awaited a flaw in his defenses. Perhaps he could feign one to lure him out. With a slight motion of his stiffened neck, Wang Yang initiated his ruse. As anticipated, the moment he moved, he detected a faint shift in the air. A sardonic smile crept across his face as he pinpointed the source of the disturbance and abruptly propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful kick in that direction. A resounding thud echoed as his foot connected, followed by the cracking of branches. After the strike, he glimpsed a blurred figure and then the spurt of blood from the assailant. Cursed dog, your senses are sharp, but your strength matches, Wang Yang thought, relishing the irony. The figure, having been struck, emitted a series of anguished cries. Listening to the assassin's heart-wrenching wails, Wang Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. He had come to recognize the terrifying potency of the fiery blood demonic technique, which he had diligently practiced over the past 2 years. This technique, a form of body refinement, augmented one's vitality and physical strength, enhancing aspects such as power, speed, endurance, and even perception. A typical third-tier qi refinement practitioner might possess a maximum strength of 500 pounds. However, he boasted 800. His heightened awareness of the assassin's presence stemmed from this very training, significantly amplifying his senses. Though he had wounded the assassin, Wang Yang was astonished to find that the figure had once again mysteriously vanished. Too swift, he felt no indication of movement, as if the assassin had become invisible. Wang Yang realized that if the assassin chose not to reveal himself, he would be left with no recourse. He resolved to take a risk. With renewed determination, he feigned another vulnerability to entice the assassin into action. This time, however, he refrained from retaliating, relying instead on his keen perception to ensure that the assassin's lethal strikes narrowly missed vital areas. Thus, the cycle continued. Wang Yang endured over a dozen deep wounds, blood pouring from his body. To catch a great fish, one must brave the storm. Although Wang Yang felt immense frustration, he had achieved his objective. Having been attacked multiple times, he now lay drenched in blood. Through these encounters, he discerned a pattern. The assassin always emerged from behind a tree. Could it be that he utilized the trees to conceal his form? If his hypothesis was correct, the next location of the assassin should be directly behind him, as that tree was the closest. With this thought, Wang Yang executed a swift maneuver, kicking forcefully at the tree's direction. "Curse you!" he exclaimed as pain coursed through him from the impact. You truly are cunning. The kick struck the figure, drawing forth another round of curses. The assassin, once again hit, retreated into the trees. But Wang Yang did not relent. He leapt forward, moving like lightning, and severed the surrounding trees in a frenzy. Come forth. Having cleared the area, a space devoid of cover remained, save for the tree into which the assassin had vanished. Wang Yang fixed his gaze upon it, but after 10 breaths, silence prevailed. Refusing to emerge, are you? Then I shall set this tree ablaze, he declared, producing a fire starter. Wang Yang was certain the assassin lay concealed within. Incinerating the tree would leave him with nowhere to hide. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and a surge of spiritual energy emanated from the tree, revealing a figure. To his astonishment, it was a boy who appeared no older than 13 or 14, a 4th-tier Qi refinement practitioner. The boy was petite and frail, even more so than Wang Yang. Yet his eyes shone with remarkable vitality. At such a young age to have reached the 4th tier of Qi refinement. Why have you struck so ruthlessly when we bear no enmity? Wang Yang inquired, wiping the blood from his face, his gaze filled with menace. This encounter marked his most grievous experience since leaving the village. Even against the assassins of the Qingtian Bureau, he had not suffered such a devastating blow. People die facing the heavens. You accursed dog of the Qingtian Bureau, do as you will. The boy retorted defiantly, puffing out his chest with an air of disdain. Hearing the boy's words, Wang Yang scoffed. You, a mere child, speak of facing the heavens? What nonsense. If I do not kill you, you may leave. The boy looked bewildered. You are not one of the old dogs from the Qingtian Bureau? Then why are you clad in their garb? Wang Yang shook his head. The Qingtian Bureau is also my enemy. If I were one of them, would I have spared you until now? You would have been dealt with long ago. You too are a victim of that old dog from the Qingtian Bureau? The boy's interest piqued. He lowered his head and gazed up with wide eyes, questioning further. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Yang conceded the truth in the boy's words and nodded. Speak, what grievance do you hold against that old dog? How many lives has he claimed from your family? Are you also exceptionally gifted? What special abilities do you possess? The boy bombarded him with questions in rapid succession. Upon hearing these inquiries, Wang Yang's expression turned grave, deep in thought. Who do you refer to as that old dog from the Qingtian Bureau? The head of the Qingtian Bureau, the Bureau Master, a beast who specializes in murder, simply known as the old dog. What does he look like? Wang Yang asked intently. He has a large nose and small eyes. The boy's description sent a jolt through Wang Yang. Although succinct, those features were all too familiar. Chapter 18. Wang Dazhu. Wang Yang was all too familiar with these features. The elderly man bearing this visage was none other than Wang Dazhu. Wang Dazhu had aided him in vanquishing malevolent spirits, and Wang Yang had always held deep gratitude towards him, even considering him as his own grandfather. However, ever since that enigmatic woman had appeared and spoken of Wang Dazhu attempting to seize his lineage, Wang Yang's perspective began to shift. Although he no longer felt indebted to Wang Dazhu, he found it hard to believe that Wang Dazhu could be such a ruthless killer. The world was vast and full of wonders. Perhaps there existed someone who merely resembled Wang Dazhu? Could an elderly man truly wield such power over the Zhao Kingdom? Surely. There had been a misunderstanding, Wang Yang mused. You say the overseer murdered your family? Why would he do such a thing? Despite his skepticism, he was nonetheless curious to learn more. The young boy, with his hands clasped behind his back, pondered for a considerable time, as if grappling with some unspoken truth. Speak quickly. If you don't, I shall end you. Wang Yang feigned a fierce expression, determined to uncover the truth. The boy, startled by Wang Yang's sudden shift in demeanor, found himself utterly powerless against the might of the youth before him, who, despite only being at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, easily subdued him. Reluctantly, he divulged. He seeks my bloodline. The boy then recounted his tale in detail. His name was Tong Lu, a 13-year-old practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement. According to his parents, the Tong family had once been a formidable clan of practitioners many years ago, though their bloodline had rapidly withered and diminished. By Tong Lu's generation, the lineage had dwindled to a single descendant, and the family was on the brink of extinction. Fortunately, a miraculous turn of events occurred upon his birth. His bloodline revived astonishingly, its potency nearing that of their ancestors, granting him the opportunity to cultivate once more. However, living under the oppressive regime of the Zhao Kingdom, where cultivation was forbidden, left Tong Lu's parents in a precarious situation. The peril of being captured by the overseer for practicing cultivation loomed large, with the inevitable consequence being death. Conversely, refraining from cultivation in such tumultuous times could just as easily lead to their demise. Ultimately, his parents resolved to let Tong Lu tread the path of cultivation anew. Yet another dilemma arose, as most of the cultivation methods their family once possessed had been lost. The Zhao Kingdom's prohibition against cultivation had led to widespread book burnings, leaving them without a single method to practice. Eventually, a teacher surnamed Ji passed by the Tong residence and gifted Tong Lu a basic Qi refinement technique, allowing him to resume his training. Though it was merely a foundational method, Tong Lu's bloodline was exceptionally potent, enabling him to create notable disturbances even in the Zhao Kingdom's thin spiritual atmosphere. Consequently, his parents imposed a restriction, allowing him only to practice for the duration of a single incense stick each night. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang's face contorted with disdain. He had toiled endlessly to reach the third level of qi refinement, while Tong Lu, with merely an incense stick's worth of practice, had already surpassed him. The disparity between their talents was infuriating. Despite Tong Lu's efforts to cultivate discreetly, he inevitably attracted the attention of the overseer. A year prior, the overseer and a retinue had descended upon them, intent on seizing Tong Lu's bloodline. Living in a realm where cultivation was forbidden, Tong Lu's parents had perhaps foreseen the day of exposure, preparing an escape route by settling their home near the forested mountains. Tong Lu's bloodline, known as the Wood Spirit bloodline, endowed him with the innate ability to conceal himself among trees. Using this power, he managed to evade capture. After his escape, Tong Lu began to exact revenge on the overseer's practitioners, claiming the lives of over 100 within a year. Now, he had lost interest in targeting ordinary soldiers and sought only the higher echelons of the overseer. These high-ranking officials commonly ventured to places like the Cracked Skin Mountain to gather rare medicinal herbs, which is why Tong Lu had set his sights on that location. It was there that he mistook Wang Yang, adorned in the overseer's uniform and wielding their insignia, for a high-ranking official, prompting his desire to eliminate him. Wang Yang seized upon the most significant aspect of Tong Lu's revelation. The overseer only targeted youths with extraordinary bloodlines. In the Zhao Kingdom, any remarkable lineage was subject to plunder and subsequent death. Bloodline? Tong Lu spoke with conviction. It seemed too plausible to be false. A tempest of fury surged within Wang Yang. The woman had claimed Wang Deju sought to seize his bloodline, and now Tong Lu echoed the same sentiment. Yet, Wang Yang pondered, if Wang Daju was indeed after his bloodline, why had he not killed him? If he truly possessed such a lineage, it would have been seized long ago. A cascade of questions echoed in Wang Yang's mind. Wang Yang spent a month atop Cracked Skin Mountain, ascending from the third to the fifth level of qi refinement. This rapid progression was largely due to his plundering of Tong Lu's extraordinary medicinal herbs. With the wood spirit's prowess, Tong Lu had amassed an astonishing collection of herbs, leading him to incessantly berate Wang Yang like a swarming fly. I'll slay you, you beast. Stealing my herbs. Seated before a tree, Tong Lu gripped a tuft of foxtail grass tightly. Wang Yang had initially intended to press onward to the sixth level of qi refinement, but upon reaching the fifth, he found himself unable to absorb any further spiritual energy. Leaving him bewildered, Tong Lu explained that within the Zhao Kingdom, all practitioners were limited to the fifth level of qi refinement due to inherent restrictions in the environment. After hearing this, Wang Yang lay on a slab of blue stone, chewing on the foxtail grass, and stared at the sky for 3 days without eating or drinking. Eventually, Wang Yang hastily departed Cracked Skin Mountain, for the imperial examinations were commencing, and he needed to partake in the palace test. Once again, he completed his examination in nearly half an hour, for his mind was a repository of knowledge. He had heard from Tong Lu that only the top scholar would be granted a position in the overseer, with the assistance of the stone statue that aided his studies. A year of reading was equivalent to a century of learning. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Wang Yang was once again named the top scholar. In the Golden One Hall, after the emperor announced the results, he appointed Wang Yang to serve in the overseer. A young eunuch guided him to the overseer's domain. Within, Wang Yang beheld a figure enveloped in a crimson robe. This was the overseer himself. I pay my respects to the overseer. Wang Yang performed a formal bow. There's no need for such formalities. The overseer's voice was hoarse, akin to a somber autumn dusk, indicating an advanced age. You have achieved the remarkable feat of being the top scholar thrice. Such an occurrence has not been seen in many years. A talent like yours can only realize its utmost potential within the overseer. After meeting with the overseer, Wang Yang received some insignia of his newfound status and returned to the quarters assigned to him. Once inside, he promptly seated himself, furrowing his brow, motionless as if in deep contemplation. This state persisted until the early hours of the morning. The duty of the overseer was to observe the starry skies and forecast events based on historical changes. The celestial transformations since time immemorial had been meticulously recorded in the tomes of the overseer. Currently, the overseer was compiling a celestial book, and Wang Yang's task was to organize the patterns of the Star of Greed, sifting through a vast sea of texts. One could not accomplish this without extraordinary memory and literary prowess. After a day's labor, Wang Yang returned to his chamber, once again falling into a stupor. This condition lingered until the early hours of the morning. Thus, Wang Yang spent his days at the overseer poring over texts, organizing information, and each night returned home to remain in a trance. This cycle continued for an entire month. Over this period, Wang Yang meticulously compiled a celestial book that took shape. On this day, Wang Yang approached the overseer directly. Wang Yang, how is your organization coming along? The watchful overseer inquired of Wang Yang, concealing his true intentions. In response to your query, I have meticulously compiled all the changes of the Greedy Wolf Star over the past millennium, and I have brought it here for your esteemed review, Wang Yang replied, presenting a tome to the overseer. Upon hearing this, the overseer was indeed taken aback. As he perused the book, his astonishment deepened, for it contained a detailed and systematic account of the past transformations of the Greedy Wolf Star. along with predictions for its forthcoming changes. Before long, the overseer had completed his reading. Wang Yang, why do you linger here? Wang Yang maintained a moment of silence before adopting a tone imbued with profound sentiment, declaring, Grandfather Wang, I have sought you with great difficulty. Chapter 19. The contest of wits. The name Grandfather Wang echoed like a thunderclap in the mind of the overseer. The book he held slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground with a thud. In the vast room, one could hear a pin drop. Wang Yang gazed at the overseer, who bowed his head in silence. The atmosphere became intensely quiet, persisting for nearly a quarter of an hour. How did you discover it? The overseer stood up, shedding his voluminous red robe, revealing his true identity. This face was all too familiar to Wang Yang. It was Wang Dazhu. The overseer was none other than Wang Dazhu. The man who held immense power in Zhao was, astonishingly, the unremarkable elder from a small mountain village. Grandfather Wang, is it truly you? Wang Yang's heart swelled with joy as he beheld that familiar visage, tears of happiness streaming down his face. To an outsider, witnessing Wang Yang's expression at that moment would be profoundly moving, a poignant tableau of a loving grandfather and a dutiful grandson. Yet, only the two of them understood the thoughts swirling in their minds. Wang Dazhu was astonished at how Wang Yang had achieved such academic success. Ever since Wang Yang left Chaomao village, Wang Dazhu had been searching for him. He had heard rumors of a young man who excelled in examinations, but instinctively dismissed the idea that it could be Wang Yang, for although Wang Yang enjoyed reading, he had not studied extensively over the past decade. Now, confronted with the reality that the one who excelled was indeed Wang Yang, he was left speechless in disbelief. As for Wang Yang, he pondered the true nature of Wang Dazhu. Was Tong Luo's assertion accurate? Was Wang Dazhu's presence in his life motivated by blood ties? To uncover Wang Dazhu's secret, Wang Yang needed to maintain the facade of a warm reunion, donning the expression of a dutiful child. Wang Dazhu reached out to embrace Wang Yang, but Wang Yang deftly evaded, feigning reproach. Grandfather, do you have any idea how I have fared these years? At that moment, Wang Yang was genuinely wary of close contact with Wang Dazhu, for he had concealed a brick within his trousers, secured tightly to his leg. Any physical interaction might reveal his secret. Well, my child, have we not reunited? Wang Dazhu, noticing Wang Yang's reproachful demeanor, responded with a tender smile. Grandfather, how did you become the overseer? Wang Yang shifted the conversation, grappling with the mystery of how the man he had lived with for nearly a decade had risen to such a position of power in Zhao. This tale is lengthy. Wang Dazhu began. 10 years ago, I was embroiled in a conflict and was grievously injured by a foe. I sought refuge in Chaomao village, where I fortuitously encountered you. Upon discovering the presence of a demon afflicting you, I intervened to exorcise it. I had to leave the village shortly thereafter to attend to pressing matters. And upon my return, you had vanished. As Wang Dazhu recounted his story, Wang Yang's skepticism grew. Still speaking of demons? Enough of this nonsense. Internally, Wang Yang seethed with indignation, questioning the integrity of the elder before him. What absurdity! I shall see how long you maintain this charade. Grandfather, why did you never seek me out? Do you comprehend the worry I endured? Wang Yang feigned a tone of reproach. My child, I did intend to find you. I dispatched someone to Chaomao village, but the villagers informed me that you had departed. I sent my men to search the vicinity for quite some time. Yet they found no trace of you. You are quite the elusive one, and this cannot be laid at my feet, Wang Dazhu replied, chuckling. This time, Wang Dazhu spoke truthfully. Upon his return to Chaomao village, the villagers had indeed told Wang Yang that soldiers had come searching for him shortly after his departure. You have yet to enlighten me. How did you discover my identity? And how did you leave the village? Wang Dazhu inquired. Grandfather, we lived together for a decade, and I know you all too well. Although your voice has changed, your manner of speech, your tone, and your pauses are indelible in my memory. From the very first day, I harbored doubts, which intensified with each subsequent meeting. What ultimately confirmed my suspicions was the scar on your hand, a scar I inflicted upon you with a small knife when I was 6. Today, as I handed you the book, I deliberately approached to see if that scar remained, Wang Yang declared, a hint of pride evident in his voice. Akin to a child boasting to their parents. What a perceptive child, Wang Dazhu commended. I left the village because a teacher named Ji Lan took me away. Wang Yang fabricated a story. Ji Lan, that scholar, is no ordinary man. He is likely a cultivator, Wang Dazhu remarked, a flicker of anger crossing his face at the mention of Ji Lan. Grandfather, my brother has also gone missing. The reason I pursued the imperial examination was to become an official and search for you and my brother, Wang Yang hastily pressed on, revealing his brother Wang Yin's disappearance. Are you referring to Yin? Wang Dazhu's anger dissipated, replaced by a smile as he gazed at Wang Yang. The sight of this expression filled Wang Yang with elation. Grandfather, have you brought my brother here? Wang Yang asked eagerly. Indeed, you are quite clever, Wang Dazhu replied with a knowing smile. When I could not locate you, I sent someone to Chongwei Woodworking to bring Yin here. As the saying goes, there are 3 great joys in life, and today, Wang Yang felt like the happiest person in the world. He had finally found his closest kin, his brother. Where's my brother? Wang Yang inquired impatiently. Having not seen him in nearly 9 years and longing for a reunion. Since bringing Yin here, I have been teaching him the ways of cultivation. He is currently in seclusion and should be emerging soon. Wang Dazhu instructed a eunuch to summon Wang Yin. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Upon hearing the sound, Wang Yang leaped from his seat and rushed towards the door. He collided with someone at the entrance. This person was slightly taller and equally slender, with a bronze complexion. Upon seeing this face, Wang Yang's lips stretched into a wide grin. It was his brother, Wang Yin. "Brother," Wang Yang exclaimed, leaping into Wang Yin's embrace like a koala. Wang Yin, equally affectionate, enveloped his younger brother in a tight hug. The two brothers held each other for what felt like an eternity before Wang Yang finally released Wang Yin. "Little Yang, where have you been? Grandfather has been searching for you everywhere," Wang Yin asked with concern once they parted. Wang Yang then recounted his experiences to his brother. With the brick concealing his cultivation, he had no worries. His only concern was how to explain his success in the examination. Wang Yang wove a tale, casting blame onto Jilan, claiming he had encountered the esteemed scholar who took a liking to him and personally tutored him, even leaking examination questions, thus enabling his success. Upon hearing this, both Wang Dazhu and Wang Yin exchanged glances, their expressions one of understanding. If it were anyone else, such a feat would be impossible. But Jilan is a man of free spirit. Half of the Hanlin Academy are his students. It would be quite easy for him to leak questions, they remarked. Wang Yang had learned that Jilan was Zhao's most talented scholar. Despite Jilan's literary talent, his character is marked by arrogance, making him a formidable adversary of the Bureau of Astronomy. As Wang Yang recounted his experiences, both Wang Yin and the head of the Bureau were taken aback. Wang Dazhu informed Wang Yang that Jilan was a notorious libertine, having ruined numerous virtuous women, and advised him to distance himself from Jilan in the future. "Brother, grandfather's son mentioned that you have begun your cultivation journey? What is cultivation?" Wang Yang feigned ignorance, adopting an inquisitive demeanor. Subsequently, Wang Yin elaborated on the concept of cultivation. "Brother, you have already reached the 4th level of qi refinement?" Wang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, he was genuinely surprised. Generally speaking, the younger one begins cultivation. The more proficient they become, as one ages, the meridians become obstructed, making cultivation increasingly difficult. This remarkable progress was all thanks to the elixirs provided by grandfather's son. You may not be aware, but a single word from grandfather's son can summon countless spiritual herbs and elixirs. With an abundance of these potions, even if I were clumsy, my cultivation speed would not falter. Grandfather's son informed me that in the Zhao Kingdom, one could only cultivate to the 5th level of qi refinement. Once I achieve that, I can leave Zhao and join those celestial sects, becoming a disciple of the immortals. I might even attain immortality, allowing us to be together forever. The excitement on Wang Yin's face was unmistakable. "So, we can be together for a lifetime?" The notion of immortality for the trio was indeed a celestial blessing. Soon after, grandfather's son had a feast prepared, laden with exquisite delicacies, allowing Wang Yang to truly witness the lavish lifestyle of the royal elite. In high spirits, the three of them raised their cups in joyous celebration, reveling in the merriment. The festivities continued well into the late hours of the night. They drank heartily, completely uninhibited, until they succumbed to intoxication, collapsing onto the table. After an indeterminate time, the head of the bureau awoke and stepped outside. Not long after his departure, Wang Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 20. The simpleton Wang Yang, leaning over the table, faintly heard the voice of Wang Dazhu. "Go check your bundle. See what's inside." As he gazed at Wang Dazhu's silhouette outside the door, he fell into a deep contemplation. Ever since their paths crossed once more, an inexplicable sensation enveloped him. Could it be that he had misjudged Wang Dazhu? Was he truly a good man? If that were the case, why would he teach his brother the ways of cultivation, unafraid that one day the truth might surface, leading to his demise at the hands of the two brothers? For days, Wang Yang had been observing Wang Dazhu, who appeared to embody the essence of a benevolent elder, treating the two brothers as though they were his own grandchildren. Which narrative held the truth? That remained a mystery to Wang Yang. The experiences of the past years had wrought a profound transformation within him. He was no longer the youth from the village, but rather a man who had developed a renewed understanding of the world. It was a realm rife with deceit, where the weak were devoured by the strong, and where survival meant being perpetually alert. Even when drinking with Wang Dazhu and his brother, Wang Yang refrained from indulging, a habit forged over the years that compelled him to expel the alcohol from his system. Why did Wang Dazhu wish to inspect his bundle? Had he uncovered the secret of the brick? That seemed implausible. Thus far, he had left no traces. Thankfully, he had managed to conceal the brick within his trousers. Wang Yang, furrowing his brow, cast a glance at his pants. The brick was somewhat bulky. Despite the thick layers of clothing, its outline was still discernible. Nevertheless, he dared not make any sudden movements, lest he draw Wang Dazhu's attention. Currently, Zhao country prohibited immortals, forcing practitioners to retreat to the Huolong Mountain for training, a place said to be the only one the Qingtian Supervisory Bureau dared not enter. Wang Yang traversed this world with confidence, shielded by the brick's ability to mask his cultivation level. He had previously experimented and found that others could not discern his true strength. After spending some time in the imperial city, the guards there had detected nothing unusual. He firmly believed in the extraordinary nature of the brick. Surely, Wang Dazhu would not notice anything amiss. Master, there is nothing in the bundle. A guard soon returned to report. Wang Yang recalled Tong Lu's words and found it impossible to reconcile the image of the murderous man with the Wang Dazhu before him. Who was he truly? If his intentions were to seize his bloodline, why had he spared his life? A cascade of questions flooded Wang Yang's mind. His life had been monotonous. The first 8 years were spent in that humble abode, where his primary interactions had been with Wang Dazhu and his brother. Now, it appeared that the elder harbored secrets of his own. Wang Yang was unconvinced by Wang Dazhu's assurances, suspecting that some hidden agenda lay beneath. What that secret might be remained unknown. Was it genuinely about his bloodline? What bloodline did he possess? Before long, Wang Dazhu entered the room, approaching Wang Yang. His eyes brimmed with confusion and disbelief. The fact that Wang Yang had achieved the highest rank in the imperial examinations and was present here was entirely unforeseen. Wang Dazhu's fists clenched tightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Although Wang Yang's explanations were nearly impeccable, they also seemed exceedingly far-fetched. The mere thought of Ji Lan ignited a fire of anger within Wang Dazhu. He had already dispatched a guard to locate Ji Lan, eager to pose a few questions in person. Yet, he understood that unless Ji Lan appeared voluntarily, finding him would be a formidable challenge. How did you come across Ji Lan? Was it by chance or design? Wang Dazhu muttered to himself. Thus, Wang Yang feigned drunkenness, resting his head on the table, while Wang Dazhu remained shrouded in suspicion, each lost in their own thoughts. A month later, Wang Yang discerned the reason behind the convergence of all spiritual energy in Zhao country's imperial city. It seemed to harbor a formation of sorts. Presently, he was merely a scholar, and despite the overwhelming spiritual energy that rendered the air almost suffocating, he could only suppress his fervent desires and remain still. Since that fateful night, his brother Wang Yin had retreated into seclusion, becoming a veritable cultivation fanatic. Wang Yang longed to share his insights about Wang Dazhu, but found no opportunity to do so. In a bid to distract himself from the monotony, he turned to reading. Wang Yang made his way to the Tianzhao Pavilion, the royal library, which housed nearly every tome in Zhao country, including classics, historical texts, and tales of the bizarre. He immersed himself in a sea of books. Over the course of 3 months, he devoured any literature that piqued his interest, reaping substantial rewards. One day, as he was engrossed in his reading, the master unexpectedly arrived. Grandfather, your brother is preoccupied with his cultivation, and you remain unseen. Have you also taken to seclusion? He asked. Life is but a fleeting century, while immortals enjoy endless lifespans. You should consider following your brother's path toward immortality. As he said, only by becoming an immortal can we be together forever. Otherwise, how lonely will we be after 100 years? Now that the demons within you have been vanquished, it is the perfect time to pursue the path of cultivation. Violence is rather mundane. One ought to invest time in meaningful pursuits, such as reading or exploring the world. You have always pondered more than others since childhood. I know I cannot sway you easily. If you desire to cultivate, do not hesitate to inform me. With my guidance, even if your talent is lacking, I can help you embark on the path of immortality. Allow me to contemplate further. You know, my greatest childhood wish was to read. The pursuit of knowledge is boundless, and now that our needs are met, it is wise to read extensively. Perhaps in time, I shall alter my perspective. Very well. This Changqing Gong is a method for refining qi. Previously, you were unable to cultivate it, but with my support, you will undoubtedly succeed. Yin has advanced in his cultivation precisely because of this technique. Additionally, here are 1,000 spiritual energy pills. Even if you do not pursue immortality, consuming these will prolong your life. Wang Dazhu instructed his subordinates to bring forth a chest, which, when opened, released a fragrant aroma of medicine. Despite this, Wang Yang once again declined to accept the gifts. Wang Dazhu insisted on leaving the items with him. Wang Yang understood that these items could not be disturbed. Any movement could potentially expose his secret of cultivation. Wang Dazhu was still testing him. For the next month, Wang Yang remained secluded, engrossed solely in reading. Eventually, he informed Wang Dazhu of his intention to venture outside. Throughout their interactions, Wang Dazhu had detected no anomalies in Wang Yang, gradually easing his watchfulness. He believed that Wang Yang would be too cautious to cultivate under his scrutiny. If he were to leave, the situation might differ. As long as Wang Yang remained in Zhao country and practiced cultivation, he would be able to track him. If Wang Yang refrained from cultivation, he would still survive. However, should he choose to cultivate, Wang Dazhu would spare no effort to eliminate him. Finally, free from the confines of the imperial city, Wang Yang exhaled deeply. He was acutely aware that Wang Dazhu had been monitoring him closely. Unable to guarantee he would not reveal any weaknesses, he had resorted to immersing himself in literature. Wandering aimlessly, he found himself back in Straw Hat Village, the place of his upbringing and the initial source of his yearning for the world. In just 2 or 3 years, the once vibrant village had succumbed to a pall of desolation. Situated in a remote area, it had enjoyed a fleeting period of tranquility amid the chaos of the times, But now turmoil had seeped into its borders. Wang Yang strolled through the village, discovering that many familiar faces had vanished. Some had perished, while others had departed. Surveying the dilapidated hamlet of Straw Hat, a sigh of relief finally escaped Wang Yang's lips. All were gone, departed. Wang Yang ascended the rear hill, where the small temple lay half-collapsed. To his astonishment, he detected a wisp of smoke. Entering the temple, Wang Yang recognized a familiar figure. Erlingzi, what are you doing here? Under the eaves, Erlingzi was engrossed in consuming soybeans from a small jar. A gift from Wang Yang himself. Erlingzi cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yang, continuing his repast. Wang Yang chuckled, joining Erlingzi, offering Erlingzi a roasted chicken. He devoured it with gusto. Observing Erlingzi, Wang Yang mused that a life unburdened by worries might be the epitome of happiness. Yet, Erlingzi was not without his misfortunes. His family was afflicted with a hereditary ailment, ensuring that none would live past 30. Erlingzi's father had perished when he was very young, and his mother, unable to bear the grief, had taken her own life the same year. Perhaps witnessing his parents' demise, Erlingzi had suffered a mental shock, rendering him somewhat simple-minded and mute, wandering aimlessly through the village, earning him the moniker of Straw Hat Village's guardian. Gazing at Erlingzi, Wang Yang even entertained the notion that such an existence might be preferable, devoid of anxieties. Wang Yang, are you cognizant of your origins? I am not. Wang Yang, who had been feigning sleep against the wall, instinctively uttered the words, then shuddered, halting abruptly. He whirled around, his pupils dilating as if beholding something terrifying. The uncanny was most unsettling when it occurred close to home. Wang Yang scrutinized Erlingzi, his brow furrowed as he inquired, "You can speak?" Everyone in the village, including Wang Yang, had believed Erlingzi to be a mute, yet it turned out that he possessed the ability to speak. And he had concealed it for over a decade. "Lingzi, if you can speak, why feign muteness?" Wang Yang remained in a state of astonishment. This revelation was profoundly unexpected. Erlingzi merely sighed, shaking his head slightly, uttering the words, "Loose lips sink ships." Loose lips sink ships? Suddenly, a jolt went through Wang Yang's mind. He focused on what Erlingzi had just said. His origins? What about his origins? What do you know? Wang Yang pressed. Erlingzi took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and finally said, 10 years ago, while I was out collecting birds' eggs, I witnessed Wang Daju slaughter your entire family. Chapter 21, The Caged Sparrow Part 1. Wang Yang engaged in an extensive conversation with Erlingzi, and with each passing moment, his astonishment grew. He regarded Erlingzi as a true intellectual. Erlingzi, whose surname is Han and given name Li, lived in a chaotic era where the impoverished harbored little ambition. The mere act of marrying and procreating had become a luxury, and survival itself was the greatest accomplishment. Alone, he had endured for 20 years, observing all that transpired around him, even the scorn directed at him, yet he remained unperturbed, as if none of it concerned him. He claimed to be waiting for Wang Yang. If Wang Yang were to live, he would share certain truths with him, but if Wang Yang were to perish, he would take these secrets to his grave. Since Wang Daju departed from Shior village, Wang Yang also left the village, returning in a state of urgency. However, upon this return, he exhibited a demeanor that was unremarkable, even somewhat disheveled. Initially, Erlingzi refrained from reporting a crime out of fear. Yet now, he chose to reveal this secret, wishing to enlighten Wang Yang and prevent him from mistakenly aligning himself with the enemy. In Shior village, Erlingzi was not well regarded by the others, save for Wang Yang. Orphaned and somewhat delusional, he seemed to endure a fate even harsher than Wang Yang's. Therefore, whenever Wang Yang procured food, he would share half with Erlingzi. For instance, Wang Yang often consumed half a steamed bun, with the other half finding its way to Erlingzi's mouth. When departing, Wang Yang bequeathed all his belongings, 2,000 taels of silver, to Erlingzi. Ultimately, he also gifted him the techniques of Changqing Gong, Liu Gong, and a selection of elixirs, hoping these might liberate Erlingzi from the hereditary affliction plaguing his family and improve his circumstances, granting him a few more years of life. After all, the familial curse dictated that none lived beyond 30. To live a brief life joyfully was a form of fortune in itself. Wang Yang had contemplated such a carefree existence. Yet for him, it remained a distant dream, one he could not claim. He had matters to attend to and thus must depart. As he walked, his brow was furrowed in thought. At Tianzhou Pavilion, he had not perused other texts but had focused solely on the archives concerning the Qintian Supervisory Office. However, it appeared to be a taboo subject, seldom mentioned. Even in certain novels, references to the Qintian Supervisory Office were scant. Wang Yang compiled his findings. The history of the Qintian Supervisory Office was ancient, predating the founding of the Zhao Kingdom. Since the establishment of the Zhao Kingdom, periodic upheavals had led to widespread suffering. It now seemed that all these events were tied to Wang Daju. The question persisted, was Wang Daju's presence in his life, as the enigmatic woman had suggested, linked to his own bloodline? If Wang Daju had indeed usurped his lineage, why had he not taken his life? These inquiries demanded resolution. Wang Yang was uncertain of Wang Daju's current level of cultivation, and even the cultivators around him were oblivious. In the Zhao kingdom, Wang Dazhu resembled an elusive enigma. Now, Wang Yang had a singular objective. He must eliminate Wang Dazhu. The vendetta against his parents was irreconcilable. However, as the head of the Qintian Supervisory Office, Wang Dazhu commanded numerous soldiers and possessed unfathomable power. In contrast, Wang Yang, constrained by the prohibitions of the Zhao kingdom, could only cultivate to the 5th level of qi refinement. As for spells, aside from the boiling blood sorcery and object manipulation he acquired from Zhao Ji, he had none. The techniques he practiced, like the falling swallow treading on snow, were mere martial arts of the mundane world, effective against ordinary foes but utterly inadequate against Wang Dazhu. To confront him, Wang Yang must devise a means to transcend these two limitations imposed by the Zhao kingdom. Either break through to the 6th level of qi refinement or depart from the Zhao kingdom altogether. To discover such a method, he required the guidance of someone more familiar with the Zhao kingdom. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him. Wang Yang retrieved a silken pouch. This pouch had been entrusted to him by Ji Lan, who had mentioned that if he ever wished to leave the Zhao kingdom, he could seek him out. Who was Ji Lan, if not simply a scholar? A persistent adversary of Wang Dazhu who had survived the latter's onslaught could hardly be an ordinary individual. Wang Yang even harbored the suspicion that Ji Lan had been waiting for him since the first time he had been rescued. Upon opening the pouch, he discovered a note bearing 2 characters, Lu Fu. Upon seeing these characters, Wang Yang's eyes narrowed in realization. He had not anticipated that Ji Lan would direct him to Lu Fu. The memories of Lu Fu were vividly etched in his mind, the eerie mansion, the terrifying specters, and that red-haired monster. When Ji Lan had given him the pouch, Wang Yang had remarked that he could find him without it, but now, he recognized that without this pouch, he would have never deduced Ji Lan's presence at Lu Fu. Lu Fu was situated in Jiuquan town, not far from Chaomao village. Without delay, Wang Yang made his way to Lu Fu. Upon arriving, he found the estate in a state of disrepair, a once-inhabited dwelling now on the brink of collapse. Unaccustomed to using the front entrance, he scaled the wall to enter. Inside, the desolation persisted. Dust coated the floor to a depth of an inch, and the courtyard was overrun with weeds that towered at least a person's height. Instead of searching aimlessly, Wang Yang directly approached the wall. Lu Fu was deserted, save for this location. Once again, he pushed against the wall. This marked Wang Yang's 3rd visit. Inside, where a coffin had once rested, now stood a table adorned with a jar of wine, 2 cups, and a roasted chicken. Seated at the table was none other than Ji Lan. Have you arrived? Ji Lan glanced up as Wang Yang entered, pouring himself a drink. Were you waiting for me? How did you know I would come today? It appeared that Ji Lan had anticipated Wang Yang's arrival. I knew you would come, though I could not predict the day. I have been awaiting your arrival daily. Ji Lan filled the other cup and gestured for Wang Yang to sit. Wang Yang approached the table, took a seat, and raised his cup, downing the contents in one gulp. This wine was unlike any he had ever tasted before. He had enjoyed fine wines from Zhao, but none compared to this exquisite beverage. Its myriad flavors evoked a literary passage that perfectly encapsulated the experience. Narrow was the path, but as I walked a few more steps, it opened up before me. This was Wang Yang's initial impression of the wine. The word opened alone sufficed to convey its extraordinary nature. With a bittersweet heart, Wang Yang truly required such a wine to unlock the shackles binding his spirit. He refilled his cup and drank again. After 3 cups, he felt exhilarated. Subsequently, he lifted the jar and drank heartily. After downing half the jar, a satisfied belch escaped him, and he felt a surge of warmth radiate from his feet to the crown of his head. Was this wine renowned? It was called Mountain Ascension. The two continued to drink, sharing jar after jar. Scholar, how could you be so certain I would come? Wang Yang voiced his curiosity. Because I witnessed your birth. You were meant to perish, yet you survived. You possess enough intelligence that when the time came to leave Zhao, you would seek me out. Ji Lan took another sip, observing Wang Yang with a knowing smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang's brow furrowed in disbelief. Ji Lan had seen him at birth? That meant he had encountered his mother, perhaps even his father. This revelation astonished him, but it was the latter part of Ji Lan's statement that truly unsettled him. Tong Lu had claimed that the people of Zhao could never escape their realm, nor could outsiders enter. The Zhao kingdom was akin to a cage, and its inhabitants were the caged sparrows. Yet Ji Lan had emerged from a world beyond Zhao? Chapter 22. The Caged Sparrow, Part 2. Wang Yang only heard Tong Lu mention that the Zhao kingdom resembled a birdcage, where its inhabitants could not escape, nor could outsiders enter. As for the reasons behind this, Tong Lu was also uncertain. Could it be that Ji Lan hailed from a world beyond Zhao? Where do you come from? Wang Yang inquired. From a realm far, far away, beyond your imagination. This world is vast. Zhao is but a speck of dust within it. Perhaps even less than that, Ji Lan replied, taking another sip. So immense. Wang Yang pondered. Having lived 20 years, he had never traversed the entirety of Zhao. If Zhao was merely a grain of dust in this vast world, then the world itself must be overwhelmingly expansive. A fire ignited within him. His greatest aspiration since childhood had been to read countless tomes and travel far and wide to behold the wonders of the world. Why can't one leave Zhao? Why can't outsiders enter? Wang Yang's curiosity piqued, for many had attempted to escape Zhao, starting from their teenage years and continuing until their 90s. Yet none reached the kingdom's end. He could not fathom why Zhao was ensnared in such a manner. It is a restriction. Jilan seemed to perceive Wang Yang's thoughts, pointing towards the sky. A restriction? Now, Wang Yang had garnered some understanding of the realm of cultivation and had heard other cultivators speak of such restrictions in passing. These restrictions resembled a great net, isolating a space, preventing the fish of the world from entering. How vast must a net be to cover the entirety of Zhao? Was such a restriction truly feasible? This exceeded Wang Yang's comprehension of the cultivation world. It was astonishing. You have much yet to learn. This is merely a fraction. Some restrictions can encompass an entire continent. Jilan chuckled lightly, raising her head as if lost in thought. A continent? Wang Yang was still grappling with the concept of a continent. Just considering Zhao, where a lifetime could not traverse its entirety. How expansive must the land be to warrant such a restriction? Were the cultivators outside truly that formidable? What sort of cultivator could create such a vast restriction? Wang Yang queried. At the very least, one must be at the transformation stage, Jilan mused. Upon hearing this term, Wang Yang was once again bewildered. He surmised that Jilan's reference to the transformation stage pertained to a level of cultivation, yet he was unsure of its significance. Zhao had long prohibited cultivation, severing the path of ascension. In Zhao, cultivators could only reach the 5th layer of qi refinement. It was said that 3 individuals had accomplished this, all residing in the returning Wolf Valley. Wang Yang had never encountered anyone beyond the 5th layer, let alone realms beyond that. Observing Wang Yang's expression, Jilan understood that the entirety of Zhao was oblivious to the cultivation system and promptly explained, the path of cultivation comprises several stages: qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and transformation. Qi refinement consists of 9 layers, followed by 4 stages: early, mid, late, and consummate. You are currently at the 5th layer of qi refinement, placing you at the very foundation of the cultivation world. This was the first time Wang Yang had comprehensively heard about the distinctions within the cultivation realms, or rather, it was Zhao's first revelation in centuries. Wang Yang had previously believed that the path of cultivation merely entailed the 9 layers of qi refinement. Considering reaching the 4th layer to be an extraordinary feat, however, it now seemed he had been viewing the world through a narrow lens. As Jilan stated, he was akin to livestock in the realm of cultivation, still that caged sparrow. Wang Yang had not anticipated that in the mundane world he was akin to livestock. And in the cultivation world, he remained so. What lies beyond the transformation stage? I cannot say, for I have only recently established my foundation. It is improbable that I will ever reach the transformation stage, Jilan replied. Wang Yang was taken aback. The Jilan before him was, in fact, a foundation establishment cultivator? No matter how he observed, he could detect no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Jilan. Surely, you jest. Wang Yang's brows furrowed deeply. As a scholar, you are rather uncouth. What do you mean by jesting? If I claim something, it is the truth. Jilan shot Wang Yang a disapproving glance. Wang Yang scoffed in return. You call me uncouth, yet you feign refinement like a pig's nose in a green onion. Jilan was certainly not as simple as she appeared. Wang Yang recalled the moment he had deceived Wang Dazhu. A flicker of malice had crossed Wang Dazhu's face upon hearing Jilan's name. The intensity of that malice chilled Wang Yang to the bone. There was a story between Jilan and Wang Dazhu. He recalled Jilan's earlier words. If Wang Yang sought to leave Zhao, he should seek her out. Now, it appeared that Jilan, being a foundation establishment cultivator, undoubtedly had a past grievance with Wang Dazhu. Do you know the realm of the supervisor? Of course. He is at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Upon hearing this answer, doubt flickered in Wang Yang's eyes. The 6th layer of qi refinement? Was it not said that one could only cultivate to the 5th layer in Zhao? How could the supervisor reach the 6th layer? It must be due to the restriction. He wields it and thus can surpass 1 layer, Jilan remarked, glancing at the sky. This restriction is akin to a roof, confining the people of Zhao for centuries, even millennia. No one can escape from here. Scholar, the supervisor has brought suffering to the people of Zhao. As a scholar, why do you not seek to remove him? Learning from the principles of the sages? Wang Yang stood, taking a hearty swig of wine, his voice filled with fervor. Jilan, a foundation establishment cultivator, could likely obliterate the supervisor at the 6th layer of qi refinement with ease. Yet, Jilan's words made Wang Yang spit out the wine he had just swallowed. I cannot defeat him, Jilan said calmly. Wang Yang was at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend how this shameless scholar could claim to be incapable of defeating the supervisor of the 6th layer with her foundation establishment capabilities. You are a foundation establishment cultivator, and you say you cannot defeat the supervisor at the 6th layer? Who would believe such a claim? Wang Yang glared at Jilan, as if to say, are you jesting with me? I truly cannot defeat him. You know well that no one can transcend that restriction, yet I managed to enter. Jilan replied, blinking innocently. Wang Yang narrowed his eyes. The impossibility of crossing the restriction was indeed true. Otherwise, the cultivators returning to the Wolf Valley would have long since escaped. However, Jilan had indeed entered. If she was not lying, then there could only be one conclusion. Are you suggesting that you entered Zhao at a great cost, reducing your cultivation to below the Foundation establishment level? Wang Yang ventured, articulating his suspicion. You are quite astute. This restriction is unidirectional. While the people of Zhao cannot leave, outsiders can enter. Yet, it is not a simple matter for anyone to do so. This place is shrouded in mystery, and ordinary individuals cannot locate the entrance. When a cultivator attempts to enter, they lose their power upon crossing the restriction, becoming an ordinary person. Once an ordinary person enters, the supervisor will immediately sense it. In Zhao, the supervisor, wielding the power of the restriction, can eliminate anyone in an instant, even a true Foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Yang understood now. Jilan had traversed the restriction, losing all her Foundation establishment power, rendering her devoid of even a hint of spiritual energy. How could she possibly contend with the supervisor of the sixth layer? As for the supervisor, with mastery over the restriction, he could even alter the weather. How could the mere ants of Zhao ever hope to challenge him? This restriction was indeed most sinister. Yet, Wang Yang remained perplexed as to what could compel Jilan, a Foundation establishment cultivator, to expend her entire cultivation to enter Zhao. What was it about Zhao that enticed her to pay such a hefty price? Chapter 23. Seeking the Erase. It is often said that the path of cultivation is one of defiance against destiny, with each step demanding immense effort and sacrifice. Wang Yang, currently at the 5th level of Qi refinement, already finds the journey of cultivation arduous, and he cannot fathom when he might reach the Foundation establishment phase, or even if he will achieve it in this lifetime. Jilan, who has attained Foundation establishment, must have exerted efforts beyond imagination. Yet, Jilan willingly relinquished all his cultivation to enter the Zhao kingdom, indicating that within Zhao, there exists something mysteriously alluring, far beyond mere Foundation establishment. I have come across a treasure map, which, upon examination, is a remnant from a powerful being of the God transformation stage, a master of formations. My purpose for entering Zhao was to seek this being's legacy. Cultivators at Foundation establishment can live up to 200 years. But I am already 150 years old and remain at the early stage of Foundation establishment. With my current path, it is unlikely I will ever form a Dan, hence my determination to take this risk. You are over 150 years old? And this powerful being is of the God transformation stage? Wang Yang exclaimed, astonished. Jilan had previously mentioned that the God transformation stage was the pinnacle of cultivation in this world, and it was staggering to learn that someone had indeed reached this realm. I entered Zhao at 150, to be precise. I am now 190 years old, with at most 10 years of life remaining. Jilan continued. The mastery of formations possessed by this being is unparalleled. Legends abound about this figure. Records indicate that none know his origins. When he first appeared to the world, he was already a prodigious cultivator, swiftly advancing to the God transformation stage. Subsequently, he vanished without a trace, with rumors suggesting he transcended even that realm. Jilan surveyed the surroundings and remarked, Are you suggesting that this place was once the abode of that powerful being? Suddenly, Wang Yang glanced around, struggling to believe it. Could this Lu residence truly have belonged to such an illustrious figure? Noticing the look in Wang Yang's eyes, Jilan nodded affirmatively. Did you find anything? Wang Yang asked, holding his breath in anticipation. The legacy left behind by a God transformation master would be immensely valuable. No, Jilan replied, a grim expression crossing his face. This was his birthplace, where he was merely a Qi refinement cultivator beginning his study of formations. And he had only left behind a rudimentary tome titled Initial Insights into Cultivation, which contained his earliest notions. Jilan pulled out a small notebook, frustrated, throwing it to the ground and trampling it. He had hoped to uncover some legacy from Lu Pan, but to his dismay, he had found nothing. The sacrifices made in pursuit of immortality felt all the more bitter when met with such emptiness. Does the Overseer know of your existence? Why has he not eliminated you? Wang Yang suddenly posed another question. Any cultivator entering Zhao can be sensed by him. I practice poison techniques. Although I have dissipated my cultivation, my body is still infused with lethal toxins. Should he attempt to kill me, I would detonate, releasing a lethal miasma that would consume all within Zhao. Hence, he refrains from slaying me out of fear of the chaos it would unleash, jeopardizing his business. Jilan retorted with a cold scoff. Business? Upon hearing this term, Wang Yang was struck by a sudden realization. Tong Lu had mentioned that the Overseer was seeking peculiar bloodlines throughout Zhao, and now Jilan had alluded to business. Are you suggesting that the Overseer views Zhao as a cage, harvesting its populace to procure these extraordinary bloodlines for sale to other cultivators? Wang Yang articulated his deduction. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Jilan paused, taken aback. He recognized Wang Yang's intelligence, but he was astonished at how quickly Wang Yang had deduced their situation from mere hints. You are correct. The Overseer is likely associated with an influential clan of cultivators, renowned for seizing others' bloodlines. Somehow, they learned of this extraordinary place called Zhao, and they scour the land for unique bloodlines, forcibly extracting them and selling them at exorbitant prices to noble families. In essence, Zhao has become a breeding ground, with its people treated as livestock. Influential clans, seizing bloodlines, selling to noble families. Livestock? As these words struck him, particularly the notion of being regarded as livestock, a surge of unbridled fury ignited within Wang Yang. Though the analogy was harsh, it was disturbingly close to the truth. Yet, Wang Yang pondered another question. Why were there so many peculiar bloodlines in Zhao? Was the realm of cultivation truly so replete with such anomalies? Jilan shook his head vigorously. Many? How could that be? In the ordinary cultivation world, such unique bloodlines may not emerge for a millennium or more. Certain rare bloodlines exist only in legend. Zhao's abundance of bloodlines is said to stem from its history as a battlefield, where the land was stained with divine blood, enabling the birth of these bloodlines. Battlefield? Divine blood? Wang Yang found himself unwilling to delve further, as his hatred for the overseer reached an apex. Since Jilan had summoned him, he must possess a means to escape. How to leave Zhao? This grand formation is excessively tyrannical. It is beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals to dismantle. To exit Zhao, one must first locate and destroy the Erasei. However, I have searched for 20 years, scouring Zhao without success, Jilan sighed. The Erasei could be a stone, a piece of wood, or any number of things. In the vast expanse of Zhao, finding it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. You have searched everywhere? Wang Yang queried, narrowing his eyes. My physique is unique. Although my cultivation has dissipated, my divine sense remains. Over the years, I have meticulously searched the palace countless times, examining every brick. Yet I have found nothing, Jilan replied, shaking his head. He believed the overseer's stronghold was within the royal city, making it highly probable that the Erasei was also located there. Jilan was now in a state of desperation. Not only had he failed to obtain the legacy he sought, but he had also squandered precious time. With only a decade of life remaining, should he fail to escape soon, he would likely die with regrets. If the Erasei is not in the palace, it must be hidden elsewhere in Zhao, Wang Yang contemplated. If the eye is not within the palace, our chances of locating it diminish significantly. Zhao is far too vast. Seeking the eye is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, Jilan lamented. To kill the overseer and escape Zhao, destroying the Erasei was of paramount importance. But where could it be hidden? As Jilan had said, with Zhao being so extensive, where could they possibly look? Wang Yang closed his eyes in deep thought. He had lived alongside the overseer for a decade, sharing every moment without separation. To discover the Erasei, he must delve into the overseer's past. As he reflected on everything that had transpired, Wang Yang suddenly opened his eyes. If we destroy the Grand Formation, it will inevitably alert that old dog overseer. Can we truly defeat him? Wang Yang's foremost concern emerged as he opened his eyes. The overseer was not only at the 6th level of qi refinement but also shrouded in mystery. One was merely at the 5th level, while the other was a former Foundation establishment cultivator now devoid of any power. This combination stood no chance against the overseer. Rest assured, this is accounted for in my plan. Once we breach the Erasei, I have my means to deal with the overseer. I am not without my own cunning. I possess numerous strategies. Jilan responded confidently. After considering Jilan's words, Wang Yang reflected for a moment. With this restriction in place, he could only cultivate to the 5th level of qi refinement, and within Zhao, no means existed to threaten the overseer. Although Wang Yang was not entirely convinced of Jilan's capacity to assassinate Wang Dezhu, he had no recourse but to place his trust in her. Driven by his desire for vengeance and his need to escape, I believe I have located the nexus of this formation. Chapter 24. The Battle with Wang Dezhu, Part 1. Do you know? Jilan believed he had misheard, looking at Wang Yang with incredulity. Setting aside the vastness of the Zhao kingdom and how one might search for it, the very notion that anything could serve as the focal point of a formation was bewildering. They had no idea what this focal point could be. So how could Wang Yang possibly know? I have lived with him for 10 years. I know him too well. I am certain that this object is indeed the focal point. Wang Yang let out a cold laugh and headed towards the Lu residence. If the focal point is destroyed, the restriction will be obliterated. With the restriction shattered, Jilan would have the opportunity to kill him. Half an hour later, Wang Yang had returned to Straw Hat Village once more. You mean the focal point is in this village? Jilan asked, surveying the devastated surroundings. Wang Yang shook his head, pointing towards a small shrine on the back mountain, then quickened his pace up the hill. Soon, they arrived at the shrine. Wang Yang entered, retrieving a plaque from the wall. The plaque bore 2 characters, Yin and Yang. Gazing at it, Wang Yang's mind drifted back to when he was 5 years old. In his playful innocence, he had run around carrying the plaque, only to incur Wang Dezhu's wrath, receiving a beating and going 3 days without food. The complexity of his emotions surfaced as he recalled the first time he had seen those characters. He distinctly remembered Wang Dezhu's gaze upon the plaque. It was not the look directed at an inanimate object. Now, this memory sent chills down his spine. This is the plaque you mentioned? Jilan asked. Confusion etched on his face as he watched Wang Yang emerge with the plaque. Whether it is or not, we shall see. With that, Wang Yang struck the plaque with his palm. Boom. As his hand connected, the sky trembled. The scene resembled the heavens themselves drawing breath, suddenly quickening and pulsating. It truly is this plaque. It truly is this plaque. Jilan exclaimed, elated at the sensation of the sky shudder. The only thing capable of causing such a disturbance was indeed the focal point. Wang Yang's palm met the plaque with a tremendous force, yet it rebounded. The plaque, crafted from an unknown, exceedingly hard wood, resisted his blow, remaining intact. Boom. He struck again, causing the sky to sway once more. Wang Yang continued to unleash 7 or 8 blows upon the plaque, yet it showed no signs of damage. Let me try? Jilan, anxious at Wang Yang's failure, pulled him aside and began to kick the plaque vigorously, the sky above flickering restlessly as if agitated. After a dozen kicks, even his shoes were ruined, but the plaque remained unscathed. What in the world is this thing? How can it be so resilient? At this moment, Jilan had completely lost the composure expected of a scholar, resembling more ruffian. In desperation, he drew his sword and aimed to strike at the plaque. Clang. A clear, ringing sound echoed as the sword was repelled from his grasp. What do we do? What do we do? With such a commotion, Wang Daju must have noticed and is on his way here. Jilan paced frantically. In contrast, Wang Yang remained calm. This restriction was peculiar, as the focal point. It was certainly no ordinary item, and he had begun to piece together its significance. Though aware, Wang Yang still wished to test it. For he no longer wished to live in such a precarious manner. Without a path forward, he would merely exist like a dog in the Zhao Kingdom. This was not the life he desired. Perhaps this is fate. Even if we find the focal point, we cannot change the outcome. Wang Yang gazed up at the sky. His eyes filled with bewilderment. He felt powerless to alter his destiny. I refuse to believe it. No matter how tough it is, it cannot surpass my teeth. Jilan shouted, forming a hand seal that radiated a mysterious light around him. Bite it. Wang Yang thought, incredulous. Surely one's teeth were less effective than one's feet. Yet the next moment, a shadow loomed over him. He turned his head, stunned into silence. Before him stood an enormous rat. Indeed, a rat. Yet this creature was astonishingly massive, towering over 3 zhang in height. Most striking were its 2 gleaming golden incisors, exuding a chilling brilliance. As Wang Yang watched in astonishment, the colossal rat seized the plaque and bit into it, snapping it in half with a crisp crack. In that instant, Wang Yang felt the sky shatter above him. The restriction has been broken? His eyes widened in disbelief. The giant rat held the yin and yang plaques, cackling with glee. Run. I have lost too much of my power. I only have one chance to activate the demon core. Having used it, I can no longer defeat Wang Daju. With a flick of his tail, Jilan swept Wang Yang onto his back and began to flee. Wang Yang was taken aback. Was this the extent of his power? Did he not claim absolute confidence? However, there was no time for questions as they desperately escaped. The sky had torn open, and Wang Daju was on his way. They had scarcely run for a short while when a piercing sound sliced through the air. Dodge. Jilan flicked his tail again, propelling Wang Yang into the air. As he landed, he saw a crimson sword pierce the great rat's body, blood spraying everywhere, splattering Wang Yang in the process. I have always wondered how you managed to enter here. It turns out you are but a juvenile heavenly mouse. I never imagined such a celestial beast could still exist. Just then, a voice emerged from behind the giant rat. Upon hearing it, Wang Yang's killing intent surged. He recognized that voice all too well. Wang Daju had arrived. Kid, if you escape, remember to find me on Heavenly Island. A voice echoed in Wang Yang's mind, and he watched as the giant rat nimbly flipped and vanished into thin air. Wang Yang was left in shock. How could it flee so swiftly? Why did it leave me behind? He shouted at Jilan. You are so heartless. You dare move an inch, and I will sever your head. The overseer brandished a red sword, its cold light contrasting sharply with his deep red robe. Wang Yang froze, keenly aware of the intense spiritual pressure emanating from the overseer, ready to erupt at any moment. Although the two were only a tier apart, the gap widened with each advancement in cultivation. For instance, in the early to mid stages of foundation building, it was nearly impossible to defeat someone of a higher tier without extraordinary circumstances. Now we need not feign civility. You have usurped my bloodline, and it is time for clarity. Wang Yang's tone was icy as he fixed his gaze on the overseer, brimming with murderous intent. You are aware of this matter? I had you practice the evergreen technique to ascertain whether you could still cultivate. After waiting so long, seeing you fail to progress, I gave up and left. In the Imperial City, I once believed you had embarked on the path of immortality and observed you from the shadows. Your actions left no trace. Not even your dreams spoke of anything other than the shrine. I cannot believe a person could conceal themselves so thoroughly. The overseer smiled slightly, revealing the reason for his departure. Those words were all deliberate. During my time in the Imperial City, I did not sleep a single night. I was acting, just as you were. Our enmity runs deep, yet we pretended to be as close as father and son. Wang Yang smiled faintly, shaking his head. What is it that you have used to obscure your prowess, evading my gaze? It cannot possibly be an ordinary object. Surrender it, and perhaps I may contemplate sparing your life. The overseer stroked his beard with one hand while brandishing his sword with the other. Indeed, I possess a treasure, a most valuable one at that. Yet to acquire it, one must first take my life. Wang Yang narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint flickering within. However, attempting to kill me will not be as simple as you presume. A palpable animosity flickered within their gazes. The die was cast, a battle to the death. The warden waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of spiritual pressure aimed directly at Wang Yang. Wang Yang leaped to evade the assault, his focus absolute. Against an adversary like the Warden, any lapse in concentration could prove fatal. With a roar, Wang Yang propelled himself toward the Warden. Having attained the 5th level of Qi refining, Wang Yang's physical form had undergone further enhancement, amplified by the transformative effects of the boiling blood demon art. His speed and power now eclipsed those of ordinary 5th level practitioners, rivaling even those at the 6th level. His velocity was such that he left a fleeting afterimage in his wake, closing the distance to the Warden in the blink of an eye. Concentrating every ounce of his strength into a single punch, he delivered a devastating blow. But in an instant, Wang Yang perceived the deception. It was a mere phantom. The Warden himself remaining unmoved. Wang Yang retreated swiftly, yet the illusory figure sprang to life, a sword arcing toward him. With another touch to the ground, Wang Yang contorted his body, narrowly avoiding the blade. After this brief exchange, both combatants were filled with surprise. Wang Yang was taken aback that, despite exerting his utmost effort and fully employing the falling goose treading snow technique, he had failed to even graze the Warden. The Warden's prowess surpassed that of a typical 6th level Qi refining cultivator. Conversely, the Warden's astonishment dwarfed Wang Yang's. Wang Yang's physical attributes were far beyond those of a 5th level cultivator, and he was curious as to how Wang Yang had managed to cultivate to such an extent. Any other 5th level cultivator would have been critically wounded by his maneuver, but Wang Yang had completely dodged it. Falling goose treading snow? It seems you've been quite busy behind the scenes. I underestimated you, the Warden remarked, his tone icy. The feeling is mutual. You've exceeded my expectations as well. Wang Yang retorted. Wang Yang initiated another assault, but even after a series of attacks, he failed to achieve any tangible result. If this is all you have, you're wasting your time. I could dispatch you like a dog, the Warden declared, pointing his sword at Wang Yang with disdain. Is that so? Wang Yang countered, extending a finger in response. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from Wang Yang's fingertip, causing Ji-Lan's sword to hum and levitate unsteadily. Sword control? No, object control. Object control was the foundation of sword control. The Warden narrowed his eyes, noting only one person in the Zhao kingdom possessed object control. Did you slay the Zhao brat? Upon hearing this, Wang Yang's heart skipped a beat. How did the Warden know about Zhao Ji's demise? What was their relationship? Could Zhao Ji's grandfather be Wang Dezhu? But why the difference in surnames? Now was not the time for such inquiries. Once the Warden was defeated, all would be revealed. Wang Yang gestured, causing the sword to emit a resonant cry as it wobbled forward. The sword's velocity surpassed Wang Yang's own, offering a distinct advantage. It reached the Warden in an instant. Clang! The Warden deflected Wang Yang's sword with a touch of his own blade. You may have learned sword control, but you've only practiced it for a short time. To think you could defeat me with such rudimentary skills is a fool's dream. The Warden scoffed. Wang Yang's display of sword control was undeniably crude. The sword wavered in the air, and even its trajectory was misaligned. But in the next moment, the Warden's expression hardened. Wang Yang gestured once more, and the sword shot forward with a furious shriek, kicking up dust as it flew. The Warden froze, his eyes widening as the blade pierced his abdomen in a state of bewilderment. You were concealing your true abilities? The sword control Wang Yang now demonstrated was vastly different from what he had shown before. If the first display was that of a novice, this was that of a master swordsman. The Warden realized that Wang Yang had been feigning incompetence. How did you develop such cunning? It's unlike the Wang Yang I knew from Straw Hat Village, the Warden mused. Wang Yang's transformation was unexpected. To defeat you, I'm willing to change in any way necessary, Wang Yang declared, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Sword control was the first magical art Wang Yang had mastered, and for nearly a decade, he had relentlessly honed his skill. With the aid of the brick, those 10 years were equivalent to a millennium of practice. Wang Yang had achieved a level of mastery that was unparalleled among those below the foundation establishment stage. He had deliberately presented a facade of clumsiness to lull the Warden into complacency, and now his plan had come to fruition. Impressive. To suppress your anger and maintain your disguise in my presence. I must admit, your transformation is quite perplexing. Another 6th level cultivator might have fallen for that. But you won't defeat me. The Warden chuckled, flicking the sword from his abdomen. In the sunlight, Wang Yang noticed the Warden was wearing a suit of chainmail beneath his robes. It was this armor that had deflected the fatal blow. Wang Yang was filled with frustration. Had it not been for the armor, his strike would have pierced the Warden's dantian. My interest in the treasures you possess has grown. What is it that allows you to cultivate so rapidly? Now, allow me to show you true swordsmanship. Mountain Sea Severing Sword Technique. The Warden roared and summoned his flying sword, which immediately multiplied into 10 sword shadows aimed at Wang Yang. The 10 crimson blades, radiating a chilling aura, hurtled toward Wang Yang. Upon seeing this, Wang Yang's expression shifted to one of apprehension. The Warden's Mountain Sea Severing Sword Technique was the most formidable technique Wang Yang had ever witnessed. Unlike conventional sword-splitting techniques that created illusory blades of sword energy, the Mountain Sea Severing Sword Technique produced genuine, tangible blades. Wang Yang quickly intercepted them with his own flying sword, and the air was filled with the clang of metal. Utilizing his exceptional sword control, Wang Yang managed to eliminate 5 of the flying swords. However, with 10 blades assaulting him simultaneously, he was unable to defend against them all, and the remaining 5 continued their advance. Wang Yang's eyes narrowed as he recalled his flying sword, manipulating it to create a whirling shield before him. Clang, clang, clang. The remaining 5 swords were deflected by Wang Yang's sword dance. Just as Wang Yang began to relax, the 5 swords multiplied once more, creating another 5 blades that bypassed the protective shield and pierced Wang Yang. Wang Yang dodged, but 3 of the swords still struck him. 2 pierced his legs, and 1 pierced his right chest. The warden scoffed and gestured, causing the 3 swords to spin, tearing 3 holes in Wang Yang's body before vanishing. The excruciating pain caused Wang Yang to groan, and his legs buckled beneath him. Wang Yang steadied himself with his sword, barely managing to remain standing. The 3 dark wounds on his body gushed blood, and he was quickly becoming drenched in it. I have proclaimed that you cannot surpass me. No matter how adept your swordsmanship may be, you wield but a single blade. With my splitting sword technique, I can conjure 10 flying swords at any moment. How can you possibly contend with me? The gaze of the overseer glinted with coldness and murderous intent, accompanied by a hint of disdain. The splitting sword technique of the mountains and seas is truly uncanny. It is exceedingly formidable. If 1 sword cannot vanquish you, then let it be 10. Wang Yang retrieved a precious herb, placing it directly into his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself and gestured with 1 hand, summoning the flying swords once more. Chapter 26, Slaying De Zhu. As Wang Yang raised his sword once more, the overseer furrowed his brow. Under the mastery of his split sword technique, Wang Yang's sword control appeared utterly futile, a fact that he had come to accept, given his understanding of Wang Yang. He knew the young man would not engage in such a pointless endeavor, yet the question remained. What was his intention in raising the sword again? In a moment of hesitation, the overseer suddenly noticed a fierce glint in Wang Yang's eyes as a palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth. Simultaneously, his right hand shot out towards the ascending flying sword, gripping it fiercely. Crack! In the next instant, the overseer witnessed the flying sword shatter into fragments in midair. A flicker of astonishment crossed the overseer's face. The flying swords, crafted by skilled artisans from refined iron and copper, imbued with mystical flames, were notoriously resilient. Typically, a cultivator at the Qi refinement stage would need considerable effort to break a flying sword, yet Wang Yang had effortlessly shattered it in an instant. It was evident that Wang Yang was still employing his sword control technique, or perhaps it was more accurate to say, his object manipulation technique. While it was not impossible to break a flying sword using object manipulation, it demanded extensive training. After a year, one could only increase the weight they could manipulate by 10 pounds. To break a flying sword, one would require a force of at least 1,500 pounds. Most cultivators practicing object manipulation aimed merely to wield flying swords or magical artifacts. Once they could manage those, few would continue to train in such rudimentary spells, for the time invested was hardly proportional to the returns. In the overseer's estimation, for Wang Yang to have honed his object manipulation to such a degree would have taken at least 150 years. Yet, Wang Yang was not even 20. How had he achieved this? Treasures? The overseer's thoughts drifted to the artifact on Wang Yang's person. That artifact could augment one's training time. It was undoubtedly a timeless marvel. The overseer was now even more intrigued by this object. Old dog, today I, Wang Yang, vow to slay you. Wang Yang's visage twisted into a grimace, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. With a cold snort, he swung his arm violently, and the next moment, the flying sword whistled as it hurtled towards the overseer. Wang Yang did not merely break the flying sword. He manipulated it with exquisite precision, transforming it into 2 smaller swords, each possessing a sharp edge. Only a master like Wang Yang, who had perfected object manipulation to its zenith, could accomplish such a feat. As the murderous flying swords approached, a glimmer of unease emerged in the overseer's eyes. He unleashed his split sword technique once more, sending forth 10 flying swords that swirled around like a tempest, aiming to encircle Wang Yang's 2 blades. Just as their swords were on the verge of collision, Wang Yang smirked, and, with a decisive grip, he shattered the 2 flying swords. Crack! 2 crisp sounds echoed as the swords instantaneously fragmented into 4 pieces. At that moment, Wang Yang swiftly traced a circle in the air with his finger, and the newly broken segment shot forth, arcing towards the overseer. This abrupt shift took the overseer by surprise. Witnessing Wang Yang's composure, he had underestimated the young man's object manipulation. Intriguing. The overseer scoffed, summoning 2 flying swords to counter Wang Yang's, while the remaining swords continued their assault. In his mind, the overseer believed that if he could swiftly eliminate Wang Yang, all these troubles would vanish. Yet, just then, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. The 2 flying swords aimed at the overseer suddenly shattered again, multiplying into 4. Following swiftly, the 4 swords fractured once more, becoming 8. With the addition of the previous 2, Wang Yang was now commanding 10 swords. At that moment, a hint of panic flickered across the overseer's face. Although Wang Yang could break swords, the act of sword control was an entirely different discipline. Breaking swords required mere brute strength, something many could achieve, but controlling multiple flying swords simultaneously demanded years of rigorous training. Grinding his teeth in reluctant acknowledgement, the overseer withdrew all 10 flying swords to confront Wang Yang's 8. However, just then, chaos erupted anew. "Shatter for me," Wang Yang bellowed, and in an instant, the 2 swords previously besieged by the overseer shattered once more, not into 4, but simultaneously into 16. "Die," Wang Yang commanded, his hand sweeping with ferocity, guiding the 16 flying swords as they surged towards the overseer's vital points. In that moment, the overseer was completely thrown into disarray. Under the constraints of this place, his cultivation was limited to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, rendering him incapable of deploying any formidable spells. Having spent decades in the comfort of the Zhao Kingdom, he possessed little beyond this flying sword and his armor. Bang, bang, bang. In the midst of the overseer's panic, 20 flying swords pierced through the barriers and struck him. Yet, to his astonishment, every single sword was thwarted by the sturdy armor. "Haha, Wang Yang, what can you do to me?" Upon witnessing this outcome, the overseer, who had once been stricken with fear, erupted into laughter. Wang Yang, however, was taken aback by the armor's formidable resilience, as none of his 20 swords had penetrated. Yet, in that moment, Wang Yang's rage surged, reaching a boiling point. Even if he were to perish today, he would take Wang Dezhu down with him. If 20 swords were insufficient, then he would summon more. Consuming another spiritual herb, Wang Yang waved his sleeve once more, and 20 more flying swords soared from the overseer. Shatter, 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 shatter. With a visage contorted in fury, veins bulging, and eyes nearly popping from their sockets, Wang Yang clenched his hands tightly. Instantly, the 20 flying swords transformed into 40, then 80, and finally 160. Viewed from a distance, a circular shield composed of innumerable needle-like swords encircled the overseer. Each sword was as slender as a needle, yet every one of them was a lethal weapon. This spectacle unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving even the overseer momentarily stunned. Was this truly a technique wielded by a cultivator at the 5th layer of Qi refinement? "This is my split sword technique." In the next heartbeat, Wang Yang clenched his fist and struck downwards, unleashing the 160 needle-like flying swords in a frenzied assault towards the overseer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 100 flying swords descended upon the overseer like a celestial river crashing to earth, their momentum unstoppable. Although the overseer's armor was impenetrable, these flying swords had transcended their former nature, becoming akin to needles. No matter how resilient the armor, it must first withstand the onslaught of sharp instruments. However, the gaps between the armor plates had become far too numerous for the flying needles to evade. Countless needles surged through the crevices of the armor, piercing directly into the overseer's body, then erupting from the other side. Under Wang Yang's precise control, each needle-shaped sword found its mark, penetrating the overseer's form with lethal accuracy. These flying needles, like a torrential flood from the heavens, inundated the overseer's body, obliterating his organs and meridians in a heartbeat. The needles that burst forth did not halt. Instead, with a wave of Wang Yang's hand, they reversed direction and charged once more towards the overseer. This relentless onslaught continued for the duration of an incense stick, as the 100 swords ravaged the overseer's body repeatedly until Wang Yang's spiritual energy was utterly depleted. The overseer's body was left riddled with countless wounds, blood spurting forth like a resplendent, blooming flower. Beneath such a terrifying assault, the overseer's life force was abruptly severed, and his body collapsed. Chapter 27, a devastating blow. One that could obliterate not only a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, but even one at the 7th level, had struck. The overseer collapsed directly to the ground, his vitality nearly severed by Wang Yang's relentless onslaught. Blood spattered from his mouth in violent bursts. Witnessing the overseer's fall, Wang Yang, too, found himself unable to maintain his stance, his legs buckling beneath him as he sank to the ground. This marked his inaugural experience of sword mastery. And in that moment, he commanded 100 swords, draining every ounce of his spiritual energy, an unprecedented wave of exhaustion crashing over him. Furthermore, controlling each flying sword required the division of his spiritual consciousness. Managing 1,000 swords had severely depleted his mental faculties, leaving his mind in a haze, as if it might fracture under the pressure, accompanied by waves of dizziness. With no time to rest, Wang Yang struggled to his feet and leaned against the gnarled tree. He understood that the overseer was beyond saving. He had to seize this moment to unravel the question that had plagued him for so long. For 10 years. "You have concealed something from me. What is it that you took?" Blood continued to flow from the overseer's mouth, yet a mocking smile graced his lips. He cast a peculiar glance at Wang Yang, a smile that seemed to convey a sense of regret. Before he could utter another word, his eyes fluttered shut. "Supreme." Wang Yang caught only those 2 syllables, the remainder perhaps lost in the silence, or simply unheard. What does Supreme signify? In his urgency, Wang Yang yearned for the overseer to divulge more, yet the overseer had passed away, lifeless beneath the crooked tree beside the small observatory. Gazing at the lifeless form of the elder, 18 years of his life appeared but a fleeting dream. His memories began beneath that very tree. his first recollection being of sitting there while Wang Daju brought a bowl of thin porridge, tossing it to Wang Yin, who would then spoon-feed him. In those days, he had been so mischievous, teasing little birds here and capturing grasshoppers there, before scampering off. With the barrier shattered and the overseer dead, the Zhao kingdom, long imprisoned for countless years, finally welcomed its first ray of sunshine in millennia. The duration of Zhao kingdom's isolation remained a mystery, perhaps a millennium, or even 10,000 years. On the borders of Zhao, in a village named Wangjiao, a farmer who had been foraging for wild fruits on the mountainside suddenly halted, as an incredible sight unfolded before him. Previously, a vast chasm had divided the mountain, with a tumultuous river roaring below. Generations of farmers had lived in this land, their lineage steeped in tales of the isolated village of Wangjiao, a place where paths ceased to exist, akin to a dead end. However, to the farmers' astonishment, the immense chasm had vanished, and the river beneath had disappeared, replaced by a flat valley where several figures stood. "Old lady, am I imagining things? Do you see a village across the way?" The farmer inquired of the woman beside him. She remained silent, equally transfixed, for she too beheld the wondrous scene. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, the farmer summoned his courage and ventured into the valley. Such occurrences transpired across many regions of Zhao's border, as if a new world had unveiled itself. Apart from these border farmers, none were more astonished than the cultivators returning from Wolf Valley. They discovered that the once constant flow of spiritual energy in Zhao had abruptly ceased. Previously, all spiritual energy had surged toward the imperial city, making absorption nearly impossible due to the overwhelming pull of the royal palace. Yet now, that force had vanished, and the energy ceased its directed flow, dispersing freely. Most strangely, the spiritual energy that had once flowed toward the imperial city had come to a standstill. Ordinary cultivators, sensing the shift, experienced an inexplicable joy and began to voraciously absorb the energy. Among them, the 3 cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refinement from Wolf Valley were particularly astonished. They had been stagnant at that level for ages, regardless of their efforts. Their progress halted. Yet now, they felt the seal within their bodies dissipate. As they inhaled a breath of spiritual energy, they sensed themselves on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level. What has transpired? They questioned amidst their cultivation. 3 days later, a blood-soaked figure scoured the imperial city in desperate search. He had turned the city upside down, yet found no trace of what he sought. Ultimately, he arrived at the palace, seeking the chief eunuch of the imperial rites. "Have you seen my brother?" he implored. "Lord Wang," before the overseer departed. "Someone took Lord Wang Yin away. I know not where they went," the chief eunuch replied, terrified by the sight of the bloodied Wang Yang, who recounted the events in full. This figure was none other than Wang Yang. Following the overseer's death, he had hastened to the imperial city, eager to find his brother and relay the news. However, despite his exhaustive search, he could not locate Wang Yin or any of the high-ranking officials from the Qintian Bureau. Wang Yin was Wang Yang's only family in this world, and now that he had been captured, Wang Yang feared for the punishment he might endure. He must find his brother swiftly. Where could they have taken him? Wang Yang pondered, feeling utterly lost. What did the term Shanhai signify? He gazed at the red flying sword in his hand, the very sword wielded by the overseer, which bore the inscription Shanhai on its hilt. The technique employed by the overseer was also known as the Shanhai split sword technique. Could Shanhai refer to a sect of cultivators? Contemplating the implications of those 2 characters, Wang Yang's mind raced, considering the most plausible conclusions. Yet, where might the Shanhai sect reside? "Wherever you are, I, Wang Yang, vow to annihilate your entire lineage." Wang Yang resolved, determined to seek out his brother and escape Zhao Kingdom. However, before departing, he intended to elevate his own cultivation level, though he had yet to find his brother. He had discovered a bag from the overseer, one that the cultivators of Wolf Valley had referred to as a storage bag, an item of considerable capacity. By leaving a trace of spiritual consciousness upon it, one could open the bag with a mere thought. Now that the overseer was deceased, Wang Yang spent 3 days erasing the overseer's spiritual imprint from the bag. When he finally peered inside, he was rendered speechless. The bag contained nothing but a myriad of small vials. Upon opening one, he found it filled with a substance that, while unknown to him, radiated a purifying spiritual energy so potent it was nearly suffocating. Chapter 28. East Hulu Continent. Zhao family. Though the nature of these liquids remained a mystery, their presence with Wang Daju suggested they were anything but ordinary. In addition to these liquids, Wang Yang discovered a book on Wang Daju's person, inscribed with 5 characters, Shanhai Fan Sword Technique. Having already witnessed the remarkable prowess of this technique, Wang Yang found himself deeply intrigued by it. After a thorough search of the palace yielded nothing but a plethora of gold and silver treasures, Wang Yang reflected on how, 10 years prior, such riches would have captivated him. However, now they held no allure. They were mere material possessions devoid of significance. Wang Yang yearned for a secluded and secure place to cultivate his skills. After scouring half of the Zhao kingdom, he found no suitable location and ultimately returned to the Lu residence, where he intended to enhance his cultivation before departing Zhao kingdom in search of information regarding the Shanhai and, hopefully, locating his brother. 6 months later, at the Lu residence, 2 cultivators, one tall and the other short, donned in azure robes adorned with a Zhao character, entered the premises. After wandering about in apparent confusion, they sat down. They were taken aback to discover that this land of infamy concealed an entire nation, sealed for millennia. Who could have imposed such a blockade? Now that it had dissipated, the identity of the one who had sealed it was unknown. Who could have killed the young master of the Zhao family? One pondered. Who truly knows? The family head concealed the young master, only for him to end up in this hidden Zhao kingdom, eventually meeting his demise beneath a cliff. It seems only the family head is privy to the secrets of this Zhao kingdom. Elder 7, accompanied by 100 Zhao disciples, entered this accursed land, gathering most of Zhao's cultivators. In their inquiries, they learned that the cliff in question was the headquarters of the Carp Gang. Could it be that the Carp Gang was responsible for the young master's death? It seemed implausible. They had asserted that within the sealed Zhao kingdom, cultivators could only reach the 5th level of Qi refinement, lacking even a proper spell. When the young master entered Zhao kingdom, he was already at the 1st level of Qi refinement, and with his innate talent, he could reach the 2nd level in mere days. Furthermore, armed with the fiery blood demon art inheritance, overcoming the 5th level of Qi refinement would be trivial for him. The Carp Gang's leader, Qianli, was only at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Could he truly have slain the young master? Additionally, the young master possessed a jade talisman crafted by the family head, which, when infused with sufficient spiritual energy, could unleash 5 devastating attacks capable of obliterating a 5th level cultivator, serving as his greatest safeguard in Zhao Kingdom. However, it was perplexing. The young master's remains indicated he had been dead for 10 years, suggesting he was killed shortly after entering Zhao Kingdom, perhaps within days. Could it have been the one who sealed Zhao Kingdom who struck? One speculated. That seems unlikely. The family head must have had some arrangement or transaction with that cultivator, wherein the family had assisted in capturing civilians, erasing their memories, and sending them into Zhao Kingdom in exchange for bloodlines capable of altering talent. This is likely why our Zhao family has risen swiftly in East Hulu continent. Both parties benefited, and that cultivator would have no reason to harm the young master. Hush, do not utter such words. If overheard, it would incite the wrath of other sections. What could that bloodline capable of altering talent be? Since we are in Zhao Kingdom, should we not seek some out ourselves? This would enable us to become core disciples. Do not harbor such fantasies. I once overheard the elder mention that it is a secret method from ancient times, unattainable by ordinary cultivators. Let us instead pursue the murderer. The family head has promised vast rewards for finding the culprit, including techniques, spirit stones, and most importantly, the 4th level foundation building method. The 4th level foundation building method? In East Hulu continent. Our Hao family is also a prestigious clan. With the young master slain and the murderer still at large, the family head has grown furious and increased the reward, offering the 4th level foundation building method. Very well, but do you think the one who killed the young master would be here? We have searched Lu residence thoroughly, yet found not even a shadow. For the sake of that 4th level foundation building method, Zhao disciples have devised numerous strategies. This talisman disc was purchased at a high price from a wandering cultivator, by placing a magical artifact refined by the family head upon it. We can sense the jade talisman crafted by the family head. The young master's talisman is not on his person. I suspect it resides with the murderer. Following the talisman disc's guidance should lead us to him. Indeed, if we truly find him, you must allow me a glimpse of that foundation building method. The 4th level foundation building method is exceedingly rare. Even within the Zhao family, only a select few disciples are qualified to receive it. It is unattainable for ordinary cultivators like us. Rest assured, if not for the crack in this talisman disc, we would have located the murderer by now. The disc indicates a location right here. Why is there not a single soul in the Lu residence? Could it be that the disc has ceased to function? Impossible. I previously tested it with the same method, and it remains operational. Do you suppose we have misjudged the situation? The murderer might not be in the room, but rather hidden in some concealed chamber? Why did I not think of that? Many cultivators seek out hidden places for training, and the murderer likely did the same. The disc is intact. He must be nearby. I recall the disc indicating the strongest signal near that wall ahead. Could the murderer be hiding within it? Surely he is there. Our foundation building method is within reach. Hold on. If he truly is there, do you think we can overpower him? Fear not. Zhao Kingdom has only recently opened. And even if the murderer was at the 5th level of Qi refinement 6 months ago, do you believe he could advance to the 8th level in such a short time? Our young master could not achieve that. We are both at the 8th level. And as sword cultivators of the Zhao family, we possess the strongest combat prowess. Even against a 9th level cultivator, we would stand a chance in a joint attack. After the taller cultivator spoke, the shorter one eagerly nodded in agreement. Even the most gifted cultivators of Chu Kingdom could not advance 3 levels in half a year. With that, the two, swords in hand, cautiously approached the wall. At that moment, in a hidden chamber, Wang Yang suddenly opened his eyes. He had overheard the entire conversation between the two cultivators, astonished by the rapid changes occurring in Zhao Kingdom. Most shocking of all was the revelation that Zhao Ji, whom he had slain, was the son of the Zhao family head, a powerful lineage in East Hulu continent. According to the two cultivators, Zhao Kingdom was situated in a chaotic realm known as the Land of Sin, located on the fringes of East Hulu continent. Wang Yang retrieved the jade piece belonging to Zhao Ji and realized that it had attracted the attention of Zhao's cultivators. It seemed that keeping this jade piece was more trouble than it was worth. With that thought, Wang Yang crushed the jade piece in his hand. As soon as he did, a thunderous crash resounded, and the wall collapsed. You are indeed here. The Zhao cultivators, upon spotting Wang Yang, beamed with delight, as if they had discovered the coveted foundation building method. Chapter 29, A Step for Each Realm. Qi refining 9th level at this juncture. The two Zhao family disciples were utterly frenzied. Their expressions, as they beheld Wang Yang, were contorted with a scarcely contained, almost grotesque glee. They were already envisioning themselves consuming foundation establishment pills, successfully completing multiple levels of foundation establishment, thereby augmenting their lifespans, ascending to the upper echelons of the Zhao family, and embarking on an unhindered path of cultivation. Their elation stemmed from the fact that Wang Yang's cultivation realm was merely at the 5th level of Qi refining, regardless of the Zhao family's reputation. Even an ordinary cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining could dispatch someone at the 5th level with no more effort than crushing an ant. Let alone the Zhao family, renowned for their combat prowess. I wondered who had the audacity to slay the young master. It turns out to be nothing more than a callow youth. The taller cultivator, upon observing Wang Yang's countenance, could immediately discern his tender years. Senior brother, fortune has truly smiled upon us. This lad is akin to 4 foundation establishment techniques coupled with a plethora of resources. Everyone is seeking him. Yet we are the ones who have stumbled upon him. The shorter cultivator's hands trembled with excitement, his voice quivering slightly. In the realm of cultivation, foundation establishment serves as a veritable threshold. Only upon achieving foundation establishment can a cultivator be said to have truly embarked on the path of immortality. Successful foundation establishment extends one's lifespan to 200 years, affording ample time to pursue the Tao. However, achieving foundation establishment is an arduous task. Typically, cultivators must rely on foundation establishment pills. Refining foundation establishment pills necessitates a multitude of spiritual herbs, some of which are exceedingly rare, rendering a single pill virtually priceless. Thus, the value of a foundation establishment pill transcends mere monetary worth. Consuming a foundation establishment pill does not guarantee success. There remains a probability of failure. Let us apprehend him together and deliver him to the Grand Elder for a reward. The taller cultivator's eyes gleamed with fervent anticipation. However, at this moment, Wang Yang regarded the two Zhao family disciples before him with an expression akin to one beholding simpletons. Are you too daft? You believe you can capture me with your 8th level of Qi refining? Wang Yang queried, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. The spiritual energy within those elixirs was exceedingly concentrated. He had imbibed copious amounts, his body long since saturated with spiritual force. Prior to his seclusion, he was already at the 5th level of Qi refining. After absorbing these elixirs, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the very pinnacle of Qi refining. He felt that, short of foundation establishment, his cultivation could progress no further. Subsequently, he introspected with his divine sense, finally discerning the anomaly. It transpired that, from the moment he entered the secret chamber, he had been frantically imbibing those elixirs. These elixirs were exceptionally pure, capable of being absorbed directly without refinement. Wang Yang had meticulously assessed them. A single vial contained an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. With these elixirs, Wang Yang need not concern himself with the issue of spiritual energy. Consequently, the elixirs he had consumed were now entirely absorbed and stored throughout his body, yet to converge in his dantian and propel him to the next level. Therefore, Wang Yang still appeared to be at the 5th level of Qi refining, as he had been half a year prior. Wang Yang shook his head. He had been too impetuous. Do not move. Prostrate yourself upon the ground immediately, lest I dispatch you with a single stroke. The taller cultivator threatened, his sword pointed at Wang Yang, courting death. A glint of coldness flashed in Wang Yang's eyes as he rose to his feet. Move again, and you shall witness the ruthless methods of a high-level cultivator. The shorter cultivator, observing Wang Yang's ascent, brandished his sword directly at him. However, the two were suddenly taken aback, their faces displaying utter astonishment, as if they had witnessed something inconceivable. For, immediately after the shorter cultivator's pronouncement, Wang Yang disregarded them entirely and began to stride outwards. As Wang Yang took his first step, the spiritual force within his body surged like a torrential flood, rumbling incessantly. The spiritual energy within the chamber was agitated by the booming spiritual force within Wang Yang's body, becoming turbulent. When they looked again, they could scarcely believe their eyes. 4. Upon taking this first step, Wang Yang's cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of Qi refining. What is happening? There is something peculiar about this lad. Observing this sight, the taller cultivator narrowed his eyes instantly. He was about to urge the shorter one to act swiftly, lest complications arise, but in the next moment, they were once again rooted to the spot. Wang Yang took his second step. Similarly, this second step was accompanied by a thunderous sound, even more potent than the last. After Wang Yang took his second step, his realm underwent another transformation. What? 7th level of Qi refining? When had the two cultivators ever witnessed such an uncanny occurrence? But this strangeness did not cease, for Wang Yang took yet another step. With this step, Wang Yang's cultivation had reached the 8th level of qi refining. Am I dreaming? The shorter cultivator pinched himself severely. The scene unfolding before him defied his understanding of the cultivation world. What manner of thing is this? A realm for each step? What kind of monster is this? The two were utterly bewildered, their minds reeling from Wang Yang's 3 steps. They had even forgotten the purpose of their trip, to slay Wang Yang. In 3 steps, merely in an instant, Wang Yang's cultivation had soared from the 5th level of qi refining to the 8th. You still intend to kill me? Wang Yang's tone was as frigid as a blizzard, bone-chilling, and as awe-inspiring as divine thunder from the heavens. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, the two snapped back to reality. Act. The taller cultivator managed to utter only the first syllable of the word act, for no matter how hard he tried, he could not pronounce the second. They watched helplessly as Wang Yang strode past them. What do you take us for, to disregard us so completely? Although the two cultivators were unable to speak, their thoughts remained. But then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. Wang Yang took his 4th step. With this 4th step, Wang Yang's realm reached the very apex of qi refining. 9th level of qi refining. The two exchanged glances, then gasped in unison. Your head? Your head? After looking at each other, they beheld an even more terrifying sight. They realized that the other's head had been severed at some point. The two opened their mouths simultaneously, uttering those 3 words, and then, suddenly, blood gushed forth like a fountain, ejecting their heads. Only then did they understand why the last word had not been spoken. For, at that moment, their heads had already been severed. Just as the 2 Zhao family disciples perished, a cultivator in a mountain cave, who had been dozing off, was abruptly awakened. It turned out that the 2 jade tablets before him had shattered. These are senior brother Zhao Xian and senior brother Zhao Li's life tablets. The 2 senior brothers are dead. The 2 senior brothers have been slain. They must have found the culprit who murdered the young master. The cultivator's face was filled with terror. Before the cultivator lay 100 jade tablets, each containing a strand of a cultivator's life force, connected to them in the unseen world. As soon as a cultivator died, the jade tablet would shatter. The owners of these jade tablets had all been brought to the Zhao kingdom by the 7th elder to find the murderer of Zhao Ji. The 7th elder had instructed the cultivator to watch the jade tablets carefully and notify him immediately if anything happened. The cultivator quickly rose and stumbled towards the 7th elder's room. Soon, an old man ascended from the mountain cave. This person was none other than the Zhao family's 7th elder, Zhao Tianling. Zhao Tianling took a step through the void, and the next moment, he was already 10 miles away, heading straight for the Lu residence. Chapter 30. The sinful stronghold. To his astonishment, the perpetrator was a master swordsman. Upon witnessing the lifeless forms of his 2 disciples, the 7th elder of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianling, was instantly consumed by rage upon noticing the neat gashes on their necks. The Zhao family was renowned as a prestigious sword cultivation sect and a formidable aristocratic clan in eastern Hulu continent, with an extraordinary legacy. When it came to swordsmanship, none could rival the Zhao family. The elder, possessing formidable swordsmanship, observed the lingering sword energy still present on the necks of his fallen disciples. One Zhao practitioner scrutinized the scene, inquiring, "What can you discern?" "The incisions are precise. They must have been made by a seasoned swordsman. However, there is a noticeable lack of force, and the residual sword energy is dispersed, lacking the refinement of foundational cultivation. This indicates the assailant is an unestablished practitioner, likely at the 8th or even 9th layer of qi refinement," he concluded after a thorough examination. Upon hearing this assessment, Zhao Tianling nodded in agreement, as it aligned with his own findings. Judging from Zhao Ji's remains, it appeared that the attacker had only reached the 1st or 2nd layer of qi refinement during the time of the murder. Yet, astonishingly, in less than a decade, this individual's cultivation had skyrocketed to the 8th or 9th layer, even amid Zhao country's restrictions on immortals. The Zhao country had lifted its ban just 6 months prior, and in such a brief period. This person had ascended from the 5th to the 8th or 9th layer of qi refinement. Was this talent indicative of a heavenly spiritual root? Zhao Tianling's hands were clasped behind his back, his eyes narrowed like a venomous serpent, glinting with cold fury. The mere mention of heavenly spiritual roots sent a jolt through the hearts of all present Zhao disciples. "Elder, are you suggesting that this individual possesses a heavenly spiritual root?" One recalled Zhao Ji's detection at the age of 10, when he was confirmed to possess such a root. Since then, Zhao Ji had vanished from the public eye, with other practitioners from Chu country believing he had been sheltered by the Zhao family and possibly sent to powerful sects for training. They anticipated that Zhao Ji's emergence would herald the Zhao family's ascendance. Yet, only the upper echelons of the Zhao family and Wang Yang knew the grim truth. Zhao Ji had perished a decade ago. All the Zhao family's painstaking efforts had been in vain. In truth, Zhao Ji's heavenly spiritual root had been artificially cultivated by the Zhao family themselves. The Zhao family had reached an agreement with the overseer, capturing ordinary practitioners from Chu country, erasing their memories, and sending them to Zhao country as breeding livestock. In return, the overseer provided them with strands of plundered bloodline power. This bloodline power could enhance the spiritual root talents of practitioners. The Zhao family had accumulated substantial bloodline power, birthing their prodigious young talents. He has only just departed. We must urgently seek him out to ascertain his whereabouts. I will personally extract his soul and subject him to the most excruciating torment this world can offer. Zhao Tianling seethed, his teeth clenched, as he gestured with a wave of his hand, unleashing a shockwave that brought the entire Lu residence crashing down. All Zhao practitioners, gritting their teeth, leapt into action. They were determined to capture the assailant who had slain their prodigious disciple. A month later, on a mountain peak at the borders of Zhao country, Wang Yang, covered in wounds and drenched in blood, was drawing in and expelling spiritual energy to recover. He had absorbed every word spoken by the Zhao practitioners. Wang Yang understood that having killed Zhao Ji was akin to tearing the heavens asunder. The Zhao family would never forgive him. Ever since fleeing from the Lu residence, he had been like a stray dog, relentlessly pursued by Zhao practitioners. He was bewildered by the methods the Zhao family used to track him. Their practitioners were exceptionally formidable. Wang Yang found himself fleeing for his life, realizing he could no longer remain in Zhao country. However, upon stepping beyond its borders, he was taken aback by the true nature of the sinful land. The sinful land was a desolate expanse, with extremely thin spiritual energy. Survival necessitated one thing: theft. And how does one steal? By killing. It was a realm of slaughter, a paradise of peril. In just 3 short days after leaving Zhao country, he encountered no less than 100 individuals intent on extinguishing his life and seizing his possessions. The madness of these practitioners knew no bounds. Even several at the first layer of Qi refinement attempted to rob him. These practitioners ranged from the first layer of Qi refinement to those at the foundational stage, each seeking to plunder him. The insanity was overwhelming. Wang Yang had no qualms in dispatching those below his realm. But those above the foundational stage left him in dire straits, forcing him to flee back to Zhao country. He realized that as long as he returned, the relentless pursuit would cease. It seemed Zhao country was a forbidden sanctuary for them. During his time in this chaotic realm, Wang Yang also encountered Zhao practitioners. Even those from esteemed families were in dire straits. He witnessed some frenzied individuals banding together to slaughter Zhao family members and seize their treasures. This sight momentarily brought him relief. Though the sinful land was perilous, it also served as a refuge from the Zhao family's relentless pursuit. Yet, the Zhao practitioners were like parasites, relentlessly chasing him, making it clear that Zhao country could not be a long-term refuge. Now, Wang Yang was at a loss. For the sinful land was a realm of madness, where even a simple encounter could ignite a bloody conflict. Just then, he spotted a gathering of people at the border. Observing closely, he formed a preliminary understanding of the situation. Although there were many, the majority seemed to be mere spectators. Approximately 20 practitioners were at the center of attention, divided into 4 factions, each displaying their banners and setting up tables and chairs. Wang Yang was astonished to see that those crazed practitioners exhibited no aggression whatsoever. After witnessing the madness surrounding him, he was perplexed by the scene below. Descending the mountain, he approached a seemingly honest young man at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and inquired, "Esteemed friend, what is transpiring here?" "Mind your own business," the practitioner retorted, not even glancing at Wang Yang, clearly displeased. "I'll mind your blood, mother." Wang Yang erupted in fury, kicking the honest-looking practitioner several paces away. The malice emanating from these individuals was overwhelming. "Should you utter another disrespectful word, I shall ensure your head is severed." Wang Yang's voice was frigid. Seeing the bloodied Wang Yang, particularly noting his 9th layer of Qi refinement, the once-averse practitioner finally mustered a reluctant smile and replied, "The 4 strongholds of the sinful land are currently testing spiritual roots and recruiting disciples. Here in the sinful land, some significant sects occupy various peaks, constructing small fortresses known as sinful strongholds. Once one joins a stronghold, they gain the protection of the stronghold's leader. There are nearly 1,000 such strongholds in the sinful land. The outermost strongholds possess the weakest power, while those nearer to the center are significantly more formidable." Chapter 31. The notion of spiritual roots and bloodlines to become a disciple of the evil mountain bandit clan is akin to possessing a temporary talisman for survival within the treacherous land of sin, providing a semblance of safety within a limited scope. Yet, such security is not absolute, for rival clans may attack, posing a genuine threat of annihilation. Such occurrences transpire daily, as invincibility is a mere illusion in this realm. The clans closest to this border in the Zhao kingdom are the 3 notorious bandit clans, Qin, Wu, and Han. Daily, lives are lost within these clans, as they relentlessly absorb newcomers to bolster their strength. Our Wei clan boasts the most substantial financial resources. Those whose spiritual roots meet the requirements can join us and receive 10 spirit stones each month. The Han clan possesses the most comprehensive cultivation methods, providing a tome tailored to one's aptitude upon entry. The Wu clan is renowned for its abundant spiritual energy, offering the swiftest path to advancement. The Qin clan, on the other hand, is famed for its numerous female cultivators. Those with suitable spiritual roots can select a beautiful female cultivator as a companion, indulging in nights of revelry. At this moment, the practitioners from the four great clans began to extol their respective advantages, weaving a tapestry of allure around their offerings. Wealth, companions, techniques, and resources were all available, leaving the crowd in a haze of temptation. Esteemed immortal, may I inquire what constitutes spiritual roots? A woman with a child approached, her face a canvas of reverence, soon clouded by confusion. The Zhao kingdom had been isolated for far too long, and its people were oblivious to the concepts of cultivation and spiritual roots. Subsequently, a practitioner from the Qin clan, with a donkey-like visage, began to elucidate. Spiritual roots, he explained, are akin to a bridge connecting the heavens and humanity. Through this conduit, the ethereal energies of the cosmos can enter one's body, which can subsequently be refined and absorbed via qi refining methods to elevate one's cultivation level. The stages of cultivation are ranked from lowest to highest: qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and divine transformation. Except for the qi refinement stage, which contains 9 layers, the remaining stages are categorized into initial, mid, late, and perfected realms. Not everyone possesses spiritual roots. It is estimated that only 1 in 100 individuals has them. Generally, there are 5 types of roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, most individuals possess mixed roots, such as dual roots of metal and wood, or even quintuple roots encompassing all 5 elements. Single attribute roots are termed heavenly roots, the most potent of all, allowing for rapid cultivation, followed by dual attribute earthly roots. These two are considered true spiritual roots. Conversely, the majority of individuals possess 3 or more roots, classified as false spiritual roots. While they can still absorb cosmic energy, their cultivation speed is markedly sluggish, making foundation establishment exceedingly difficult. The quality of one's spiritual roots not only dictates the speed of cultivation, but also influences the magnitude and existence of bottlenecks during breakthroughs. For instance, those with heavenly roots enjoy the swiftest progression and smallest bottlenecks, often referred to as the chosen ones. Beyond these ordinary roots, there exists a rare type known as mutated roots, such as wind, thunder, and ice roots, which, when paired with corresponding techniques, facilitate rapid advancement. In addition to spiritual roots, bloodlines serve as another determinant of one's potential in cultivation, though they are far more enigmatic than spiritual roots. Thus, commoners should not harbor illusions regarding their significance. Cultivation not only enhances one's power, but also enables the mastery of formidable spells, capable of moving mountains, traversing seas, subduing demons, and even parting the heavens. Therefore, those under 20 wishing to join my Qin clan, please line up for the assessment. The Qin clan's donkey-faced practitioner spoke with grandiloquence, detailing the benefits of cultivation. Traditionally, candidates under 15 are not permitted to undergo spiritual root testing, as the body's meridians begin to deteriorate with age, complicating the cultivation process. However, due to the prolonged isolation of the Zhao kingdom, many youths with promising talents may have surpassed the age limit. Consequently, the 4 major clans have relaxed their age restrictions by 10 years for Zhao cultivators. Upon hearing these enticing prospects, the impoverished populace of Zhao began to stir, contemplating their children's futures. Each clan possessed its unique advantages, and the choice of which path to follow ultimately depended on individual circumstances. The testing of spiritual roots commenced swiftly. The first to undergo the examination was a rather handsome youth. Following the guide's instructions, he placed his hand upon a black stone sphere, which suddenly radiated a burst of light. A metal water attribute spiritual root? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated such a formidable root to emerge first. In the realm of Sin, earthly roots are exceedingly rare, and throughout history, those possessing them have often been regarded as successors to their clans. Ultimately, the youth chose to join the Wei clan. Excellent. With diligent practice, he shall undoubtedly establish his foundation before the age of 50 and enjoy a lifespan of 200 years. The Wei clan reveled in their auspicious start, their first disciple boasting an earthly root, instilling a sense of pride among them. The crowd's spirits soared upon hearing the Wei practitioner's words. While most were unfamiliar with the significance of foundation establishment, the idea of a 200-year lifespan resonated deeply. For commoners, longevity equated to fortune. Soon after, the second youth stepped forward, his face brimming with anticipation as he placed his hand upon a stone sphere belonging to the sword sect. This time, however, the sphere failed to emit any light. A 5-element root? Next, the practitioner in charge of the assessment displayed evident displeasure, his tone noticeably colder. 5 roots were not remarkable. The youth, witnessing this outcome, felt his hopes dissipate, replaced by a sense of loss and despair. Why do I possess so many roots? He muttered repeatedly, as if in a trance, turning to leave step by step. The spectators gazed upon him with sympathy, but the whims of fate remain unpredictable. The emergence of roots and their nature are beyond anyone's control. The testing continued in due course. The youths completed their assessments. The majority exhibited spiritual roots. Yet those meeting the criteria were fewer than 1%, totaling just over 20 individuals. The majority of these fortunate souls gravitated towards the Wu, Han, and Wei clans, for their advantages were more pronounced. As for the Qin clan, despite the donkey-faced practitioner's grandiloquent speech, they garnered the least interest. So far, the Qin clan had not welcomed a single disciple. This disparity arose from the comparative lack of appeal. The Wei clan possessed wealth, the Han clan offered techniques, and the Wu clan was rich in spiritual energy. What did the Qin clan have? Women. In the recently liberated Zhao kingdom, the populace was largely indifferent to matters of gender. With barely enough to eat, the allure of companionship held little significance. Hey, you over there, the tall and foolish one. Come here and watch the spectacle. Just as the crowd began to disperse, the visibly displeased Qin practitioner pointed at Wang Yang, who stood alone, observing the commotion. Chapter 32. The unfortunate white spiritual root. Am I truly the clumsy giant with thick brows and large eyes? Wang Yang gazed at himself in bewilderment, his surprise evident. Do I really appear to be a fool? He squinted, convinced that while he might not be exceptionally handsome, he certainly did not resemble a simpleton. What defines a clumsy giant, anyway? Surely not someone like me. Yes, you. What are you staring at? Hurry over here. The irritable cultivator from the Qin family barked at Wang Yang. Wang Yang had merely intended to observe the spectacle and learn about spiritual roots. He had no desire to participate in the disciple recruitment ceremony. He was acutely aware that the Zhao family was currently hunting him down relentlessly. His best course of action was to traverse this perilous territory and seek refuge elsewhere, far from this hub of trouble. Wang Yang held firm to the belief that the truth would eventually come to light. Time would inevitably reveal any hidden secrets. If the Zhao family discovered his whereabouts, he stood no chance against them with his current abilities. As a prestigious and long-standing family, the Zhao family boasted numerous cultivators, including many foundational practitioners and possibly even those of the core formation stage. Such a formidable entity far surpassed someone of Wang Yang's caliber. A single misstep could lead to his utter demise. My dear fellow, I am merely a wandering cultivator, not here to participate in any tests. I have never witnessed the ceremony of disciple recruitment and simply came to observe. Wang Yang managed to smile as he waved his hand in explanation. However, the Qin cultivator, already vexed, erupted in fury upon seeing Wang Yang dismiss him. Observe? Is this a spectacle? What do you mean? How dare a mere Qi refinement level 9 fool look down upon the esteemed Qin family? The cultivator's anger boiled over. This cultivator, known as Qin Mu, was responsible for recruiting disciples in the Qin family. He had delivered an extensive lecture on the fundamentals of cultivation, hoping to attract more disciples, only to see his efforts undermined by two rival families. To date, he had not secured a single disciple, though all four families operated near the notorious Zhao territory. The Qin family had begun to lag behind. The other three families were too powerful, attracting talented disciples whose abilities only strengthened their ranks, a vicious cycle. In recent years, the Qin family had struggled to recruit top-tier talents. Without a robust reserve of disciples, the Qin family found itself increasingly distanced from the other three factions. The head of the Qin family had declared that if they could not find exceptional disciples soon, Qin Mu would be relegated to cleaning the latrines. These thoughts only deepened Qin Mu's frustration. What are you all standing around for? Bring him to me. Qin Mu barked at the disciples nearby. At his command, two Qin disciples hurried forward to seize Wang Yang and drag him along. Wang Yang felt a surge of indignation. How dare they impose such demands upon him? He yearned to kick those two disciples aside and escape, yet he recognized the futility of resistance against their numbers. Why can't I simply observe in peace? I should have kept my distance. Wang Yang lamented, regretting his decision to witness the commotion. Having been previously captured by one donkey-faced individual, he now found himself ensnared by another. Was he cursed to attract such figures? Brought to the spirit-testing stone, he reluctantly placed his hand upon the dark orb, following the cultivator's instructions. Perhaps it was the last person, or perhaps others were merely curious. Those intending to leave now paused to watch him. They were eager to see if this clumsy giant possessed any talent, and whether the Qin family could recruit a disciple this time. Suddenly, the dark orb emitted a faint light before extinguishing, akin to a fleeting fart. It was merely a single point of light. After this brief flicker, the spirit-testing stone dimmed entirely. What is this? Qin Mu was momentarily stunned. The spirit-testing stone determined spiritual roots based on the emitted light. For instance, those with Earth's spiritual roots would be blinded by its brilliance. Even the weakest five-element roots would cast a faint glow like that of a candle. But this single point of light, not only Qin Mu, but also the representatives from the two other sects were equally taken aback. What on earth is this? Yet, the next moment, a look of realization crossed Qin Mu's face, as if he had recalled something. He gazed at Wang Yang with a look of utter disbelief. This is a white spiritual root? The sudden mention of white spiritual root sent tremors through all present. Wang Yang momentarily doubted his own hearing. Was there such a thing as a white spiritual root? Hadn't spiritual roots been categorized only into genuine and false? What was this new classification? What is a white spiritual root? Wang Yang inquired, his face a mask of confusion. In response, Qin Mu, with an expression that conveyed both disbelief and resignation, began to explain. The occurrence of white spiritual roots throughout history had been exceedingly rare, hardly amounting to a handful. Even fewer were aware of their existence, as many cultivators had never even heard of them. A white spiritual root is considered the most inferior spiritual root in the cultivation world. Even worse than the most subpar false roots, often referred to as a wasted root. It was said that 5,000 years ago, a cultivator with a white spiritual root managed to reach the 9th level of chi refinement after a decade of training, thanks to the abundant resources of his family. However, he spent the next 90 years struggling to establish his foundation, ultimately consuming nearly 5,000 foundation-building pills without success, remaining at the 9th level of chi refinement until his lifespan expired in despair. 5,000 foundation-building pills could allow even a dog to establish its foundation. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang's face twitched in disbelief. What is this? He was classified as such a bizarre spiritual root, one that had scarcely appeared in history. He had initially hoped to cultivate in seclusion and ascend to the divine realm, but it seemed that no matter where he went, he would face the same fate. At this moment, he cursed Wang Dazhu, blaming him for stealing his lineage. But what lineage had the overseer truly taken from him? What did that title of supreme truly signify? Wang Yang gritted his teeth in frustration, his eyes ablaze with anger, wishing he could drag Wang Dazhu's ancestors out and whip them for an hour to relieve his pin-up rage. Brother, I am uncertain how you have cultivated. Though you cannot establish your foundation, reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement is commendable. Why not come to our Qin family as a servant? Qin Mu's ire had largely dissipated, and he managed to smile. Wang Yang's thoughts were consumed with expletives. What a joke. Is the suffering of others so amusing? A servant? How absurd. Chapter 33. The master passed away early. Wang Yang reluctantly joined the Qin family village. His decision was not influenced by the presence of numerous female cultivators, as he had no desire to be part of the Qin family village. According to Qin Mu, the only advantage of Qin family village over the other three was the abundance of female disciples. In the realm of cultivation, what use is there for women? Women merely hinder a cultivator's ability to draw their swords swiftly. However, at this moment, Wang Yang had no other options. Upon learning of Wang Yang's white spiritual root, the other three factions seemed to have made a swift decision, departing without a backward glance, not even a trace of hesitation. As Qin Mu put it, while a white spiritual root could still cultivate, the rarity lay in promotion. For the methods of advancement suitable for ordinary cultivators did not apply to those with a white spiritual root. As for how white spiritual root cultivators could progress, Qin Mu was clueless, and so was anyone else. Thus, in their eyes, even if Wang Yang reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, he would merely be a Qi refinement cultivator with no potential for foundation establishment. Such individuals were abundant in the land of Sin. Even 5,000 foundation establishment pills would not suffice, as cultivators with such roots were deemed a waste of resources, mere burdens, even if their consumption was minimal. For any faction, the first consideration when recruiting disciples is their potential. The white spiritual root holds no promise. The news of Qin Mu bringing back a white spiritual root spread like wildfire throughout the Qin family village. In the village's council hall, a dark-skinned, one-armed middle-aged cultivator, who looked to be in his 40s, glared at Qin Mu with displeasure. This middle-aged man was none other than the village head, Qin Shou. At 53 years of age, he was in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Qin Mu had no grievances to voice. The weakness of the Qin family village was not his fault. In the land of Sin, the closer one is to the edge, the thinner the spiritual energy becomes, resulting in weaker cultivators. The strength of the sinful mountain village diminishes as one approaches the outskirts, while the concentration of spiritual energy increases and cultivators grow stronger as one nears the heart of the sin-laden territory. In contrast, the leaders of the other three villages were predominantly in the late foundation establishment stage, with various foundation cultivators present to maintain order. However, in the Qin family village, aside from the village head Qin Shou, who was in the mid-foundation stage, there were only 2 foundation cultivators left, both of whom perished in last year's conflict. Most cultivators in the village were of low talent, having suffered significant casualties over the years, with the majority barely reaching the 6th or 7th level of Qi refinement, and only 3 at the 8th level. As for the 9th level, Qin Mu was the sole representative. This meager strength relied solely on Qin Shou to keep the village intact, yet such thoughts were unutterable. Qin Mu, do you have a head on your shoulders or just a backside? You couldn't even bring back a single person? Qin Shou snapped. Village head. Qin Mu did not fulfill his task. He is willing to accept any punishment. Qin Mu murmured internally, wondering if he could express his reluctance for punishment. After some deliberation among Qin Shou and several elders, an idea suddenly struck Qin Shou. You shall become the head of the talisman-making hall. Upon hearing this decree, Qin Mu's countenance shifted dramatically. Village head, could we perhaps consider an alternative punishment? Perhaps I could clean the latrines instead? Qin Mu seemed vehemently opposed to this punishment, even preferring the latter option. Yet, his resistance proved futile, and he could only exit the council hall under the disapproving gazes of the elders. As the dejected Qin Mu stepped out, he encountered Wang Yang and an idea sparked in his mind. He promptly took Wang Yang to the elder responsible for managing the roster. The Elder Council has decided to allow the newcomer Wang Yang to join the Talisman-making hall. I am here to register him, Qin Mu informed an elderly man. The elder paused momentarily, a glint of curiosity in his eyes as he posed the question to Wang Yang. Do you wish to join the Talisman-making hall? Wang Yang was taken aback by the elder's expression. He was truly bewildered. Ever since the revelation of his white spiritual root, the entire Qin family village had gone into a frenzy. They had not anticipated that the rumors were true, that such a miraculous entity as a white spiritual root existed in this world. Almost everyone in the village came to gawk at Wang Yang as if he were a spectacle on display. Wang Yang felt a surge of displeasure and simmering anger, yearning to retort with a curse. However, the judgmental glances he received only exacerbated his discontent. Indeed, I wish to join the Talisman-making hall. Wang Yang had prepared himself for this moment even before entering the Qin family village, ready to accept any role, even that of a mere servant. He declared this with resolute conviction to the elder. The elder remained silent, swiftly completing the registration process. Following this, Qin Mu assisted Wang Yang in acquiring some essentials, a badge of identity, a robe, a storage pouch, an independent dwelling, and finally, a key inscribed with the words Talisman-making hall. After leading Wang Yang to his new abode, Qin Mu departed without a backward glance. The Qin family village granted the newly arrived disciples half a month to settle their affairs before returning to focus on their cultivation, while others ventured out. Wang Yang remained motionless in his room. His brother had been taken away by those individuals. He had no relatives to attend to. Was it destined that he would never advance beyond this point, forever unable to establish a foundation? For the past half-month, Wang Yang had been lost in thought, utterly at a loss. He could not fathom that his spiritual root was indeed a white spiritual root. Even with the most basic of roots, he could have accepted it. At least there would be a glimmer of hope for cultivation. Yet, the prospect of a white spiritual root sent shivers down his spine, evoking memories of a cultivator who had spent 5,000 foundation establishment pills without success, leaving Wang Yang feeling despondent about his future. Wait, today marks the 15th day. Today is the day of assembly. Suddenly, Wang Yang recalled that today was the designated day for gathering. He had overheard the elder mention to another new disciple that they must assemble at their respective halls after 15 days to commence their training. With that thought, Wang Yang hurried towards the Talisman-making hall. Along the way, the disciples of the Qin family village could not help but chuckle upon seeing Wang Yang. He had grown accustomed to such scenes. Since the news of his white spiritual root spread, he had become the target of ridicule. When is a person at their most vulnerable? When their future is laid bare before them, devoid of promise. Wang Yang had witnessed such dejection many times. His fate was now sealed. He was not destined to establish a foundation, forever to remain a mere qi refinement cultivator. Even those youthful disciples, who were only at the first or second level of qi refinement, mocked him, as they still held on to the belief that although their talents were modest, they too could grasp opportunities to advance, to establish a foundation, form a golden core, and perhaps even transcend into divine realms. Self-importance is a common human trait. Upon entering the Talisman-making hall, Wang Yang was astonished to find it completely deserted. What was going on? Had he arrived too early? Confused, he stepped inside and awaited the arrival of others. After what felt like an eternity, he realized that not a single soul had appeared. Had he taken a wrong turn? He stepped back outside and glanced once more at the plaque above. The words Talisman-making hall were unmistakably displayed. Could it be that he had misremembered the date? Counting on his fingers, he confirmed the date was indeed correct. Just then, a young attendant with a milk bottle in his mouth passed by the entrance of the Talisman-making hall. Wang Yang stopped him and asked, "Little apprentice, may I inquire where everyone in the Talisman-making hall is gone?" The young attendant scratched his head in confusion and replied, "There is no one in the Talisman-making hall." No one. How could such a grand establishment be devoid of inhabitants? Wang Yang then realized that the young boy's perception of emptiness likely stemmed from his tender age, implying a scarcity rather than a complete absence of individuals. Indeed, the cultivators of Qin family fort were few in number, predominantly male, and largely of modest cultivation levels. Didn't Qin Mu mention that Qin family fort had many female cultivators? Why haven't I seen any? Wang Yang inquired, recalling Qin Mu's words. Upon hearing Wang Yang's question, the boy responded without hesitation, "Seeing your brother Qin Mu deceived you. Unable to recruit individuals, he resorts to various pretexts. He even misled others by claiming that the chieftain of Qin family fort was a core formation cultivator, when in reality, the chieftain is merely a foundation establishment shrimp. However, if senior brother desires a female cultivator, acquiring one would be effortless. They are ubiquitous. Just seize one." Wang Yang was rendered speechless. Wang Yang was taken aback. Qin Mu, that scoundrel, was truly incorrigible. However, Wang Yang sensed that the boy before him was not entirely virtuous either. Female cultivator? Ubiquitous? Seize one. Were these the words of a child of 4 or 5? Are you implying that the Talisman Hall is sparsely populated? Wang Yang inquired, disregarding the boy's outrageous remarks and continuing to inquire about the Talisman Hall. The Talisman Hall is completely deserted, the boy replied. scratching the back of his head and shaking it repeatedly. Completely deserted? Wang Yang was perplexed. Could it be that the Talisman Hall was newly established, and he was the inaugural disciple? If there are no disciples, there must be a Hall Master. Who is the Hall Master? Wang Yang inquired once more, flashing an enchanting smile. Ah, you're referring to the Hall Master, the boy exclaimed, his face lighting up as if struck by inspiration upon hearing those words. Seeing the boy's reaction, Wang Yang believed his conjecture to be correct. However, the boy's subsequent words left Wang Yang petrified. The Hall Master has long since perished. The grass on his grave is already 10 meters high. Chapter 34. The profession of burning money. Wang Yang raised an eyebrow. After 10 years without a master, what purpose does the symbol crafting hall serve? What am I doing here? Listen, little brat, I'll tell you this. If you dare to speak nonsense, I will smash your milk bottle. Now, explain the reason behind this to me in detail. Wang Yang was no benevolent figure. He seized the child by the collar and spoke menacingly. Wang Yang sensed there was something amiss with the symbol crafting hall. The innocent child, oblivious to Wang Yang's ignorance, pondered for a moment and then smacked his forehead as if recalling something. Are you unfamiliar with this place? The child inquired, as if he had stumbled upon a wondrous discovery. Wang Yang shot a glance at the child and could only nod in affirmation. Then it's no wonder. The waters here run deep. Let me explain it to you, the child said, tilting his head and counting on his fingers. Wang Yang listened, astonished by the child's words, and eventually understood. The reason the symbol crafting hall was deserted stemmed from the intricacies of the spirit talisman craftsmanship. Spirit talismans are categorized into 9 grades, each with 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. Crafting a talisman requires 3 essential components. The first is the runes. Only specific runes can unleash the power of a spirit talisman. These runes were created by ancient sages based on the changes of heaven and earth, possessing mysterious capabilities. Like spirit talismans, runes are also divided into 9 grades, corresponding 1 to 1. The second component is the talisman paper. This special paper is crafted from the hides, blood, and spiritual herbs of certain mystical beasts mixed with unique mineral sands. Any rune must be inscribed upon talisman paper, which serves as the foundation for crafting spirit talismans. The third necessity is spiritual consciousness. Only through spiritual consciousness can runes be imprinted onto talisman paper. There are countless types of spirit talismans, broadly classified into 3 categories. The first category encompasses attack and defense talismans, such as the Fire Serpent Talisman, Sword Talisman, Earth Wall Talisman, and Golden Armor Talisman. The second category includes auxiliary talismans, like the Lightness Talisman, Divine Movement Talisman, Flight Talisman, and Immobilization Talisman. The third category consists of special talismans, such as the Arousal Talisman, Yearning Talisman, and Fortuitous Talisman. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang was astounded. He had not anticipated the vast variety of spirit talismans. However, he found himself perplexed by the latter 2 categories. What, pray tell? Is a special talisman an arousal talisman? Does it truly induce desire? Isn't that akin to a mundane aphrodisiac? Do cultivators actually use such things? A yearning talisman? Does it provoke unrequited love? A fortuitous talisman? Can it truly alter one's fortune? This was the child's simple exposition on the art of crafting talismans. At a cursory glance, there appeared to be nothing amiss, yet the absence of patrons in the symbol crafting hall lay hidden within this very craft. The 3 requisite components for crafting talismans posed a burden to ordinary cultivators. For instance, runes come in 9 grades. A first-grade rune can fetch 10 spirit stones in the market, while a second-grade rune can sell for 100 spirit stones. Spirit stones are the currency of the cultivation world. They are categorized into 4 types: inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional spirit stones, with each type convertible at a standard rate of 10,000. For example, 10,000 inferior spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 middle-grade spirit stone. Though runes are expensive, they can be reused, allowing for lifelong usage once procured. Now consider talisman paper. Due to the intricate crafting process and the need for costly materials, a stack of first-grade talisman paper costs around 20 inferior spirit stones in the market. A stack contains 10 sheets, meaning each sheet costs 2 inferior spirit stones. While 2 inferior spirit stones may not seem exorbitant, this involves another fundamental principle of talisman crafting. The success of crafting a spirit talisman is not guaranteed. There is a failure rate. Initially, when learning to craft talismans, the failure rate stands at a staggering 10%. Historically, the only means to enhance success rates is through continuous crafting to gain experience. Generally, as the number of attempts increases, so does the success rate, with higher-grade talismans requiring significantly more attempts. For instance, crafting a first-grade talisman, after 1,000 attempts, increases the success rate by 10%. To achieve a 100% success rate, one would need at least 10,000 attempts. For a second-grade talisman, the success rate might only improve after 5,000 attempts, necessitating a staggering 50,000 attempts to reach perfection. 10,000 attempts, at 2 inferior spirit stones each, amounts to 20,000 inferior spirit stones? When Wang Yang heard this, he was utterly flabbergasted. This is not crafting talismans. This is unequivocally burning money. Such exorbitant costs render it nearly impossible for ordinary cultivators to sustain such financial burdens. Given the extravagant expenses of talisman crafting, do cultivators seldom utilize spirit talismans? Not at all. Spirit talismans are as vital as medicinal pills for cultivators, particularly those in the chi refining stage. With limited spiritual energy, they cannot continuously employ multiple spells, making spirit talismans especially significant, as their use does not deplete spiritual power. To illustrate, in a battle where both opponents have exhausted their spiritual energy, possessing a single spirit talisman could turn the tide, thus ensuring a steady demand for talismans. The high failure rate of talisman crafting means most cultivators opt to purchase rather than craft their own, placing talisman crafters alongside alchemists and artifact crafters as the three most lucrative professions. Wang Yang smirked. Indeed, talisman crafters earn substantial profits, but the expenses are exorbitant. Wang Yang drew a parallel, recognizing that the child's explanation pertained to only one attribute of spirit talismans. Cultivators possess various spiritual root attributes, primarily the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Including those of different attributes, there are at least 8 or 9. In the cultivation realm, the fewer the spiritual root attributes a cultivator possesses, the greater their innate talent. Conversely, the more attributes they have, the lower their talent. Thus, the disciples recruited typically have limitations on their attributes, with the majority possessing 2 or 3. For example, a cultivator with metal and wood attributes can only craft metal and wood spirit talismans and must cultivate further to produce others. Therefore, the optimal choice for a talisman crafter is a cultivator with all 5 spiritual roots, enabling the crafting of talismans from all 5 elemental attributes. However, nurturing a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots presents its own challenges, as their cultivation speed is notably slower. Consequently, most factions must recruit 3 or 4 cultivators with distinctly different attributes, thereby multiplying costs by 3 to 4 times. This results in approximately 100,000 spirit stones. And this is merely for a first-grade talisman. For a second-grade talisman, with each sheet of talisman paper costing 10 inferior spirit stones and requiring 50,000 attempts, that amounts to 500,000. Upon calculating this figure, Wang Yang could not help but laugh. Some may argue that 500,000 is not excessive, but with his current monthly salary of 3 inferior spirit stones, 36 inferior spirit stones a year, he had lost count. What on earth is this? This is no longer merely burning money, it is burning a fortune. Which family or faction possesses such financial prowess? Becoming a talisman crafter is exceedingly difficult. Yet, if crafting talismans is such a financial burden, why does no one frequent the symbol crafting hall? Surely, one could simply refrain from crafting talismans? Wang Yang had a sudden flash of insight. Although he had entered the symbol crafting hall, he could choose not to craft talismans. The scarcity of cultivators here means less competition, making it a rare sanctuary. You think too naively. Once you enter the symbol crafting hall, you are required to submit a certain number of talismans each month, or else you will be confined to the reflection room for 10 years. The child retorted, rolling his eyes at Wang Yang. Confined to the reflection room? Wang Yang mused that being locked away might not be so bad. At least he could focus on his cultivation. However, the child seemed to see through Wang Yang's thoughts and added, the reflection room is devoid of the world's spiritual energy, rendering it impossible to cultivate. All you can do is contemplate your mistakes. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang's anger was ignited. He stormed out in a fit of rage. Brother Wang, where are you going? I am going to settle the score with that scoundrel Qin Mu. He deceived me into this den of tigers and wolves. Looking for Brother Qin Mu? 14 days ago, he departed on a journey to seek disciples and will not return for some time. As the young attendant departed, Wang Yang finally discerned the reason behind the old man's peculiar gaze. The talisman hall was a veritable bottomless pit. Qin Mu, you'd better hope I don't catch you, or I'll make you pay. Wang Yang fumed, wishing he could obliterate the scoundrel Qin Mu. After what seemed like an eternity, Wang Yang's anger subsided somewhat. Resigned to his fate, he knew he had no choice but to press on. To his relief, the Qin family fort provided 50 sets of Tier 1 talisman materials for aspiring talisman makers to practice with. Eager to make the most of his time, Wang Yang immediately began practicing, determined to earn money as quickly as possible. He chose to work on the Tier 1 mid-grade Fire Serpent talisman, which, when activated, could conjure the rudimentary Fire Serpent spell. Among Tier 1 talismans, the Fire Serpent talisman was considered quite potent, frequently used by disciples in the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refining. Offense is the best defense, he mused. A powerful attack can silence all petty gossip. Wang Yang placed a set of materials on the table, and once everything was prepared, he began tracing the runes on the talisman paper with his divine sense. However, Wang Yang was not adept at using his divine sense, especially for such intricate work as tracing runes. 15 minutes later, after Wang Yang had drawn a dozen strokes, the talisman paper suddenly burst into flames, singeing his face. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and dodged in time, narrowly avoiding losing his hair. Thus, Wang Yang's first attempt at talisman making ended in failure. Failing on the first try was not uncommon. Wang Yang prepared a second set of materials and began again. The second attempt also failed. And so it went, for half a day. In that time, Wang Yang attempted to create the Fire Serpent Talisman 15 times, without a single success. Yet, the failures did not discourage him. Once he started making talismans, his mind became tranquil, and he immersed himself completely. It was a habit he had always maintained. After a few stretches, Wang Yang resumed his work. He continued until midnight before finally calling it quits. In a full day, he had crafted 49 talismans, succeeding only once. 49 talismans with only one success, a success rate of less than 0.5%. He exclaimed, "Talisman making is indeed a costly endeavor. Becoming a talisman maker is no easy feat." The 49 sets of materials had cost him 98 low-grade spirit stones. In a single day, all that money had vanished. And to top it off, he had only produced one Fire Serpent talisman. At a market price of 3 spirit stones per talisman, Wang Yang had incurred a net loss of 242 low-grade spirit stones. His monthly stipend was 3 spirit stones, so he had squandered over 6 years' worth of earnings. "I'm done with this," Wang Yang roared, slamming his fist on the table, shattering it. There's a saying in the cultivation world, talisman making is a profession for the wealthy. How true it is. He slumped onto a stool, clutching the brick. His brow furrowed, feeling as though his future was bleak. With his white spirit root, he couldn't establish a foundation, and now, having entered the talisman hall, becoming a talisman maker seemed even more unattainable. Suddenly, Wang Yang's gaze fell upon the brick. The brick can increase experience in practicing boxing and experience in reading. Could it also increase experience in talisman making? Wang Yang's body trembled. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a miracle. How could I have forgotten about the brick? The brick was extraordinary, and its ability to increase experience had already been demonstrated in 2 ways. Talisman making is also a process of accumulating experience through constant failure. It also relies on experience and proficiency. Wang Yang had a sudden inspiration. Could the brick also increase my talisman making experience? If this idea proved true, it would greatly aid his journey in talisman making. Creating 1 talisman would be equivalent to creating 100, like having a talisman making cheat. While others might need to create 5,000 talismans to increase their success rate to 100%, with the brick, Wang Yang would only need 50. 5,050. The difference is immense. Most importantly, Wang Yang possessed a fundamental advantage over other cultivators. He had a white spirit root. The white spirit root, known as the universal spirit root, possesses all spiritual attributes. This meant he could create talismans of any attribute, becoming a universal talisman maker. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Yang's heart began to race. He had one last set of materials, and he had to use it to test his hypothesis. This time, Wang Yang meditated for half an hour, relaxing his entire body. Finally, he began. First, he ensured that no one was around the talisman hall. Then locked the door from the inside, and finally entered the brick space. 100 stone statues stood in the space. He cautiously extended his divine sense, gently gliding it over the talisman paper, and waited a few breaths before drawing the first rune. Since divine sense was formless, the statues remained still. Wang Yang had no way of knowing if the statues would increase his experience, and he would have to wait until he finished making the talisman to find out. Once again, Wang Yang chose the Fire Serpent Talisman, as he had gained some understanding of it after 49 attempts. The Fire Serpent Talisman was a Tier 1 talisman with only 100 lines. As the talisman's tier increased, so did the number of lines. Tier 2 talismans had 500 lines, and Tier 3 talismans had a staggering 2,000 lines. Wang Yang couldn't imagine how many lines a Tier 9 talisman would have. As time slowly passed, Wang Yang had drawn 99 lines. Just one more. Wang Yang was incredibly excited, his palms sweating. He finally began to draw the last line. Swish. As soon as the last line was successfully drawn, the talisman in front of him suddenly emitted a red glow, its spiritual energy fluctuating violently. After 2 breaths, the energy subsided and sank into the talisman paper. As the glow faded, Wang Yang gained a deeper understanding of talisman making, a newfound grasp of the lines, and a fresh perspective on the use of divine sense. Wang Yang knew that this feeling was due to having gained over 100 successful talisman making experiences. "These statues can indeed help me make talismans," Wang Yang exclaimed, jumping up and down with excitement. With this discovery, talisman making would no longer be a costly endeavor, but something easily mastered. The brick's ability was truly heaven-defying. The exhilaration Wang Yang felt persisted for a full hour before finally subsiding. With the unexpected efficacy of the brick, he could undoubtedly become a spirit talisman master, one of the most lucrative professions. Affluence would make acquiring foundation establishment pills no longer a pipe dream. Emboldened, he resolved to hone his talisman-making skills further. However, an immediate impediment arose. He had exhausted his supply of crafting materials. The Qin family stronghold had initially provided 50 sets, all of which he had depleted. According to protocol, the stronghold would furnish him with 50 sets monthly. To continue crafting beyond that, he would have to procure the materials himself or await the following month. Wang Yang, caught in the throes of enthusiasm, found the prospect of waiting unacceptable, especially since it was only the first day of the month, leaving 29 days to endure. He determined to purchase additional materials and strike while the iron was hot. Yet, He was currently penniless, possessing only the 3 spirit stones he had just received. What was he to do? How could he acquire more spirit stones? Wang Yang had not anticipated encountering such financial straits so soon. He considered selling some spirit liquid as the only readily available option. After killing Wang Dezhu, Wang Yang had acquired only 3 items: a sword engraved with mountains and seas, the mountain sea swordplay technique, and 10,000 bottles of spirit liquid. Among these, the spirit liquid seemed the most marketable. He also considered whom to sell it to. To maintain secrecy, Wang Yang decided against selling the spirit liquid to anyone within the Qin family stronghold, opting instead to sell it elsewhere. In the cultivation world, there were designated marketplaces where cultivators traded goods, known as bazaar cities. The land of carnage was replete with such marketplaces, both large and small. However, Wang Yang hesitated to venture beyond the protective perimeter of the Qin family stronghold, fearing he might be robbed of everything, including his undergarments. The closest bazaar city to the Qin family stronghold was located in Yellow Maple Valley. Initially, Wang Yang considered setting out that very night, but after some deliberation, he decided to postpone his departure until the following day. He now understood that the stone statue could aid him in talisman making, and all that remained was to refine his technique. There was no need to rush, and besides, leaving in the dead of night might arouse suspicion. Wang Yang returned to his abode. As he lay in bed, he felt a sense of anticipation for his cultivation journey for the first time. Talisman making could generate income, and substantial income at that. With sufficient funds, Wang Yang could purchase foundation establishment pills. If the white spirit root cultivator had failed to establish his foundation despite consuming 5,000 pills, then he would consume 10,000. If 10,000 proved insufficient, he would consume 20,000. Wang Yang refused to believe that he could not establish his foundation with an ample supply of foundation establishment pills. A rare sense of fatigue washed over Wang Yang. He lay in bed and soon drifted off to sleep. He dreamt that he had established his foundation. The next day, Wang Yang arose early and requested leave from Chieftain Qin Shou under the pretext of needing to hunt demonic beasts and gather spiritual herbs to replenish his talisman-making supplies. Qin Shou informed Wang Yang that, as the master of the talisman hall, he was now considered a mid-level figure within the Qin family stronghold and could leave at any time without requiring permission, which surprised Wang Yang. Wang Yang then departed from the Qin family stronghold under Qin Shou's approving gaze. In Qin Shou's eyes, Wang Yang's consumption of 50 sets of talisman-making materials in a single day indicated diligence, a quality he highly valued. After leaving the Qin family stronghold, Wang Yang made his way directly to Yellow Maple Valley, located 100 miles away. With the protection afforded by his status as a cultivator from the Qin family stronghold, Wang Yang need not fear robbers within this range. Nevertheless, he remained extremely cautious, as there were always some reckless individuals who defied the odds. Even before entering Yellow Maple Valley, Wang Yang could hear a cacophony of bustling voices. Bazaar cities were places where cultivators exchanged goods, and therefore, fighting was strictly prohibited. First Order Demonic Beast Cores, 1 spirit stone each. Hearing this, Wang Yang's face darkened. He had some knowledge of spirit stones and demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were classified into 9 orders based on their bloodlines and strength. Generally speaking, first to 3rd order demonic beasts were comparable to humans in the Qi refining to foundation establishment stages. 3rd to 5th order demonic beasts were comparable to humans in the foundation establishment to core formation stages. 6th to 8th order demonic beasts were comparable to humans in the core formation to nascent soul stages. And 9th order demonic beasts were comparable to humans in the nascent soul to spirit severing stages. 1 spirit stone for a 1st order demonic beast core? What a ripoff. Wang Yang entered Yellow Maple Valley and immediately noticed the cultivator selling demonic beast cores. To create a first-level talisman paper, one needed a first-order demonic beast core, as well as some spiritual herbs and minerals. A talisman paper only sold for 2 spirit stones. Yet this person was charging 1 spirit stone for a single demonic beast core. It was highway robbery. The vendor was a scrawny, 6th-level Qi refining cultivator. He had spread out a cloth on which he displayed 10 bloody demonic beast cores. His body was also covered in blood, indicating that he had just returned from hunting demonic beasts. Fellow Daoist, are you from the Qin family stronghold? A newcomer, perhaps? I offer the best deals here. 1 spirit stone for 1, 2 spirit stones for 2. Upon seeing Wang Yang's attire, the scrawny cultivator began to enthusiastically introduce his wares. Demonic beast cores had various uses beyond talisman making, including alchemy. Most cultivators hunted for them themselves, but some sects preferred to purchase them directly to save time. The 4 great strongholds, in particular, were frequent customers of demonic beast core vendors, making them well acquainted with the vendors. However, Wang Yang's lips twitched upon hearing the cultivator's words. You call that a deal? Wang Yang turned and walked away. It was Wang Yang's first time visiting a bazaar city in the cultivation world, and he was quite intrigued. He began by circling the marketplace. The crowd cast curious glances at Wang Yang. Isn't that Wang Yang? What's he doing here? Wang Yang had become quite well known in the vicinity, and someone immediately recognized him. Wang Yang ignored the comments and continued to browse. After circling the marketplace, he had a general understanding of its layout. The bazaar city spanned approximately 3 miles in circumference and contained both stalls and shops. He estimated that there were over 50 shops and more than 150 vendors selling goods. Is this how large bazaar cities are in the cultivation world? If this was the smallest bazaar city in the land of carnage, then the larger ones must be as large as cities. The items for sale were diverse and varied, including cultivation techniques, magical treasures, elixirs, and, of course, talismans. Wang Yang noticed that talismans and elixirs were the least abundant and the fastest-selling items, often selling out quickly. This was because the land of carnage was a place of constant conflict and death, making consumable items highly sought after. After inquiring, Wang Yang learned the origins of these talismans. Most of them were brought in by merchants from other regions, with only a small portion being crafted by local cultivators. After observing the market, Wang Yang was astonished by the prices in the cultivation world. In addition to browsing the market, Wang Yang had another crucial objective, to inquire about Foundation Establishment pills. There was only one shop in the Yellow Maple Valley Bazaar City that sold Foundation Establishment pills. How many spirit stones for a Foundation Establishment pill? Wang Yang asked the shop owner. You can't afford it. Leave, the shop owner replied, glancing at Wang Yang dismissively. Wang Yang was displeased by this remark. How do you know I can't afford it? Don't be ridiculous. One Foundation Establishment pill costs 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Can you afford that? The shop owner retorted, rolling his eyes at Wang Yang, who remained rooted to the spot. Wang Yang was astounded. One Foundation Establishment pill required a staggering 30,000 spirit stones. A Foundation Establishment pill commands a price of 30,000 spirit stones. Did that cultivator with the white spirit root truly expend 5,000 of these elixirs, amounting to a staggering 150 million low-grade spirit stones? Does this not strike a discordant note in the progression of events? Lost in contemplation, Wang Yang stood transfixed by the roadside. After a considerable pause, he shook his head and departed from the valley of the Yellow Maple. Venturing beyond its confines, Wang Yang sought a secluded sanctuary. There, he donned a black robe and a wide-brimmed hat, concealing his identity entirely. Thus disguised, he returned to the valley of the Yellow Maple. Discovering an unoccupied space, Wang Yang unfurled a cloth and set out a vial of spirit liquid, awaiting prospective buyers. Many passers-by, upon beholding the exorbitant prices Wang Yang had inscribed, trembled with indignation and assailed him with vehement rebukes. Despicable creature, they cried, your avarice knows no bounds. You might as well resort to outright robbery. To demand 5,000 spirit stones for a mere vial of spirit liquid is an outrage. Chapter 37, A Great Loss. On Wang Yang's modest stall, a wooden sign was meticulously displayed, inscribed with the words, Mysterious Spiritual Liquid, 5,000 spirit stones per bottle. Upon seeing the price on the small sign, the crowd erupted in outrage, exclaiming in disbelief at the sheer audacity. The diminutive bottle, scarcely larger than a palm, contained less than half a small bowl of liquid. What sort of elixir is this, demanding such an exorbitant price of 5,000 spirit stones? The cultivators, upon witnessing Wang Yang's pricing, shot him venomous glares, wishing him ill. Mysterious spiritual liquid? Curse this so-called mystery. Have you never encountered spirit stones before? In this marketplace, aside from exceptional items like Foundation Establishment pills, most goods are priced at mere handfuls of spirit stones, typically no more than a few dozen, with the highest around 100. Wang Yang's 5,000 spirit stones were undeniably outlandish. Though pricing is a matter of personal freedom, there are unspoken norms in the marketplace where legitimate merchants provide clear descriptions of their wares, and prices adhere to market standards. Did he think that by merely inscribing the word mysterious, he could deceive everyone? Fool. One irate cultivator shot Wang Yang a scornful glance before turning away. The nearby cultivators echoed his sentiments, incredulous that he would dare to treat them as fools. Thus, Wang Yang endured an hour of disdainful stares, with no one approaching him. I say, fellow cultivator, that is not how one should conduct business. Although we all wish to profit, one cannot expect to feast on a single morsel. A middle-aged cultivator, who had been selling common medicinal herbs, finally ventured to advise after observing Wang Yang for an hour. This cultivator, at the 6th level of qi refinement, had priced his products reasonably and had already sold more than half of his stock, earning himself 25 spirit stones, much to his delight. Grateful for the middle-aged man's goodwill, Wang Yang nodded in appreciation but remained unwavering, continuing his meditative pose. Although he was unaware of the exact nature of this spiritual liquid, he sensed the immense spiritual energy it contained, which was undoubtedly valuable. Observing Wang Yang's demeanor, the middle-aged cultivator sighed and chose to remain silent. In the realm of cultivation, every practitioner is perpetually in need of spirit stones. This is an accepted reality. After another half hour, a young cultivator arrived at Wang Yang's stall, accompanied by 2 elderly men. Mysterious spiritual liquid for 5,000 spirit stones a bottle? What makes this liquid so costly? The young cultivator squatted and picked up a bottle of the liquid for inspection. See for yourself, Wang Yang replied in a hushed tone. The young cultivator shook his head, almost setting it down, but hesitated, uncapping the bottle and bringing it close to his nose for a careful sniff. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. I'll take this bottle. Here are 5,000 spirit stones. Without a moment's pause, he swiftly produced a storage bag and handed it to Wang Yang. Wang Yang, The onlookers. Wang Yang scanned the contents with his spiritual sense, confirming the amount. There were indeed 5,000 spirit stones. Is this person truly sane? Gazing at the glimmering spirit stones in his hand, Wang Yang felt as though he were in a dream. After learning that a foundation establishment pill sold for 30,000 spirit stones, he had been struck by inspiration, realizing that earning money through conventional means was exceedingly difficult. He devised an alternative strategy. He aimed to reap substantial profits. Initially, he intended to sell a bottle of the spiritual liquid for 500 spirit stones, but feeling that this amount fell short of his ambitions, he adjusted the price to 1,000, then 2,000, and finally settled on 5,000. Wang Yang believed that as long as someone was willing to buy, the price could be negotiated. He thought, I can set a sky-high price, and you may bargain down. However, he had not anticipated that this young cultivator would unhesitatingly produce the full amount. Had he undervalued his product? What on earth was contained within that small bottle? The bottles had originally come from Wang Daju's storage bag. Besides the exceptionally pure spiritual energy, he sensed an enigmatic energy within the liquid. Yet he could not discern its true nature. It was precisely this mysterious energy that emboldened Wang Yang to set the price at 5,000 spirit stones. Were it merely an ordinary spiritual liquid, daring to demand such a price would have been sheer folly. Clearly, the contents of this small bottle were extraordinary. Wang Yang suddenly realized that this spiritual liquid was no ordinary substance. Innocent men may suffer for possessing treasures. After securing the spirit stones, Wang Yang began to pack up his stall, preparing to depart. Fellow cultivator, do you have any more of this spiritual liquid? I will take as many as you have. The young cultivator blocked Wang Yang's path, inquiring eagerly. I have none left. This was refined by my master, and only this single bottle was produced. Wang Yang fabricated a lie and hastily tidied his stall to leave. As Wang Yang departed, the young cultivator revealed a knowing smile. Young man, you paid 5,000 spirit stones for a mere ordinary spiritual liquid? The middle-aged herbalist questioned in disbelief. Upon hearing the herbalist's words, nearby cultivators gathered to listen intently. Ordinary spiritual liquid? How can you call this ordinary? This is a remarkable product. I would pay not just 5,000 spirit stones, but even 50,000 for it. The young cultivator shot a disdainful glance at the herbalist. 50,000? At the mention of this figure, silence fell over the crowd. It was known that 50,000 spirit stones could purchase a foundation establishment pill and more. Was this spiritual liquid truly rarer than the pill? As the crowd contemplated further, the young cultivator had already taken his leave. Everyone turned to watch Wang Yang's retreating figure, astonished. Who exactly was this shrouded cultivator? Wang Yang deliberately slowed his pace, curious to uncover the secret of the liquid he had sold. Upon hearing the mention of 50,000 spirit stones, he nearly stumbled in shock. Though he had sensed the liquid was unusual, he had never imagined it held such immense value. What could this liquid possibly be? 50,000 spirit stones. 2 foundation establishment pills. Now, Wang Yang was utterly impoverished, feeling as if he had lost everything without even a penny to show for it. In an instant, he felt he had squandered 45,000 spirit stones. Regret surged within him, and he contemplated returning to reclaim that bottle of liquid. But the formidable aura of the elderly man beside the young cultivator deterred him. The 5,000 spirit stones he had reluctantly parted with had seemed steep at the time. But in hindsight, he realized he had underestimated its worth. Had he known how precious it was, he would have had the courage to price it even higher. Perhaps at 100,000. During his days in this frenetic realm, Wang Yang had begun to grasp the dynamics of the cultivation world. Just because he was poor did not mean that everyone else shared his plight. While most cultivators were indeed destitute, many concealed their wealth. The world was not devoid of the affluent. What was this spiritual liquid, truly? Only the overseer Wang Daju knew its significance, yet he was now deceased. It appeared that he could no longer sell this liquid. Wang Yang quickly departed from Huangfeng Valley. After leaving Huangfeng Valley, Wang Yang did not return. The precious spiritual liquid had already stirred ripples of interest, inevitably attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. For safety's sake, he ventured to another marketplace. With the 5,000 spirit stones, Wang Yang purchased materials for talisman crafting. This time, he acquired 50 sets of first-level talisman materials, while the remainder consisted of second-level materials. First-level talismans were suited only for cultivators below the 5th level of Qi refinement, while second-level talismans could be utilized even by those at the 9th level. Second-level talisman materials required 10 spirit stones per set, and Wang Yang procured a total of 490 sets. After completing his purchases, Wang Yang carved out a cave in the mountainside and commenced his practice of talisman crafting. He entered the brick space and approached the stone statue. He first took out a piece of talisman paper, meticulously preparing it, and then intended to guide his consciousness to inscribe onto the paper. As Wang Yang commenced suddenly, 100 pieces of talisman paper miraculously ascended, floating before the stone statue. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yang halted his movements, an expression of disbelief etched across his face. His heart racing with exhilaration. While practicing and studying enhanced one's experience and skill, Could it be that the stone statue could assist him in crafting talismans? A bold hypothesis began to form in Wang Yang's mind. If this conjecture proved true, he would effectively possess 100 tireless servants. By creating a single talisman, he could not only amass 100 instances of experience, but ultimately yield 100 talismans. The potential was utterly astounding. Chapter 38. Is this legitimate? Now, Wang Yang needed to validate his hypothesis. To prevent the wastage of materials, he stored all but 2 sets in his storage bag, allowing him to test whether the statue possessed the ability to craft spiritual talismans while conserving resources. He had come to realize the significance of spiritual stones. As a person of modest means, he had to be frugal. With this thought in mind, Wang Yang hastened his actions. As he resumed, a talisman paper floated into the air, landing before a statue. Subsequently, Wang Yang extended his consciousness, beginning to etch designs onto the talisman paper. While inscribing, he remained attentive to the changes occurring in the floating paper. Indeed, upon completing the first line, he sensed a corresponding line appearing on the talisman paper above. This was real. This was truly happening. The moment he saw the line, Wang Yang leaped with excitement. His conjecture had been confirmed. The statue was indeed as he had imagined, capable not only of enhancing experience but also of assisting him in crafting spiritual talismans. Boom. Just as Wang Yang jumped. Having withdrawn his consciousness after inscribing only a single line, the talisman erupted with a thunderous explosion. The force was tremendous, sending Wang Yang flying. Overcome with exhilaration, he had neglected to protect himself. Calm down. Breathe. Wang Yang retrieved another set of materials and began the crafting process anew. Having established that the statue could aid him in creating spiritual talismans, his current objective was to elevate his success rate for crafting first-level talismans to 100%, followed by mass production. 2 days later, after nearly continuous work with only brief respites, Wang Yang had successfully increased the success rate for crafting first-level talismans to 100%. With the first-level talismans no longer presenting a challenge, he proceeded to craft second-level talismans, selecting the Fire Python talisman. Its power exceeded that of the Fire Snake talisman by an astounding tenfold. 10 days later, having consumed 200 sets of materials and bolstered by the statue's support, Wang Yang had garnered enough experience to attempt crafting 20,000 Fire Python talismans, achieving a success rate of 50%. During this period, he made an important discovery. Although second-level talismans were significantly more powerful than their first-level counterparts, they required a much greater expenditure of consciousness, compelling him to pause and recuperate after periods of crafting. He pondered whether there existed any techniques specifically designed to enhance one's consciousness. The time spent recovering was substantial. If he had ample spiritual energy, he could produce 300 talismans, incrementing his success rate by 20%. Another 10 days passed, and after utilizing 200 more sets, the success rate for the second-level talismans climbed to 80%. As the month drew to a close, Wang Yang realized he needed to return to Qin family village. Estimating the time, he recognized that he had been away for quite some time and must return to deliver 10 talismans. In the village's council hall, Wang Yang presented 8 fire snake talismans to the village chief, Qin Shou. Village chief, these are the 8 fire snake talismans I crafted, he stated. These fire snake talismans were not purchased, were they? Qin Shou inquired skeptically, studying Wang Yang. Typically, an apprentice talisman maker would be fortunate to produce a single successful talisman from 50 sets of materials. Yet Wang Yang had presented 8. Village chief, what you say is unfounded. Even if I desired to buy them, I have no money. My monthly stipend amounts to merely 3 spiritual stones, Wang Yang lamented. A carefully considered excuse. This past month, I have tirelessly hunted beasts, gathered spiritual herbs, and crafted talismans. Yet from 250 sets of materials, I succeeded only 10 times. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Qin Shou finally comprehended the situation. Wang Yang, I sensed you were a promising cultivator, fiercely determined. Had it not been for your inferior spiritual root, you would undoubtedly become a formidable practitioner. Wang Yang had anticipated this remark and had already prepared a response. Village chief, while I may be unable to establish a foundation, I can still become a talisman maker and contribute to Qin family village. What more could I ask for in this life? He flattered. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou grew increasingly fond of Wang Yang, nodding in approval. He then provided Wang Yang with another month's worth of talisman-making materials, encouraging him to continue his efforts and strive to enhance his crafting skills. Wang Yang returned to his residence, isolating himself once more to devote himself to honing his talisman-making technique. After another 10 days, having exhausted all remaining materials, his success rate finally reached 90%. At this point, he truly grasped the formidable nature of the crafting process. For anyone else, achieving a 90% success rate for second-level talismans would require an astonishing 50,000 sets of materials, translating to 500,000 spiritual stones merely for procurement. Moreover, even a diligent practitioner, producing 50 talismans a day, would require nearly 3 years to reach that success rate. After calculating these figures, Wang Yang fully understood why talisman makers were so rare and why their craft was so lucrative. It was all built upon the investment of spiritual stones and time. Yet, This realization only served to highlight the incredible value of the statue, which not only augmented experience, but also conserved time. With just 10 more sets of talismans, Wang Yang could elevate the success rate of second-level talismans to 100%. Currently, he possessed approximately 100 Fire Python talismans, which could fetch 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones. However, this was a mere drop in the bucket compared to the 15 billion low-grade spiritual stones required to purchase 5,000 foundation building pills. He needed more funds. Once again, he resolved to sell a vial of spiritual liquid. In desperate straits, Wang Yang contemplated the sale of his spiritual liquid. To maximize his profit, he decided against the marketplace and instead aimed for the Sin City. Within the realm of Sin, aside from the bandit strongholds, there existed secure locations known as Sin Cities. These cities, established by powerful cultivators, required a minimum cultivation level of the core formation stage for their establishment. Therefore, one could consider Sin Cities to be even safer than bandit strongholds. In the realm of Sin, there were 4 prominent Sin Cities: Tianshui City, Dunhuang City, Juchuan City, and Lulan City. This time, Wang Yang chose Tianshui City, the core of the Eastern Sin territory and the closest Sin City to Qin family village. However, reaching Tianshui City would take at least a month, requiring passage through numerous bandit strongholds. Consequently, to arrive safely, he would need to enlist the help of merchant caravans. These caravans regularly supplied the strongholds along their route, making them relatively secure from criminal interference. Fortuitously, a caravan was scheduled to pass through the following day. Heading toward Tianshui City, Wang Yang fabricated a story to Qin Shou, claiming he needed to visit the Sin City in search of methods to enhance his talisman-making skills, hoping to persuade Qin Shou to provide financial assistance. Joining the caravan required each cultivator to pay a steep fee of 1,000 spiritual stones. Wang Yang was without funds. However, to his surprise, Qin Shou promptly handed him 1,000 spiritual stones, stating, "Your efforts are worth this sum." Wang Yang felt overwhelmed with gratitude. He boarded the caravan and set off. Fortunately, this journey proved exceptionally safe, with no encounters with any malefactors. A month later, Wang Yang finally arrived at Tianshui City. After paying the entrance fee, he turned right upon entering, making his way directly to the auction house. He could not allow anyone to discover his purpose. Through inquiries, Wang Yang learned that Tianshui City boasted 3 major auction houses: Jinlai Go, Duobao Go, and Qijin Go. Generally speaking, high-value items could only fetch their best prices within auction houses. In the auction house, a congregation of the affluent and influential cultivators had gathered. Even in the impoverished and sinful realms, only these individuals could afford such exorbitant prices. Wang Yang wrapped himself tightly and made his way towards the Jinlai Pavilion auction house. Entering the Jinlai Pavilion required a fee of 20 spirit stones. As Wang Yang approached the entrance, he was halted. 20 spirit stones? At the mention of this sum, his lips twitched in dismay. 20 spirit stones represented 6 months of his earnings. Was the cultivation world truly this unscrupulous? Presently, apart from the successfully crafted spirit talismans, he possessed no wealth and could not possibly muster such a substantial amount. Furthermore, he was still far from acquiring the 5,000 foundation building pills. He needed to conserve every spirit stone. Reluctantly, Wang Yang turned away and headed to the second largest auction house, the Duobao Pavilion. Upon entering Duobao Pavilion, a fee of 15 spirit stones was required. Once again, he was stopped by the guards at the entrance. 15 stones? His lips twitched anew. Wang Yang felt as if his mouth might go numb from the absurdity. What a wretched place, demanding payment simply to sell an item. Ultimately, he arrived at the Qijin Pavilion auction house, where admission required 10 spirit stones. He was once again obstructed. Wang Yang was at his wit's end. Was he left with no choice but to sell a few talismans first? He shook his head as he wandered through Tianshui City. In the marketplace, unless he encountered someone knowledgeable, selling this spirit liquid would yield little profit. At that moment, a young man who had been lingering at the entrance of the auction house approached him, saying, "Esteemed friend, I have been observing you for 3 auctions. Do you intend to sell something?" "Indeed, I have a few items to part with," Wang Yang replied with a hint of weariness. "The auction houses here are excessively greedy. Come with me to our auction house, where we do not charge an admission fee," the boy said enthusiastically. Before arriving in Tianshui City, Wang Yang had already inquired about the 3 major auction houses. How is it that another auction house had suddenly appeared, and one that didn't charge an entrance fee? Tianshui City was exceptionally secure, devoid of robbery concerns, so Wang Yang decided to take a look. The two turned down alleys, arriving at a narrow, secluded lane. Stopping before a dilapidated small storefront, Wang Yang gazed at the worn sign overhead, which bore the name Situ Auction House. Situ Auction House? The boy promptly ushered Wang Yang inside, offering him tea, snacks, and a fruit platter. Upon entering the auction house, Wang Yang was astonished by the sight before him. Although he had not entered the 3 major auction houses, he had glimpsed their interiors. The opulence of the 3 major auction houses was undeniable. Treasures adorned every corner, and even the carpets were crafted from luxurious furs. In stark contrast, the Situ Auction House featured only a rickety table as the auction stage, propped with a brick. accompanied by a few poorly made stools, nothing more. Is this establishment legitimate? Wang Yang pondered, feeling uncertain about the simplicity of the setting. Would placing his items for auction here result in being swindled? Chapter 39. The remarkable individual. The so-called Situ auction house struck Wang Yang as nothing short of a den of iniquity. Setting aside the meager decor, the absence of a single attendant or guard gave rise to his suspicion. Was it not a perilous gamble to leave items for auction in such a place? After much contemplation, Wang Yang resolved that the risks were simply too great and decided to take his leave. Dear friend, why are you leaving? Do you possess something to sell? A young man hurriedly approached him, blocking his path with an air of urgency. The boy's fervor only solidified Wang Yang's suspicions that this establishment was indeed a fraudulent enterprise. Firm in his decision, he opted to seek out the 3 more reputable auction houses, despite their higher fees, for the sake of security. I have nothing to sell. I was merely curious about the emergence of this auction house, Wang Yang replied, attempting to sidestep the conversation and continue on his way. Stop right there. I challenge you to a duel. Suddenly, as Wang Yang stepped out of the door, a voice like thunder rang in his ears, reverberating with such intensity that it left him momentarily stunned. With a rush of wind behind him, Wang Yang instinctively leapt aside just in time to avoid a massive axe that sailed past him. His eyes widened in disbelief. The weapon was a mountain axe, disproportionately large for the boy, who stood a mere 6 feet tall, while the axe measured a staggering 7. What madness possessed this youth to hurl such a weapon at him? Are you out of your mind? Wang Yang exclaimed. You are the one who is insane. You must sell something here. The boy brandished another axe, his fury palpable. Wang Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. The boy, merely a 5th-tier chi cultivator, with dark skin and pronounced features, was hardly a threat. Why should I sell anything for you? He retorted. What will I eat if you do not sell? The boy's logic was baffling. Why should I care about your meals? Wang Yang scoffed. This truly was a den of thieves. Refuse to sell? Then behold my axe. The boy swung the mountain axe at Wang Yang. Unfazed, Wang Yang regarded the 5th-tier cultivator as little more than an insect. He had honed his physical prowess through rigorous training and was confident in his ability to catch the blade with his bare hands, intending to teach the boy a lesson. However, as the axe struck, Wang Yang felt as if he had been slammed by a mountain, forced back several paces. Wait a moment. Wang Yang's senses heightened. The boy's strength was formidable. He realized that the lad was not employing any spells. His might was purely physical. Having perfected the fiery blood demon technique and the evergreen skill to great mastery, Wang Yang believed his physique far surpassed that of an average 9th-tier chi cultivator. Yet today, he was thoroughly astonished. Good lad, you can withstand my strike. It has been ages since I last fought. Let us continue. The boy's spirit surged with fierce battle intent, so potent that it seeped into Wang Yang, causing his blood to race with fervor. Just as the two were about to clash, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, accompanied by a fluttering white veil. Release him. I am in the midst of a duel. The boy protested as he was unceremoniously yanked away by a girl of similar stature. The girl spun the boy around by his ear, eliciting his desperate attempts to evade the pain, making him scurry along like a frightened chick. After several rotations, she finally halted. We will settle this later. Her voice was melodious, akin to a lark's morning song. Turning to Wang Yang, she captured his attention completely. What a remarkable figure she was. Her skin, as pure as snow, glowed with an ethereal radiance reminiscent of exquisite jade. Tall and slender, she possessed curves that drew the eye, her delicate waist and subtly rounded hips accentuating her graceful form. Clad in a flowing white garment that caressed her skin, her raven hair cascaded like a waterfall, creating an enchanting image akin to a masterful ink painting. Most striking was her somewhat aloof visage, which harmonized perfectly with her divine figure. She was truly a breathtaking beauty. Since encountering the mysterious woman in the brickyard, Wang Yang had not seen anyone who could rival her beauty, but this girl certainly did. My apologies for the rudeness of my younger brother. I hope you can forgive him, she said with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Hey, keep your eyes to yourself. If you stare at my sister again, I'll gouge your eyes out. The boy seized the opportunity to hurl insults at Wang Yang, who was momentarily taken aback. Previously, in Grass Hat Village, Wang Yang had believed women to be coarse and unrefined. Yet, upon witnessing the mysterious woman and this one before him, he realized what true beauty was. The world was indeed wondrous, capable of producing such exquisite beings. I beg your pardon, Wang Yang stammered, shaking himself from his reverie and offering a respectful bow. Not at all. The desire for beauty is inherent in us all. Many gaze upon me with lascivious intent, and it is only natural that you would be astonished, she replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. Wang Yang was momentarily speechless. This woman was refreshingly candid, neither modest about her beauty nor belittling of her admirers. The Situ auction house is run by my brother and me. Do you have any items you wish to auction? She inquired once more, her smile unwavering, though he initially intended to decline. Something inexplicably compelled Wang Yang to nod in agreement, but by the time he realized it, it was too late. What is it that you wish to sell? She asked again. After some deliberation, Wang Yang finally responded, what I wish to sell is rather unique. Many may not recognize its value, and thus would not offer a fair price. I wonder, aside from the two of you, are there others involved in this auction house? His insinuation was that the youth and his sister might lack the discernment to identify his treasure. Just then, a gust of wind announced the boy's sudden presence at Wang Yang's side. What did you just say? Are you implying we lack insight? I challenge you to a duel. I will make you pay. The boy glared at Wang Yang, fist raised, ready to unleash his wrath. Yet, a withering glance from the girl silenced him, forcing him to lower his head in defeat. When he raised his gaze again, a nauseating sight met Wang Yang's eyes. The boy, now blinking innocently, feigned a sycophantic demeanor, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than pleasing. Dear friend, my sister possesses unparalleled knowledge of precious artifacts. Even the combined expertise of the three major auction houses' appraisers cannot rival her skill. In this den of vice, there are no treasures she cannot identify. If you have something to sell, do not hesitate to present it. Chapter 40. Foundation Establishment True Water. Can you discern all treasures? Wang Yang immediately curled his lip, finding the youth's tone overly audacious. Such grand pronouncements were hardly credible. To claim comprehensive knowledge of the myriad treasures under heaven seemed preposterous, especially given their paltry cultivation levels. The youth barely possessed the 5th layer of qi refining, while the maiden was even weaker at the 2nd layer. What's with the sneer? Do you look down upon my sibling and me? One more grimace, and I'll tear your mouth apart and yank out your tongue. Seeing Wang Yang's disdain, the youth flew into a rage, ready to duel. The maiden cast a sharp glare, quelling his fervor. Wang Yang perceived the youth as a powder keg, easily ignited. Yet with a weakness, his fear of his sister. Were you perhaps dropped on your head as a child? Wang Yang provoked, adding fuel to the fire. In business, amicable relations are key. With such a foul temper, you aspire to trade? A jest indeed. I challenge you to a duel. The youth's breath hitched, and Wang Yang could almost hear the surging of spiritual energy within him. Situ Kuang, return to the house at once. Seeing the youth about to lose control, the maiden kicked him in the rear, sending him sprawling. The youth, named Situ Kuang, glared at Wang Yang before offering a fawning smile to the maiden, obediently retreating into the house. Once the youth was inside, the maiden smiled apologetically at Wang Yang. I apologize. This auction house is a venture between my brother and me. We've been open for a month without a single transaction. My brother's eagerness got the better of him. Please, esteemed Taoist, overlook his impetuosity. If we don't make a sale soon, we'll be reduced to penury. The maiden sighed, explaining their circumstances. Upon hearing her tale, Wang Yang understood. They were both destitute, sharing a common plight. You exaggerate. Your brother may be hot-tempered, but he is still young. I would not hold it against him. However, his strength is indeed formidable. Even I found it a challenge, Wang Yang responded, seizing the opportunity to smooth things over. Kuang has always possessed brute strength, the maiden said, looking back at Situ Kuang, who stood by the door like a scolded child, a look of fondness in her eyes. The scene stirred memories of Wang Yang's brother, who used to regard him with similar affection as he ran about. I wonder how my brother fares in the hands of those captors? Is he being mistreated? Ah, Taoist. Do you intend to sell something? The maiden asked, turning her attention back to Wang Yang, though she didn't display the same agitation as Situ Kuang. A hint of urgency was visible in her eyes, as she said, without a sale, they would soon be in dire straits. I wish to sell an item, but it is rather unique, and few can recognize its value. Your auction house appears somewhat. Wang Yang hesitated to use the word shabby. In truth, it was more than shabby, it was practically bare. I understand your concern. Even the 3 major auction houses in Heavenly Waters City began as small establishments. If you entrust your treasure to our Situ auction house, I am confident we can fetch the highest price. If you are not assured, you may seek other venues. The maiden replied, maintaining her amiable demeanor. This presented a dilemma for Wang Yang. He had avoided the other auction houses for 2 reasons. First, he lacked spirit stones. Second, he was uncertain of the contents of the vial. If he placed it for auction, what if they succumbed to greed or deceived him? Wang Yang recalled the words of the young cultivator in Yellow Maple Valley, who would have paid any price for it. The liquid within the vial was no ordinary substance. I will place the item for auction here, but on one condition. You must guarantee the confidentiality of its origin. In this land of iniquity, double-crossing was common, often leading to ruin. You have my assurance. The primary rule of our auction house is to protect our client's privacy. Embezzlement is strictly forbidden, the maiden vowed. Despite her assurances, Wang Yang remained wary. Such an item was invaluable, and any leak could lead to his demise. All ventures begin with difficulty, especially an auction house. With the market already dominated by the 3 major players, the rise of Situ Auction House seemed a distant dream. Seeing Wang Yang's hesitation, the maiden sighed, took out a jade token, placed it on her forehead, and after a moment, said, very well, this jade token contains a wisp of my spiritual essence. I will entrust it to you. If I fail to meet your condition, you may shatter it. The maiden presented the jade token. A spiritual jade token? Wang Yang was taken aback, unsure of what to do. The token was intimately linked to the cultivator. Any damage to it would severely wound her spirit, potentially leading to madness or death. Wang Yang hadn't expected such a drastic measure. Absolutely not. You dare accept it, and I will kill you. Hearing the maiden's offer, Situ Kuang brandished his cleaver once more, threatening Wang Yang. Wang Yang's mouth twitched again. The maiden's willingness to offer her spiritual jade token as collateral demonstrated her commitment to honor her word. Without hesitation, Wang Yang accepted the token. If you uphold your promise of secrecy, I will return the token to you unharmed. However, any breach will be met with my ruthlessness. After all, my life is at stake. Wang Yang was not merely a lustful man, despite the maiden's beauty. His sole focus was to augment his strength and find his brother as soon as possible. At that moment, Situ Kuang leaped forward again. Sister, look at him. With his shifty eyes and pallid complexion, he's clearly a lecher. If he uses your beauty to coerce you, we'll be helpless. Wang Yang seethed, wishing he could sweat the fly like youth. Which I sees me as shifty. Which I sees me as pallid. Which I sees me as a lecher. Quan, I trust our esteemed Taoist character. Do you doubt my judgment? The maiden glared at Situ Kuang, silencing him. He seemed to have great faith in his sister's discernment. Now, are you reassured? What is it you wish to auction? May I see it now? The maiden asked, maintaining her composure. This time, Wang Yang promptly retrieved a small vial from his storage bag and handed it to her. Before it reached her, Situ Kuang snatched it, examined it. And his anger flared anew. You're offering this ordinary spiritual liquid for auction? Have you lost your mind? I will kill you. As Situ Kuang prepared to strike, the maiden cleared her throat. She took the vial, scrutinized it, and then held it to her nose, closing her eyes in contemplation. This period of time persisted for an entire day. Throughout this day, the woman remained almost completely motionless, sitting there with one hand propping up her chin. Her eyes closed in deep contemplation, lost in thoughts unknown. As dusk approached, she suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at Wang Yang with a face filled with terror, exclaiming, Is this the true Water of Foundation Establishment? Chapter 41, Supreme Foundation Establishment. At this moment, Situ Kuang and Wang Yang were both filled with a sense of bewilderment. Situ Kuang's expression stemmed from his profound understanding of his sister. She was well versed in a myriad of texts. Indeed, if one were to utter a sentence from any book, she could effortlessly identify the exact page and line. In Situ Kuang's eyes, no one in this world possessed greater scholarly prowess or superior deductive abilities than his sister. Given a question, she could swiftly provide an answer. Thus far, there seemed to be no query that could stump her. Yet, the vial of liquid presented by Wang Yang had caused her to contemplate for an entire day. This was unprecedented for Situ Kuang. Previously, when his sister pondered a matter, she would never take longer than 15 minutes. Hence, Situ Kuang realized that the contents of this small bottle transcended his understanding and were undoubtedly extraordinary. As for Wang Yang, he was utterly astonished by the woman's demeanor. Despite their brief acquaintance, he could discern that she was an individual of remarkably composed temperament. The fact that this item could provoke such a reaction from her was indicative of its uniqueness. What was this Foundation Establishment True Water? Wang Yang, no longer the novice he once was in the realm of cultivation, had acquired some understanding of this world. However, he had never before heard of such a thing as Foundation Establishment True Water. Typically, treasures bore names that hinted at their purposes. Did Foundation Establishment True Water pertain to the process of foundation establishment? What exactly was it? Both Wang Yang and Situ Kuang simultaneously posed this question. After inquiring, they exchanged glances before rolling their eyes at one another and simultaneously directing their gaze back at the woman. After a day of contemplation, perhaps she had grown weary. She gently rubbed her temples and, after a brief pause, finally addressed Wang Yang, stating, Foundation Establishment True Water is a rare phenomenon of heaven and earth, also known as the sacred object of qi refining cultivators. The woman began to recount the origins of this Foundation Establishment True Water, and with each word, Wang Yang felt increasingly astounded. The emphasis lay on foundation establishment. Historical records indicated that the emergence of Foundation Establishment True Water coincided with the appearance of the Supreme Spiritual Root. What? Supreme Spiritual Root? When Wang Yang heard her mention these words, he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. The term supreme was all too familiar to him. Before Wang Dazhu passed away, he had uttered these two words. When Wang Yang had inquired about what Wang Dazhu had taken from him, he had simply replied with the word supreme. Since Wang Dazhu's death, Wang Yang had been searching for information related to these words, but to no avail. Yet today, he had finally encountered a reference to them, the Supreme Spiritual Root. Wang Dazhu's mention of supreme undoubtedly referred to the Supreme Spiritual Root. What had been taken from him was certainly the Supreme Spiritual Root. Wang Dazhu. Wang Yang's forceful gesture startled both siblings, especially the woman, who regarded him with a peculiar expression. Realizing his reaction was overly dramatic, he quickly composed himself, attempting to cover up his outburst, and finally said, My apologies. I was merely curious. Isn't there only true, false, and extraordinary spiritual roots in this world? How can there be a supreme spiritual root? Situ Kuang scoffed at Wang Yang, expressing disdain. You, a mere 5th layer qi refining practitioner, dare to label someone at the 9th layer as a waste? Have you no shame? Wang Yang's mouth twitched in irritation. This annoying fly was truly bothersome. How can a white spiritual root that cannot establish a foundation not be considered waste? He retorted. Though my cultivation may be low, my future is boundless. How could that waste compare to me? Situ Kuang shot back, equally confrontational. Just as the two were about to clash again, the woman interjected with a soft hum. interrupting their exchange. The heavenly spiritual root is not the strongest. The supreme spiritual root is. Just how powerful is this root? It is said that cultivators with a supreme spiritual root can truly achieve the transformation from qi refining in the morning to God transformation by evening. Wang Yang and Situ Kuang were rendered speechless by this proclamation. What was this? Transformation from qi refining to God transformation? That seemed utterly absurd. The path of cultivation required painstaking progress, with each breakthrough being tremendously arduous. To claim that possessing a supreme spiritual root could enable one to achieve such a feat was outrageous. Do not be skeptical, such events have indeed occurred in history. The woman remarked, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with a playful smile, which adorned her still fatigued face with charm. And what is the relationship between Foundation Establishment True Water and the supreme spiritual root? Wang Yang asked, momentarily lost in thought before biting his tongue to regain clarity. It is well known that when cultivators establish their foundations, they can condense 1 to 9 foundation platforms. During this process, heaven will invoke divine punishment. The more platforms one establishes, the greater the punishment. A cultivator with a supreme spiritual root possesses such tremendous innate talent that even the heavens grow envious of their existence. Thus, they face a significant challenge. Ordinary foundation establishment cannot withstand the terrifying divine punishment that arises, and even an 8-layer foundation platform would shatter in an instant. To establish a foundation, those with a supreme spiritual root must engage in a more formidable foundation establishment, known as the legendary 9-layer foundation, resulting in supreme foundation establishment. In this vast world, countless wonders exist, and many factions possess one or more methods of foundation establishment, enabling cultivators to undergo secondary foundation establishment. For instance, in the Evil Mountain Stronghold, there are methods for second or even third foundation establishments, while in the 4 major cities of Sin, methods for third or fourth foundation establishments are available. The higher the foundation establishment method, the more precious it is. Generally speaking, a method capable of achieving 8 foundation establishments is already considered extraordinary. However, the 9-layer foundation establishment method can only be completed using Foundation Establishment True Water. The woman meticulously detailed the uses of Foundation Establishment True Water. Upon hearing her words, Situ Kuang appeared as if petrified, while Wang Yang, though maintaining a calm exterior, felt a frenzy within that surpassed even Situ Kuang's astonishment. Was this Foundation Establishment True Water not utterly defiant of the heavens? In this realm of sin, achieving 4 foundation establishments was already deemed the limit. However, if sufficient Foundation Establishment True Water were available, one could continually establish foundations, even achieving the fabled supreme foundation establishment. The greater the number of layers in a cultivator's foundation platform, the more significant their growth after foundation establishment, enhancing their abilities and increasing the likelihood of breaking through to the golden core stage. For instance, among 2 cultivators both at the initial stage of foundation establishment, one with a 2-layer foundation platform could defeat another with a 1-layer foundation platform. A 3-layer foundation platform could easily overpower a 1-layer foundation platform cultivator. Chapter 42. Her name is Situ. Generally speaking, the ability of a cultivator to reach the foundation establishment stage is related to their spiritual roots. Yet it is not solely determined by them. The spiritual roots merely dictate the pace of cultivation. With powerful foundation establishment methods, one can achieve multiple layers of foundation establishment. However, such methods are exceedingly rare, making it nearly impossible for ordinary cultivators to acquire them. Therefore, if a cultivator wishes to attain a higher level of foundation establishment, they must join large sects or powerful factions and utilize their advanced methods. Even an ordinary cultivator with a pseudo-spiritual root, if equipped with a high-level foundation establishment method, might surpass a dual spiritual root cultivator at the first layer in combat prowess. Spiritual roots are innate and immutable, but cultivators can bridge the gap through foundation establishment techniques, which is another opportunity bestowed upon them by the heavens. At this moment, the woman finally articulated the value of the foundation establishment True Water in the simplest of terms. It can make the strong even stronger and allow the downtrodden to rise again. Friend, where did you acquire this miraculous substance? Is there any left? Could you spare me a bit? Situ Kuang's eyes sparkled with fervor, radiating a profound yearning. Subsequently, Situ Kuang noticed that Wang Yang remained unresponsive, prompting him to shake him gently. Wang Daju, Wang Daju, Wang Daju. Awakened by the incessant calls, Wang Yang abruptly smashed the table and sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. Within that bellow, there was anger and resentment. The supreme spiritual root. Wang Yang was now unwaveringly convinced that Wang Daju had seized his supreme spiritual root. He comprehended why Sun Daju had once said those words, regretted if you will. Wang Yang was now filled with regret. He had previously possessed that unparalleled supreme spiritual root. Now, having been robbed of it and rendered a wasteland, who would not lament? Wang Yang's heart brimmed with an overwhelming desire to journey to Zhao Kingdom, to the very mountain where Wang Daju had perished, and level it to the ground. The hatred within him surged like a tidal wave. The bitterness he felt was boundless. Friend, what troubles you? Upon hearing Wang Yang's frantic voice, his sister stood frozen, her gaze vacant, fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. Wang Yang gradually calmed himself, burying those emotions deep within. The past could not be changed. Wang Dazhu had taken away his parents, his brother, his spiritual roots, everything. This was an irreconcilable enmity. The mountains and seas. Wang Yang was uncertain of what these mountains and seas were, but regardless of their nature, he vowed to seek them out. In this lifetime, he and the mountains and seas would be locked in a death struggle. My apologies, I was reminded of some past events. Once Wang Yang's feelings settled, he remarked, I did not expect a young lady such as yourself to be so knowledgeable about the Foundation Establishment True Water. I now believe in your expertise. Wang Yang feigned a demeanor of testing her. The woman smiled gently. How shall we charge for the auction of the Foundation Establishment True Water that you bring? Noticing her silence, Wang Yang sought to break the awkwardness. He understood the commission structure of auction houses. Are you truly considering auctioning this Foundation Establishment True Water? She inquired. Incredulous. What? Is this item not for sale? Wang Yang was perplexed. It is indeed sellable and would create quite a stir. However, I fail to comprehend why you wouldn't use such a sacred object yourself. Your cultivation is already at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and you are on the verge of Foundation establishment. This is precisely when you need it most, she explained, shaking her head repeatedly. In the realm of cultivation, one must prioritize the enhancement of one's own abilities. No external item can alter this principle. Faced with such a captivating woman, Wang Yang found it difficult to admit that he sought to sell the true water due to financial constraints. Nor could he mention that his storage bag was replete with it. This is entrusted to me by a friend. How could I claim it as my own? Wang Yang was astonished at how he had transformed into such a person, now able to lie without batting an eye. Once, he possessed a heart full of innocence, hoping for world peace. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly grasped Wang Yang's intentions and opted not to pursue the topic further. Many resort to such phrases to defuse awkwardness and conceal their true motives when they find it inconvenient to speak. In truth, everyone understood that there were no friends. They were merely illusions born of necessity. Indeed, the 3 major auction houses in Tianshui City charge a minimum commission of 20%. As you are our first customer at the Situ auction house, we shall charge you 15%. The woman tentatively proposed. 15% means I would pay 100 spirit stones and you would take 5. Wang Yang had inquired about the commissions at the other 3 houses, and she was correct. Their fees were exorbitantly high. The 15% she offered was indeed the lowest. Very well, I shall leave this item with you. I hope you can expedite the auction, Wang Yang urged. Rest assured, give me 5 days to prepare. The auction will commence thereafter. The woman rubbed her forehead, appearing fatigued from prior contemplation. Once arrangements were finalized, Wang Yang exited the Situ auction house. After leaving, Wang Yang realized he had yet to learn the woman's name. Ever since he discovered that the liquid was Foundation Establishment True Water, particularly upon hearing about the supreme spiritual root, his thoughts had been utterly disarrayed. Wang Yang took out a consciousness jade tablet, recalling that it seemed to bear a few words. Situ Qing. Her name is Situ Qing? After ensuring he was not being followed, Wang Yang slipped off his disguise and entered a secluded inn. Once inside, he promptly shut the door and exhaled deeply. Scanning his storage bag with his consciousness, he saw the over 9,000 vials of Foundation Establishment True Water, which assuaged his concerns. Previously, he had not recognized its value, neglecting to check it for a month. Now, aware of its significance, he had inspected it no less than 10 times in a short span, fearful of its disappearance. These were not merely over 9,000 vials of spiritual liquid. They represented a vast fortune in spirit stones, a guarantee for his Foundation establishment. After settling in, Wang Yang resumed his cultivation, now requiring only to wait for the auction to commence. The next day, he was roused by a cacophony outside. Upon stepping out, he noticed a procession of elegantly dressed individuals hurrying down the street, their attire indicating considerable wealth. Throughout the day, Tianshui City was bustling with throngs of people. A constant flow. This unusual activity persisted for 4 days. On the evening of the 4th day, Wang Yang left the inn, intending to admire the night scenery of Tianshui City, only to encounter a merchant caravan. From their attire, one could still discern the scent of money. Esteemed guests, our inn is fully booked. A waiter promptly informed the caravan. In recent days, this secluded inn had become overcrowded. Are there any spaces in the stable? If not, we shall have to arrange something else. Here is 100 spirit stones, no change needed. A caravan member tossed a storage bag. The stable? The waiter, observing the wealthy appearance of these individuals, was astonished that they were willing to stay in the stable. Who would refuse money? He hurried off to tidy the stable. Master, this is the last inn in Tianshui City. If the stable is also full, we shall have no choice but to sleep on the streets. Who would have thought that Tianshui City would host an auction for Foundation Establishment True Water? Fortunately, it was being held in a place of ill repute where outsiders could not enter. Otherwise, if other powerful factions from Donghulu Prefecture were to learn of it, it would surely become an auction of unparalleled extravagance. Chapter 43. Situ Qing and Zhou Tianxiong. Upon hearing the cultivator's words, Wang Yang gained a renewed appreciation for the rarity of the Foundation Establishment True Water. Simultaneously, his curiosity was piqued regarding the eastern Calabash continent beyond the chaotic lands. Or rather, the Calabash continent itself. As Jilan had stated, the vast Zhao kingdom was but a speck of dust in this world, and compared to Zhao, he was infinitesimally small. He had remained indoors for several days, but the clamor from the streets hinted at the scale of the upcoming auction, further corroborated by the merchants' conversations. The event had far exceeded Wang Yang's initial expectations. Venturing onto the streets, Wang Yang witnessed firsthand the meaning of being unable to find space to set foot. Even in the evening, the thoroughfare teemed with people, an endless sea of faces. How did the Sidhu siblings accomplish this? Wang Yang mused. He knew the Sidhu auction house had just opened and lacked the resources for extensive promotion. Typically, large-scale auctions involve days of advanced publicity, incurring significant expenses. Yet, the destitute Sidhu siblings had somehow managed to generate such immense buzz. After a brief circuit, overwhelmed by the throngs, Wang Yang retreated to the inn. That night, Tranquil Water City was far from tranquil. The following morning, Wang Yang rose early, intending to visit the Sidhu auction house. As he reached the inn entrance, he encountered the merchant caravan once more. They exchanged glances, and Wang Yang hurried out. "Uncle Yu, I sensed a peculiar aura emanating from that man." A young girl in the caravan remarked to the middle-aged cultivator leading them. "What kind of aura?" he inquired. "I can't quite explain it, but I could sense the presence of a treasure, a valuable one," the girl responded, blinking. "This chaotic land is a haven for outlaws, and Tranquil Water City is overflowing with people of all sorts. It's not surprising that someone might possess a rare treasure. Let's proceed to the Sidhu auction house as quickly as possible. Our objective is the Foundation establishment True Water," the middle-aged cultivator said, glancing at Wang Yang's departing figure before leading his group onward. Upon arriving at the Sidhu auction house, Wang Yang finally grasped the true meaning of a bustling spectacle. The area outside the auction house was a dense mass of people, leaving no room to maneuver, let alone pass through. Everyone was queuing, awaiting entry. No pushing, no pushing. Due to the overwhelming crowd, those wishing to enter the auction house must first prepare 2,000 spirit stones. Sidhu Kwang, the individual who had previously irked Wang Yang, bellowed boisterously at the auction house entrance, his voice grating like a crow's caw. Wang Yang perceived only one emotion on Sidhu Kwang's face, unbridled elation. 2,000 spirit stones? Wang Yang questioned, thinking he had misheard. An entrance fee of 2,000 spirit stones? The other 3 major auction houses in Tranquil Water City charged a maximum of 20 spirit stones. This was a 50-fold increase, a staggering leap to 2,000. They must be desperate. The land of Sin was a desolate place, with sparse spiritual energy and impoverished cultivators. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much robbery and murder. More than half the cultivators in the entire land of Sin couldn't scrape together 2,000 spirit stones. Wang Yang suspected Sidhu Kwang might be courting trouble by demanding such a fee. However, the subsequent scene left Wang Yang speechless. He watched as an elderly man produced 2,000 spirit stones, paid Sidhu Kwang, and entered the auction house. Wang Yang was dumbfounded. He couldn't decide whether he was too poor or these cultivators were too wealthy. He even entertained the notion of opening his own auction house, solely to collect entrance fees. Soon, 8 individuals had paid the 2,000 spirit stones and entered the venue, while the vast majority of cultivators could only gaze longingly from outside. As Wang Yang had predicted, only a minority possessed such wealth, and most could not afford the exorbitant entrance fee. They cursed Sidhu Kwang as a swindler while peering inside. The Foundation establishment True Water was an extremely rare treasure, seldom seen in a place like the Land of Sin, and known only through hearsay. These common cultivators had never witnessed such a holy object. They likely understood that they had no chance of acquiring it, but they came to simply witness its appearance. After another hour, 7 more people paid the entrance fee and entered the venue. The auction was scheduled to begin at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was now 1 o'clock. Suddenly, 3 distinct groups of people arrived at the auction house entrance. Upon seeing them, Sidhu Kwang immediately abandoned his avaricious demeanor, his small eyes widening like bells as he raised his head and shouted, "Welcome, City Lord Zhou, to the Sidhu auction house." Sidhu Kwang's shout was particularly loud, filled with unadulterated joy. Hearing his cry, the chaotic scene quieted down as a middle-aged cultivator appeared before the crowd. He wore an ornate Taoist robe, embroidered with gold and silver threads depicting cloud patterns and spiritual birds, as if surrounded by celestial energy. His face was serene, his eyes deep and seemingly containing a universe of stars. His gaze exuded dignity and composure. His long hair was tied high with a jade crown, the strands as dark as ink, swaying gently in the breeze, adding to his ethereal air. Most importantly, the terrifying spiritual pressure he emitted made Wang Yang feel like a mere speck of dust compared to a star or the ocean. City Lord Zhou has arrived? Has it been 10 years since City Lord Zhou last appeared in public? The crowd murmured, their faces displaying respect and astonishment. The City Lord of Tranquil Water City was named Zhou Tianxiang, a core formation cultivator in the mid-stage. Zhou Tianxiang was a true overlord of the Land of Sin. Seeing Zhou Tianxiang's arrival, everyone present, both inside and outside the venue, turned to the entrance. Even those who had already taken their seats inside stood up upon seeing him. Immediately after Situ Kwang's announcement, a graceful figure emerged from the auction house. The sight of this figure ignited a lecherous gleam in the eyes of most of the cultivators present. It was Situ Qing. Wang Yang had learned of Situ Qing's title, the most beautiful woman in the land of Sin. Seeing Situ Qing again, even Wang Yang was stunned. The previous time, Situ Qing had been dressed casually, yet still radiant. This time, she was meticulously groomed, wearing a cyan gauze robe that enhanced her allure. Uncle Zhou, Qinger greets you. Situ Qing said respectfully, bowing. This is, after all, the Foundation establishment True Water, which even I have never seen. Furthermore, it is Situ's niece relaunching the Situ auction house. So naturally, I had to come and see. How is it? Did Uncle Zhou do a good job promoting it for you? Zhou Tianxiong said with a smile. Only Uncle Zhou could achieve such wide information dissemination in the land of Sin. Please, Uncle Zhou, enter and rest for a moment, Situ Qing replied. Her smile as gentle and heart-stirring as a spring breeze. Hearing their exchange, almost everyone present was bewildered. Situ Qing called Zhou Tianxiong Uncle Zhou. What was their relationship? Had Zhou Tianxiong taken Situ Qing as a concubine? Otherwise, why would Zhou Tianxiong, the city lord of the land of Sin, assist Situ Qing, who came from a humble background? Realization dawned on them, and a chill ran down their spines. They had been looking at Situ Qing with. To gaze upon Zhou Tianxiong's possession with such lustful eyes was a death wish. Instantly, everyone averted their gaze, some looking at the sky, others at the birds, and still others at the people, but none dared to look at Situ Qing. It was indeed an unprecedented occurrence for the esteemed city lord Zhou to grace an auction with his presence, signaling a potential ascendance for the Situ auction house in the celestial city of Tianshui. Whispers of anticipation rippled through the gathering. As the commencement of the auction drew near, Wang Yang made his way towards the venue. However, his entry was abruptly impeded. Halt. Do you presume this is your personal abode? To enter without uttering a word? Situ Kwang, who had been engrossed in counting his earnings, seized Wang Yang's arm. Wang Yang's countenance contorted once more. Situ Kwang's coarse language never failed to ignite a flicker of ire within him, and the desire to silence him with a swift blow surged within. Situ Kwang cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yang, belatedly recognizing him. Ah, it's you, esteemed cousin. Please, come in. With newfound cordiality, Situ Kwang ushered Wang Yang into the auction house, engaging him in jovial banter, as if they were kindred spirits. Esteemed cousin, you wouldn't believe it, but we've already amassed a staggering sum of 240,000 spirit stones in entrance fees alone. 240,000. Ha! Esteemed cousin, do you comprehend the magnitude of 240,000? My storage pouch is nearly overflowing. Ha! Esteemed cousin, share in the mirth. Why do you not laugh? Ha! Chapter 44, 300,000 spirit stones. As Wang Yang took his seat, he noticed that Situ Kwang was still grinning foolishly at his storage bag. The brother and sister, reliant on each other for survival and barely able to afford a meal, had never encountered such a bounty of spirit stones, which explains Situ Kwang's unusual demeanor. Originally, Situ Kwang had intended to invite Wang Yang to sit in a prime location he had prepared, with an excellent view. But Wang Yang declined, and chose a secluded corner at the back. With treasures in his possession, he was wary of the mixed nature of the cultivation world and uncertain if there were cultivators capable of detecting his valuables. He wished to avoid attracting too much attention. Wang Yang understood that, although no one had yet inquired about the origin of the Foundation establishment True Water, suspicions were undoubtedly brewing, and searches were likely underway. He knew he must remain inconspicuous. Once seated, he discovered that the person beside him was the leader of the merchant caravan from the inn, accompanied by a young girl. Meeting for the third time in 2 days felt serendipitous. The caravan leader nodded to Wang Yang, who returned the gesture and then focused on waiting. After sitting down, Situ Kwang bounced onto the stage and announced the commencement of the auction. Once his announcement was made, he left the stage, leaving the audience in anticipation. After a brief wait, impatience began to ripple through the crowd. Those gathered had come specifically for the Foundation establishment True Water, and it was clear that only one person would ultimately secure this sacred item, leaving others as mere spectators. Yet, even as spectators, spending 2,000 spirit stones to glimpse a legendary artifact was deemed worthwhile. The cultivators of Tianshui City were well aware that the Situ auction house was run solely by the Situ siblings. Given Situ Kwang's clumsiness, it was evident that the true auctioneer would be his sister, Situ Qing, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the land of vice. Situ Qing held significant repute in Tianshui City, rivaling even Zhou Tianxiong. Although beauty is not scarce in the world, a woman like Situ Qing, possessing both grace and poise alongside striking looks, is indeed rare. This was evident from the captivated expressions of those present upon her arrival. After another period of time had passed, the tea in the attendees' cups had lost its color. Finally, someone, growing impatient, stood up and exclaimed, "The designated time has passed. Why has the auction not begun? My spirit stones are eager and my patience waning." This remark garnered agreement from many others who had been waiting for 5 days to behold the sacred artifact. They could wait no longer. Just as this cultivator concluded his statement, a figure clad in crimson emerged from behind the scenes, causing a stir among the audience. As Situ Qing made her entrance, the atmosphere became electrified. On the inaugural day of the Situ auction house, she had prepared meticulously, donning a striking red silk gown and subtle makeup. With her already exquisite beauty and curvaceous figure accentuated by the vibrant attire, she moved gracefully, exuding feminine allure akin to a blooming red lotus swaying in the breeze, captivating every man in attendance. Wang Yang could hear the caravan leader beside him swallow hard. I believe everyone is aware that our Situ auction house has been graciously gifted some foundation establishment true water by a powerful figure. Today, I present 4 drops for inspection by Lord Zhou, who has graciously honored us with his presence, Situ Qing began. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang was taken aback. Situ Qing was no ordinary woman. By stating the origin of the foundation establishment true water as a gift from a powerful individual, she effectively thwarted any ulterior motives. Furthermore, by having Zhou Tianxiong examine the water, she established credibility. Although his response was not definitive, it was also not dismissive. After all, few had ever encountered such a sacred item, and discerning its authenticity required effort. Situ Qing glanced at Zhou Tianxiong, who nodded in agreement. The audience quickly grasped her intentions. Recognizing that Tianshui City had been divided among 3 major auction houses, making it exceedingly difficult to claim a share. However, with Zhou Tianxiong's backing, any attempts to disrupt the auction would be reconsidered. From just a few of Situ Qing's words, it was evident to the audience that she was no ordinary individual. After concluding her introduction with a captivating smile, she produced 3 small vials. The foundation establishment true water was divided into 3 portions: 1 penny, 3 pennies, and 7 pennies, to be auctioned over 3 days. Today, the first vial, containing 1 penny, would start at a bidding price of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, with minimum increments of 5,000. With all preliminaries addressed, the auction commenced without delay as Situ Qing struck the gavel. Though she had anticipated a high starting price, Wang Yang couldn't help but gasp at the figure. 50,000 spirit stones could purchase a half foundation establishment pill. As a cultivator from the Qin family, earning only 3 spirit stones a month as salary, this opening bid represented over a millennium's worth of earnings. Reflecting on this, Wang Yang lamented the hardships of being a common cultivator, realizing the harsh reality of financial scarcity. He was also astonished that what was initially a single vial of foundation establishment true water had been cleverly split into 3, allowing bidders ample time to prepare their spirit stones, likely resulting in higher bids. Such strategic acumen, Wang Yang surmised that even without the foundation establishment true water, Situ Qing's skills would secure her a foothold in the future land of vice. 50,000. A burly cultivator stood up, his gaze locked on Situ Qing as he shouted, 55,000. 60,000. In mere moments, the bidding escalated to 150,000. Wang Yang was bewildered. He had thought the cultivators in this chaotic realm to be impoverished, yet they now appeared to be flush with wealth. After the 150,000 bid, the competition did not wane. 200,000. Suddenly, another individual rose, raising the stakes to 200,000. The crowd turned to see who had made the bid. Wang Yang recognized him as someone whom Situ Quang had called out upon entering. He was named Zhua and was the leader of a notorious stronghold. In the realm of vice, while many powerful rogue cultivators existed, the strongest publicly recognized power was still the stronghold led by Zhua. 250,000. The crowd gasped as it became clear that this individual was a rogue cultivator. 210,000. Zhua raised the bid once more. 215,000. The rogue cultivator followed suit. 300,000. The 2 men continued their fierce contest, Zhua's eyes blazing with intensity as he clenched his jaw, driving the price to 300,000. This sum was equivalent to 10 foundation establishment pills. After this proclamation, the rogue cultivator fell silent. While all present had come for the foundation establishment true water, there loomed a significant risk. None had verified its authenticity. In a small auction house like Situ's, the credibility of the goods was difficult to ensure, and the so-called powerful benefactor could easily be a fabrication. As for Zhou Tianxiong, he had yet to provide any decisive statement. The attendees shared a mutual understanding. Though some raised bids, many remained observant, waiting for someone to authenticate the foundation establishment true water. With the rogue cultivator's withdrawal, the vial of foundation establishment true water ultimately belonged to Zhua. Undoubtedly, given the exorbitant sum expended, Chieftain Zhua will be eager to have his subordinates ingest the substance this very evening to ascertain its authenticity. In truth, Situ Qing harbors reservations regarding the veracity of the foundation establishment true water, never having beheld a genuine specimen herself. Should the concoction prove spurious, the purchaser will assuredly seek retribution against the siblings, irrespective of her peculiar rapport with Zhou Tianxiong, for this is, after all, a realm of iniquity. Whether the foundation establishment true water is genuine will be revealed tonight. Chapter 45, The Marvelous Foundation Establishing True Water. The first vial of foundation establishing true water was acquired by the esteemed leader of the Zhua clan for the substantial sum of 300,000 spirit stones. Upon the conclusion of the auction, the Zhua clan leader and his entourage swiftly departed, returning to their residence in Tianshui City. As the auction spanned 3 consecutive days, Nearly everyone opted to stay within Tianshui City until its conclusion before departing. Following the Zhua clan leader, many cultivators accompanied them to their abode. Under normal circumstances, the Zhua clan leader would have unleashed a massacre, yet this was Tianshui City, home to Zhou Tianxiong, where fighting was strictly prohibited. The Zhua clan leader graciously allowed everyone to enter, for it was only in the presence of a multitude that the authenticity of the foundation establishing true water could be discerned. If it proved to be counterfeit, even Zhou Tianxiong would have no grounds to object. Zhuo Wei, your task today is to utilize this foundation establishing true water, commanded the Zhua clan leader, summoning a young man. Zhuo Wei, age 24, was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Among the younger generation of the Zhua clan, he possessed the highest talent, having attained the 9th level of Qi refinement without yet establishing a foundation, endowed with the 3 elemental roots of water, wood, and earth. Clan leader, this foundation establishing true water is far too precious. It should be reserved for Zhuo Chang, whose potential surpasses mine, Zhuo Wei humbly suggested. Eager to pass on the opportunity. Although Zhuo Chang was indeed gifted, he was still too young and had not yet reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. We must verify the authenticity of this foundation establishing true water immediately. The Zhua clan leader shook his head, resolute in his decision for Zhuo Wei to proceed. 300,000 spirit stones represented a considerable sum to anyone from the sinful lands. To spend such an amount to authenticate an item demonstrated a level of audacity not commonly found. Zhuo Wei nodded, preparing to use the foundation establishing true water. Subsequently, the Zhua clan leader summoned 2 foundation-establishing cultivators to safeguard Zhuo Wei as he prepared to establish his foundation. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Wei consumed a foundation-establishing pill. Upon ingestion, the gathered cultivators, including the Zhua clan leader, focused intently on any changes in Zhuo Wei's demeanor. Not only the Zhua clan leader, but also the surrounding independent cultivators, closely monitored Zhuo Wei's transformation with their spiritual senses. For their inaugural foundation establishment, all cultivators opted for the foundation-establishing pill, as it offered the highest success rate during the initial attempt. After consuming the pill, Zhuo Wei's already spirit-filled Dantian suddenly erupted with tremendous turbulence, akin to a storm. This process resembled the firm curdling of tofu with a drop of brine. As the brine descended, multitudes of spiritual energy began to solidify into fine particles of dust. The goal of a cultivator establishing a foundation was to condense these particles into a singular mass, forming a cornerstone. Should any misstep occur in this process, resulting in the shattering of the cornerstone, it would signify failure. Radiance flickered within Zhuo Wei's Dantian, illuminating it completely. In the next moment, he began to gather the particles of dust. 2 particles suddenly merged under the intense spiritual pressure, followed by 3, 4, 5 after 2 hours had elapsed. Zhuo Wei had successfully condensed 70% of the dust, forming a crystalline cornerstone. As long as he could gather the remaining particles, it would signify the success of his foundation establishment. However, at that moment, a faint glow manifested around Zhuo Wei. With the emergence of this light, his Dantian had already accumulated 90% of the dust, a harbinger of failure. Quickly, provide him protection, the elder exclaimed urgently upon noticing the light. The prepared cultivators swiftly intervened, stabilizing Zhuo Wei, whose anxious expression gradually eased. Gritting his teeth, he continued to condense the remaining dust. An hour later, the final particle of dust merged into the cornerstone, which suddenly erupted with brilliant light. As the brilliance faded, a singular foundational platform stood resolutely within Zhuo Wei's Dantian. Boom! Suddenly, a red light enveloped Zhuo Wei. The power of heavenly punishment. Upon witnessing the light, Zhuo Wei's expression tightened once more, cultivating in defiance of the heavens. This light represented the forces impeding a cultivator's foundation establishment, known as heavenly punishment. Ordinary cultivators could only endure this heavenly punishment, while those of greater standing could invoke the strength of their elders to resist. Indeed, within his Dantian, it resembled a miniature world, tumultuous with wind and rain. However, Zhuo Wei possessed only 3 elemental roots, rendering the heavenly punishment relatively mild. The foundation-establishing cultivators promptly channeled their spiritual energy into Zhuo Wei's Dantian, successfully repelling the heavenly punishment. Under the protection of the elders, the threat soon dissipated. With the heavenly punishment abated, Zhuo Wei wasted no time, swiftly forming several hand seals, unleashing a burst of golden light. As the golden radiance surged forth, onlookers beheld the resurgence of countless particles of dust within Zhuo Wei's Dantian. This was the Zhuo clan's triple foundation establishment technique. Realizing the significance, the crowd was captivated. Zhuo Wei proceeded with his foundation establishment, aided by protective cultivators. And the subsequent 2 attempts were smoothly completed by midnight. At this moment, within Zhuo Wei's Dantian, a 3-layered foundational platform stood tall. Zhuo Wei, quickly drink the foundation establishing true water. At this critical juncture, the Zhuo clan leader urgently called out. The Zhuo clan possessed only the triple foundation establishment technique. Even in the sinful lands, a 3-layered foundation was exceptionally rare. As for a 4-layered foundation, it was beyond their reach, necessitating the immediate consumption of the foundation establishing true water. The foundation establishing true water was effective only at the precise moment of foundation establishment. Any delay rendered it useless. Zhuo Wei, without hesitation, swallowed the foundation establishing true water in one swift motion. Shortly after, an excruciating sensation pierced through his dantian, unleashing a surge of immense power. This power further expanded Zhuo Wei's dantian, revealing countless new particles of dust. Upon witnessing this outcome, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. The foundation establishing true water had enabled Zhuo Wei to initiate a fourth foundation establishment. Most remarkably, consuming the foundation establishing true water required no effort from the cultivator. One merely had to wait. The foundation establishing true water possessed the extraordinary ability to autonomously consolidate the foundational platform. This was its wondrous nature. Zhuo Wei's fourth foundation establishment continued until dawn. When the final particle of dust merged into the foundational platform, a radiant beam shot skyward. As the four-layered foundational platform took shape, the heavens roiled with tempestuous winds. Boom! The crowd turned their gazes towards Zhuo Wei's form, observing that his meridians had thickened. His blood flowed with vigor, and his bones had become more resilient. Most notably, Zhuo Wei's aura had expanded tremendously. This four-layered foundational platform harbored an incomprehensible amount of spiritual energy compared to its first layer, truly formidable. The entire process was witnessed by the Zhuo clan leader, who recognized that while cultivators utilizing other methods faced a risk of failure, employing the foundation establishing true water guaranteed a 100% success rate. This was the essence of the foundation establishing true water. The Zhuo clan leader could scarcely believe that such a small vial of foundation establishing true water could facilitate Zhuo Wei's fourth foundation establishment. The expenditure of 300,000 spirit stones had been more than justified. It had yielded immense returns. The value of purchasing a four-layered foundation would require not merely a few times the spirit stones, but several multiples. Observing this outcome, the cultivators erupted into fervent excitement. Scattering in haste to gather spirit stones, determined to acquire any remaining vials of foundation establishing true water at all costs. They were willing to exhaust their resources. For obtaining this miraculous foundation establishing true water was now their singular focus. Chapter 46. Fanning the flames the following day at noon. Situ Qing had donned a purple robe instead of her usual crimson attire. In her eyes, purple exuded the greatest charm. With everyone gathered, it was time to verify the authenticity of the foundational essence. Thus, we shall commence bidding for the second vial containing 3 taels of genuine foundational essence, starting at 3 million, with minimum increments of 500,000. Gasp! Upon hearing this price, a jolt of surprise rippled through the crowd, including Wang Yang. The foundational essence had been certified as genuine, its value indisputable, and prices were bound to soar. Yet, none could have anticipated the staggering leap in Situ Qing's pricing. This woman is truly ruthless. Yesterday, a single tael fetched 300,000, but today, 3 taels had skyrocketed to tenfold. However, the auction house hosted the wealthiest individuals from this realm of vice, where money was abundant. As Situ Qing spoke, eager bidders began to stir. Once she finished, a gaunt man abruptly stood up. 10 million. The crowd fell silent. Wang Yang was taken aback, trembling in his seat. All eyes turned to him with a peculiar gaze, as if to say, "Are you out of your mind? Did you not hear the starting price of 3 million? A red-haired cultivator slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his aggression palpable. He was clearly not a man of good intentions. "Why can't I bid 10 million? I have the money, so feel free to continue raising your bids." The muscular cultivator's eyes glinted with cold fury, shrouded in an aura of menace, casting a heavy glare at the red-haired man. "Do you dare to insult me? Are you brave enough to leave this city alive?" The enraged red-haired cultivator shouted, kicking over the table. "What is there to fear? The only cowards are those who back down." The burly cultivator snorted disdainfully and strode towards the exit, with the red-haired cultivator following closely behind. Wang Yang was left dumbfounded. Could it be that such confrontations could erupt over mere words? He understood that in this treacherous land, the only way to survive was through strength and violence. To show weakness meant certain death. The moment one faltered, the surrounding rogues would descend upon them without mercy. Thus, to thrive in this realm of vice, one needed not only strength, but also a fierce temperament. A violent disposition was essential to command respect. After their departure, the atmosphere remained undisturbed, as such altercations were all too common in this domain of depravity. The auction resumed. Everyone recognized that the foundational essence would undoubtedly fetch an unimaginable price. The 10 million bid merely skipped past the preliminary rounds of bidding. Before long, another cultivator bid 10 million, followed by another without hesitation, prompting Wang Yang to reassess the wealth of these bidders. Though this realm was impoverished, many of these cultivators had amassed significant fortunes over generations, a reality compounded by the constant threat of robbery and murder. After several rounds of bidding, the price for the vial of foundational essence reached 15 million. Even then, bidders continued to emerge. The participants, much like Wang Yang, were cloaked in oversized black robes, concealing their true identities. Such garments were common in this chaotic realm as they could shield against prying eyes, a necessity for anyone wishing to remain anonymous. especially in auctions where revealing one's identity could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, a young cultivator suddenly rose and declared, 15,500,000. The room fell into stunned silence. Could it be that Lulan City also sought this foundational essence? The mention of Lulan City sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd, including Wang Yang. Among the 4 major cities of this realm, Lulan City stood out, commanded by the ruthless Chao Fengyun, and the young man before them was his son, Chao Fei. Wang Yang's astonishment stemmed not from Lulan City's involvement, but from recognizing Chao Fei, the very individual who had purchased a vial of foundational essence from him in Huangfeng Valley. Regret washed over Wang Yang as he recalled that transaction. He had sold the vial for a mere 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, allowing Chao Fei to seize an incredible bargain. But he could not blame anyone but himself for failing to recognize its worth. Chao Fei was now at the 9th level of qi refinement, on the verge of foundation establishment. As Wang Yang scrutinized him, Chao Fei suddenly turned his gaze towards him, having sensed the probing of his spiritual perception. Wang Yang quickly withdrew his focus, lowering his head in silence. Fortunately, his black robe obscured his features, preventing Chao Fei from discerning his true identity. With Lulan City now bidding, the other participants had little choice but to withdraw. The lord of Lulan City, Chao Fengyun, was notorious for his ruthless ways, and no one wished to incur his wrath. 3 years prior, during a similar auction, a chieftain had contested with the Chao family over a treasure. Although the chieftain ultimately won, his entire stronghold was razed to the ground the following day, an act widely believed to be orchestrated by Lulan City. After 10 breaths had passed without a single bid, Chao Fei smiled and declared, "I take this foundational essence in the name of my Chao family." With gratitude for your support, Wang Yang, witnessing this turn of events, felt a surge of panic. He had anticipated a fierce bidding war today, hoping the price would reach new heights. But now, it seemed his hopes were dashed. If nothing unforeseen occurred, the final price would settle at 15,500,000. Had it not been for the Chao family, the bidding would surely have escalated further. With the price stagnating, Wang Yang felt a profound sense of loss. All of this was his money. All of it was his hope for foundation establishment. He could not allow this to transpire. Besides, Chao Fei had already gained enough advantage. He could not let him walk away with the foundational essence so easily. He must fan the flames. Situ Qing, atop the platform, appeared equally helpless, with no further bids. She could only strike the gavel. Just as the hammer was about to fall, Wang Yang sprang up and shouted, 16 million. Chapter 47. Are you two in league together? To everyone's astonishment, there were still individuals willing to bid, daring to oppose the city of Lulan. Whose subordinate is this? Who possesses such audacity? All eyes turned toward Wang Yang. Clad in a black robe, he was nearly unrecognizable. This robe could obscure most probing perceptions, yet it was only a relative shield. If a cultivator's level was sufficiently advanced, they could still discern the figure beneath. Upon glimpsing the vague silhouette beneath the black cloak, many high-ranking cultivators were struck with confusion. Could it be a mere youth? From Wang Yang's outline, and even his aura, they surmised his age. These individuals could not help but wonder who this young man was, daring to stand against the Chao family. Soon, they mentally catalogued all the youthful prodigies from the land of sin, yet none matched the profile of this audacious individual. Esteemed friend, are you from that mountain stronghold? Chao Fei squinted as he regarded Wang Yang. Where I hail from is of little consequence. What matters is my desire for this foundation establishment true water. As you can see, I have already reached the 9th level of qi refinement and urgently wish to establish my foundation, Wang Yang replied, closing his eyes and refusing to meet Chao Fei's gaze. I am the son of Chao Fengyun of Lulan City. Should you be willing, I would like to befriend you and extend an invitation for you to join our ranks. Chao Fei offered, casting a tentative olive branch. Even the Chao family could not act with impunity here, for this was the land of sin. No need, Wang Yang replied, lowering his voice in an effort to conceal all distinguishing traits. Once I obtain this foundation establishment true water, I shall find a secluded place for my cultivation. Gasp. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to speculate about Wang Yang's identity. Entering the land of sin, one could hardly be ignorant of Lulan City's might. To them, Wang Yang's apparent indifference toward Lulan City suggested he must possess some extraordinary background. Speculation ran rampant among the crowd. At this moment, Chao Fei was seething with rage. He understood that while Lulan City was powerful, it had yet to reach a level that silenced all opposition. Especially concerning such a sacred object as the foundation establishment true water, an invaluable treasure capable of breaking the shackles of cultivation. Today, these individuals had spared his family some dignity by refraining from contesting him, but tomorrow would surely be a different story. Tomorrow would erupt with chaos. The foundation establishment true water was of paramount importance to him, and he must secure it today. 17 million. Chao Fei called out again. 17.5 million. Wang Yang followed suit without the slightest hesitation. 20 million. 20 million and 50,000. 25 million. The rapid exchange of bids rendered the audience almost numb. Particularly, Chao Fei's mounting fury was palpable. As the son of Chao Fengyun, the city lord of Lulan, and one of the most gifted individuals in the land of sin, He had not displayed such an emotional lapse in years, yet today, he was on the verge of losing control. Wang Yang's bids only marginally exceeded his own, fueling Qiao Fei's ire. With 25 million, for 3 portions of Foundation Establishment True Water, the price proportion had surged to nearly 8 million, almost 10 times that of the previous day. Most notably, when Wang Yang called out 20 million and 50,000, he was set to sit down, yet in his rage, Qiao Fei shouted 25 million without restraint. Will you not bid again? Qiao Fei glared at Wang Yang with malevolence. I have no more money, Wang Yang replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Upon hearing this, Qiao Fei clenched his teeth, the sound echoing ominously. Had he exercised a modicum of restraint, he could have saved 5 million. With a murderous glare directed at Wang Yang, the Qiao family cultivators outside were similarly charged with hostility. It was evident to all that, under Wang Yang's provocation, Qiao Fei had lost his composure. Qiao Fei, being the most cherished son of Qiao Fengyan, represented both the Qiao family and Lulan City. To insult Qiao Fei was to insult the entirety of the Qiao family and Lulan City. As Wang Yang took his seat, Situ Qing offered a smile and declared, since this esteemed friend has withdrawn, the Foundation Establishment True Water now belongs to friend Qiao. With a sharp crack of the gavel, the final price for this vial of Foundation Establishment True Water was an outrageous 25 million. Qiao Fei continued to glare at Wang Yang like a venomous serpent until the auction concluded. Once the auction ended and the crowd began to disperse, Wang Yang could distinctly sense the murderous intent emanating from the Qiao family cultivators. Had it not been for the prohibition against fighting in Tianshui City, these cultivators would have lunged at Wang Yang in an instant, seeking to eliminate him. The prohibition against fighting in the city was a rule established across the land of Sin, one that even the Qiao family dared not breach. On the third day, the Foundation Establishment True Water was now 7 portions. Situ Qing set the price at 4 million, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 1 million. 20 million. At the auction's outset, before anyone else could bid, Qiao Fei rose to call out his price. Glancing toward Wang Yang in the corner afterward, the crowd was taken aback. Is he unwell? Though Qiao Fei had boldly bid 20 million. Many others with deep pockets were present, especially given that this was the final vial of Foundation Establishment True Water, with 5 portions remaining. Many were eager to place their bids. Esteemed colleagues, should I secure this treasure, Lulan City shall offer 100 Foundation Establishment pills, along with 5 million spirit stones to the cultivators of the Land of Sin in celebration. Just as the crowd was on the verge of bidding, Qiao Fei called out once more. Gasp. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Qiao Fei had cleverly intertwined the Foundation Establishment True Water with the interest of all cultivators in the Land of Sin. It was well known that Foundation Establishment pills were the most scarce resource for cultivators seeking to establish their foundations, as the materials required for their production were exceedingly rare, often leaving individuals unable to procure them even with money in hand. With the Qiao family offering 100 Foundation Establishment pills and 5 million spirit stones, they effectively tied themselves to the cultivators of the Land of Sin. To contend with the Qiao family would mean opposing all cultivators in the area. This tactic was exceptionally cunning. Qiao Fei's strategy proved remarkably effective. The cultivators outside, upon hearing his declaration, became like wolves, fixating on everyone within the auction hall. Though these individuals may not have been particularly powerful, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. In a moment, the crowd hesitated, and no one dared to place a bid. To confront all the cultivators of the Land of Sin was a risk no mountain stronghold would dare take. Just as Wang Yang was about to stand and stoke the flames once more, he was restrained by someone, and a slow voice emerged. 21 million. The voice came again from the corner. Before anyone could turn, they already envisioned the identity of the speaker. This mysterious cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. How audacious. Was he truly prepared to stand against the Qiao family? The crowd turned, only to find it was not Wang Yang, but rather a middle-aged cultivator. Are you two not in league together? Chapter 48. What a brazen exhibitionist. Many mistook this individual for an accomplice of Wang Yang. Wang Yang himself was quite disconcerted, wondering why he had chosen that particular seat. Although he wasn't the direct object of attention, his conscience was uneasy, making him feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Esteemed cultivator, a middle-aged man said with a slight smile and a respectful bow. Would you consider parting with your opportunity to bid on this treasure? Ever since the young girl sensed the valuable item on Wang Yang, he had regarded Wang Yang as a wealthy and powerful cultivator. Wang Yang, of course, welcomed the assistance, but to extract some benefit, he feigned reluctance. I am on the verge of requiring Foundation establishment, and this item would greatly aid me. I refrained from bidding yesterday precisely for the sake of acquiring this 7-essence elixir today. The middle-aged cultivator, with great magnanimity, produced a token. I understand your position, but I have a more pressing need for this item. This token represents my family, the Yu family. Should you present it? The Yu family will grant you a single request. Without waiting for Wang Yang's consent, the middle-aged cultivator placed the token in Wang Yang's hand. Wang Yang, expecting a valuable treasure, examined it closely, only to find it was an ordinary token. Disappointed that his attempt to profit had only yielded a worthless token. Just as Wang Yang was feeling aggrieved, Qiao Fei spoke up once again. Esteemed cultivator, I am. Chao Fei intended to use the Chao family's influence to intimidate the man, but he was interrupted by the cultivator. If you desire it, continue to raise the price. If not, withdraw. What is all this prattle? The middle-aged cultivator, growing impatient, cast a cold, piercing gaze. The middle-aged cultivator stood there unconcerned, exposed and unshielded, allowing everyone to observe him. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the crowd shuddered, and even Wang Yang looked at him with astonishment. What unparalleled bravery! Although Wang Yang disapproved of the Chao family's actions, he exercised restraint due to the power of Lulan City. He knew that truly angering Chao Fei would lead such a person to disregard the rules, and even in Skywata City, he might not be safe. The cultivators from the land of Sin would not risk offending the Chao family on his behalf. However, the leader of the merchant caravan was different. His words had shown no respect to Chao Fei. Chao Fei's face flushed crimson with anger, and he gnashed his teeth. 22 million. Chao Fei, learning from yesterday's lesson, did not raise the price excessively at once. What a popper. 30 million. The crowd was stunned into silence. Everyone wore an expression of astonishment and disbelief. Just who was this person? Wang Yang, seated beside him, also deeply admired the middle-aged cultivator, considering him a true exemplar. 30,100,000. Chao Fei, panting, raised the price again. 40 million. The middle-aged cultivator scoffed with disdain and glanced casually at Chao Fei. The crowd now understood that this middle-aged cultivator was truly wealthy, raising the price by 10 million at a time. Chao Fei, on the other hand, was cursing inwardly. 40 million was already pushing the Chao family's financial limits. Chao Fei's eyes blazed with fury. Although 40 million was a substantial sum for the Chao family, the 7 Essence Elixir could create miracles, making it worth the risk. 40,100,000. Seeing Chao Fei bid again, the middle-aged cultivator remained composed. The crowd frowned, wondering if this man was genuinely wealthy or merely posturing. Let's do this, the middle-aged cultivator said with a gentle smile, looking at Chao Fei with amusement. We don't need to raise the price round by round. I'll offer a maximum of 60 million. If you can exceed that by even 100,000, I'll concede. Hiss. 60 million. Upon hearing this number, the crowd gasped. Even combining the wealth of half the land of Sin wouldn't amount to such a sum. Although the foundation establishment True Water was rare, spending 60 million on it seemed excessive. 60 million could practically buy half the impoverished people of the land of Sin. Who was this cultivator? Where did he come from? And why had no one ever heard of him? Everyone turned to look at Chao Fei. Chao Fei's mind was in turmoil. He knew the approximate assets of each power in the land of Sin. Could this person have come from beyond the land of Sin? Even the Chao family could not produce 60 million spirit stones. Moreover, even as Chao Fingyun's son, he didn't have the authority to wager the entire Chao family's fortune on this. Since its rise to prominence, the Chao family had never been so humiliated. But now, the other party's financial strength was clearly far greater than his own. Chao Fei glared at the cultivator, then reluctantly sat down. Hiss. Seeing Chao Fei concede, no one could believe that the Chao family, who held sway over the land of Sin, had actually yielded. 60 million once. 60 million twice. 60 million thrice. Witnessing Chao Fei's defeat, Situ Qing, equally astonished, suppressed her excitement, maintained her smile, and brought down the gavel. The auction ended. But the crowd remained in a daze for a long time. No one left, wanting to see if the middle-aged cultivator truly possessed 60 million spirit stones. Especially Chao Fei. And especially the Chao family cultivators. If this person couldn't produce 60 million, then the foundation establishment True Water would still belong to the Chao family. But to Chao Fei's disappointment, the middle-aged cultivator produced a storage bag and handed it to Situ Qing. After Situ Qing examined it with surprise, she handed the foundation establishment True Water to the middle-aged cultivator. The transaction was complete, proving that there were no issues. This late-stage foundation establishment cultivator had indeed produced 60 million spirit stones. Moreover, after the auction, this cultivator casually produced a plate-shaped magical artifact, inserted a medium-grade spirit stone, opened a spatial passage, and vanished. A priceless spatial wheel was used so casually, the crowd was once again dumbfounded. Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped. Let's go. Chao Fei, on the verge of exploding, stormed out of the auction house with the Chao family cultivators. The grand auction of the foundation establishment True Water had finally concluded. This auction had undoubtedly made Situ Auction House famous, at least in terms of popularity. It was no less than the other 3 auction houses. 10 days later, after the previous auction, the foot traffic at Situ Auction House had noticeably increased. Many people casually inquired about any new treasures. Cousin, we sold a total of 90 million spirit stones. 90 million. In a room at the auction house, Wang Yang and the Situ siblings stared blankly at the 2 storage bags on the table. The Situ siblings had never seen so many spirit stones. And neither had Wang Yang. The 3 of them sat there, propping up their chins, their eyes glued to the bags. This lasted for about half an hour before Situ Qing finally stood up and said, fellow cultivator, 90 million spirit stones, minus the 5% handling fee, which is 4.5 million, leaves the remainder in the storage bag. Please verify. Wang Yang took the storage bag, as if still in a dream. 10 days ago, he was still fretting over 1,000 spirit stones, but now, he suddenly possessed assets of over 80 million spirit stones. Sister, we're rich. We can buy a big house. We don't have to live in poverty anymore. We can open our auction house. Haha. While Wang Yang was lost in thought, Situ Kuang's croaking voice interrupted again. You really want to own an auction house? Seeing Situ Kuang's excited demeanor, Situ Qing was also moved to tears. Wang Yang asked, yes. Is that possible? Cousin, you're unaware, but my family originally ran an auction house. Unfortunately, due to mismanagement, it had to close down. We were planning to revive it when we encountered you. With meticulous detail, Situ Kuang recounted the history of the Situ family. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang sighed. In that case, consider these funds as my investment. You can use them to manage the auction house, Wang Yang stated after some deliberation. Having observed Situ Qing's demeanor, along with her profound understanding of human nature and her meticulousness, Wang Yang was convinced that she was no ordinary woman. What is the most lucrative way to generate wealth? It is undoubtedly through investing money to make more money. And how does one achieve this? By seeking out those who possess the acumen to generate wealth. Situ Qing was undeniably the right choice. An auction house, being an exceptionally profitable venture, would yield the greatest return on investment. Leave the money with us. Aren't you afraid we'll swindle you? Situ Kuang asked, incredulous upon hearing Wang Yang's words. This was not 80, nor 800, nor even 8,000, but 80 million. Who would entrust such a vast sum of money to someone they barely knew, someone they had only met 3 times? Of course, I have 2 stipulations. If you do not agree to them, I will immediately withdraw the funds, Wang Yang said with a faint smile. What stipulations? Situ Qing, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Reviving her family's business was her greatest aspiration. Firstly, I must have access to the funds whenever I require them, Wang Yang stated his first condition. No problem. Before Situ Qing could respond, Situ Kuang immediately thumped his chest in agreement. Situ Qing then nodded in affirmation. The second condition is, Wang Yang hesitated, appearing somewhat embarrassed, and then looked at Situ Qing. Upon seeing Wang Yang's expression, Situ Kuang exploded in anger, brandishing his broad axe as he jumped up. You scoundrel! Your true colors are finally revealed. I knew you weren't a decent person with that lecherous gaze of yours. So you're after my sister. Chapter 49. The ancestor of spiritual roots and Situ Kuang was instantly filled with exhilaration, his expression suggesting that he had long since discerned the true intentions of Wang Yang, whom he deemed an insufferable rogue. It was evident that he believed Wang Yang had come here with designs on his sister's beauty. With a swift motion, Situ Kuang leaped onto the table, brandishing 2 formidable axes, prepared to strike down the scoundrel Wang Yang. Witnessing the boy's reckless demeanor, Wang Yang could only feel speechless. Are you out of your mind? Do you harbor violent tendencies? Especially after being labeled a complete scoundrel by Situ Kuang, Wang Yang could hardly suppress his indignation. Situ Kuang. As the younger brother prepared to erupt once more, Wang Yang's expression shifted, prompting Situ Qing to intervene swiftly. I am the reverse scale of Xiao Kuang. Do not stoop to his level. She cast an affectionate glance at Situ Kuang before recounting their past. As the most beautiful woman in the land of Sin, Situ Qing held the title of the Tian Shui lover, the dream of every man in Tian Shui City. Her beauty was undeniably alluring to men, inevitably provoking indiscretions from certain rascals. Such incidents were not uncommon, as many would attempt to flirt with Situ Qing, only to be chased away by Situ Kuang wielding his axes with fervor. In those years, a young boy brandishing 2 axes larger than himself became a spectacle throughout Tian Shui City. However, Situ Kuang was still quite young and lacked significant cultivation. In a bid to protect his sister from harassment, he devised various ingenious methods. He often ventured out at night to the homes of those who troubled them, pouring freshly dug excrement onto sleeping faces from the rooftops. For those formidable cultivators who were beyond his reach, he would disguise himself as a ghost to frighten their children along the roads. If I cannot bully the strong, can I not intimidate the weak? Alternatively, he would douse relatives of offenders with cold water during intimate moments or leap out from behind the outhouse, shouting, "Grandfather is here." Situ Kuang concocted an array of bizarre and whimsical plans, driving those who troubled them nearly to madness. Naturally, employing such underhanded tactics would provoke the ire of those cultivators, leading to numerous beatings. Throughout his life, Situ Kuang had endured countless assaults, often returning home with new injuries. Yet, he cleverly exploited the rules of Tian Shui City, which forbade murder. You may beat me, but you cannot kill me. As long as you cannot end my life, I shall continue to torment you. Most infuriatingly, Situ Kuang would frequent crowded places, embellishing tales about those who had harassed Situ Qing, ensuring that everyone was aware of their misdeeds. As some individuals were driven nearly to insanity by his antics, those who revered Situ Qing as their dream lover would also chastise the ordinary cultivators. Consequently, no one dared to flirt with Situ Qing anymore. It can be said that her purity over the years was entirely due to Situ Kuang. Otherwise, she would have long since faced disgrace at the hands of those lecherous rascals. After hearing Situ Qing's account, Wang Yang regarded the young boy with newfound respect. An innocent man is punished for possessing a treasure. Without formidable protection, A beauty like Situ Qing becomes a source of trouble. Wang Yang greatly admired Situ Kuang, thinking to himself that if he were in the same position, he would never have managed to safeguard Situ Qing so effectively. With this thought, he found the boisterous little fellow somewhat more agreeable. Rest assured, I do not refer to your sister herself, but rather to her capabilities. Wang Yang chuckled lightly as he began to elucidate. Regarding the white spiritual root, historical texts contain nearly no accounts, and how such roots might establish a foundation is even more obscure. It appears a consensus has formed that the white spiritual root is unable to establish a foundation, an unchanging reality for millennia. However, Wang Yang did not subscribe to the belief that a white spiritual root could not cultivate, surely. Most people simply had not heard of its potential. In Wang Yang's view, Situ Qing's ability to recognize the true water of foundation establishment demonstrated her profound knowledge. Miss Situ, have you ever heard of the white spiritual root? Wang Yang hesitated for a moment before finally posing the question. The white spiritual root? You don't know? I do. Situ Kuang interjected excitedly as soon as Wang Yang finished speaking. You know too? Wang Yang realized that the Situ siblings possessed a surprising breadth of knowledge. However, the subsequent statement from Situ Kuang ignited a desire within Wang Yang to silence him. Indeed, you haven't been holed up in the mountains all day, have you? Just a few days ago, the Qin family village took in a waste of space. He was a white spiritual root. Situ Kuang smirked, seemingly pleased with himself. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang inhaled deeply, the flicker of goodwill he had felt moments ago evaporating entirely. In a single bound, he leapt forward and struck Situ Kuang squarely in the face. I'll take care of your sister. After delivering the blow, Wang Yang sensed something amiss. Glancing sideways, he noted a flicker of anger on Situ Qing's face. My apologies, you must have misheard. I meant to say, heed your sister's words. It seems you have something to express. Please, do share. Wang Yang hastily shifted the topic. Situ Qing was undeniably astute. She understood that possessing the sacred item known as the true water for foundation establishment meant Wang Yang's inquiry was far from superficial. You are Wang Yang. Situ Qing regarded the fully armored Wang Yang with a glimmer of astonishment in her eyes. Wang Yang sighed and removed his voluminous robe. He had anticipated that should he inquire about this subject, others might deduce his identity, which was why he had hesitated to ask. Yet he never expected Situ Qing's intellect to surpass his expectations. She had discerned his identity from a mere name. While Situ Qing exhibited surprise, she maintained her composure. Unlike her brother, who erupted once more. You are the waste known as Wang Yang? Situ Kuang exclaimed incredulously. Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart? Hearing this, Wang Yang's lips twitched as he leapt onto the table, covering Situ Kuang's mouth while casting wary glances around. This was an auction house, bustling with people. Should anyone overhear, Wang Yang would have no means of escape. Having just concluded the auction for the true water for foundation establishment, the atmosphere was far from secure. Although Situ Kuang was a blabbermouth, he possessed a keen intellect. Otherwise, he would not have devised so many cunning schemes to punish those rascals. Realizing Wang Yang's intent, Situ Kuang understood the gravity of the situation. As a waste with a white spiritual root, particularly one at the 9th layer of qi refinement, Wang Yang possessed the true water for foundation establishment. If others were to find out, not only Wang Yang but even their Situ auction house would face dire consequences. Situ Qing explained the origins of the true water for foundation establishment, stating it was a gift from a powerful figure, yet many remained skeptical. Why hasn't a great power bestowed such a gift upon me? Situ Kuang blinked, nodding repeatedly, prompting Wang Yang to finally release his grip. You have truly come to the right person. I do indeed possess some knowledge regarding the white spiritual root. Once Wang Yang relaxed his hold, Situ Qing took a deep breath and spoke. Seeing that Situ Qing displayed no unusual reaction, Wang Yang finally lowered his guard. At the moment his identity was exposed, he had prepared all necessary means, ready to summon his treasures should either sibling show any signs of aberration. Everyone understood that the white spiritual root was deemed a failure and incapable of establishing a foundation. However, in the entire land of Sin, perhaps no one understood the white spiritual root better than the Situ family. Although the white spiritual root is now referred to as the abandoned spiritual root, in ancient times, it bore two illustrious titles, being hailed as the ancestor of spiritual roots. Upon reminiscing about these matters, Situ Qing's countenance darkened with sorrow as he let out a deep sigh. The ancestor of spiritual roots? Is it true that your Situ family possesses the greatest understanding of the white spiritual root? This statement struck Wang Yang like a thunderclap. Yet what intrigued him even more was Situ Qing's assertion that the Situ family knew the white spiritual root best. You must have heard of a white spiritual root cultivator who, several millennia ago, consumed 5,000 foundation establishment pills without achieving foundation establishment. His name was Situ Qian. Situ Qing recalled certain past events and sighed once more. Situ Qian? Situ Qing? Are you implying that this white spiritual root cultivator is an ancestor of your Situ family? Indeed, he is my forebear.